Okay, I'm going to gavel us in this morning, and it is a good morning. I know it's been raining, but it does cool things down, I think, and makes the grass so beautiful and green. At this time, I'm going to ask all of you to please rise for invocation. And we have this morning a special guest and friend, Reverend Axel, will deliver invocation. Please remain standing, as following invocation, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flags.
Shall we pray at this time? Most gracious Heavenly Father, the Father of all mankind, we come to lift you and praise your name because, oh God, your name is worthy to be praised. And as we come on this morning, we thank you for what you are doing right here in this city, county, state, and nation. We'd ask, oh God, for you to continue to bless Corpus Christi, Texas, and all of its citizens. We thank you, O Heavenly Father, for the work now of this Commissioner's Court. County Commissioner Barbara Canales, and all of those who work within this cabinet. We pray for unity. We pray for peace. We pray for understanding of the workings of our city, county, and state. We pray, O Heavenly Father, that you will continue to keep this commission together and be on one accord, and let them know, Heavenly Father, it is all right to disagree. But surely we don't have to be disagreeable as situations come up that may not be pleasing in their personal sight. But keep us now, O Heavenly Father. Would ask, O God, that you would touch Commissioner Canales. She already explained to us her situation, so we pray for instant relief. And as she conducts this meeting, it will be with clarity and understanding. This is our prayer in the precious name of Jesus the Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you so much. At this time, I would like to note for the clerk that the time is 9:12 a.m. I noted that it was 9:06 a.m. when we maintained the third member of our court. And since that time, all five of us are here. And I do certify that a quorum is present. Excuse me. I know that we always say the location. I know you know it, but for the record, we're on the third floor of Commissioner's Court Room at the Nueces County Courthouse, 901 North Leopard. And it's July 7th, 2021 today. Boy, it's going to be a rough time with this throat. Want to apologize in advance. Bear with me. Let's have our safety briefing at this time with Rebecca.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and attendees.
Morning.
Our safety briefing for today, July 7th, is being held in the Nueces County Commissioner's courtroom. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor, atrium past the Human Resources Office. There is a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom, and also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the atrium area. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall next to the Human Resources Office. Participant for today who will be responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. Participants CPR certified in attendance will be Dale. Remember, anyone can render aid. In the event of evacuation, our egress route will be slowly down the atrium stairs, proceeding out the doors located on the left-hand side of the courthouse and assemble in the parking lot across the street or under the cover of the Lipan entrance if it is safe. And it is important to stay together. Should there be a need to shelter in place, depending upon the severity of the shelter in place, the courtroom double doors will be secured and remain secure until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Our guest sanitizer for the day will be Michael. Our topic for the month of July is to think. If not thinking about safety causes pain and suffering, then thinking about safety could prevent pain, suffering, and possibly even death. Take a moment to think and act on safety. It's raining outside. Think. The floor is wet. Walk carefully. Umbrellas leak everywhere. We should get those plastic covers for those umbrellas. Don't touch electrical wires. The prospect of walking in the rain or jumping in a puddle may be fun until you fall in a hidden hole. Take precautions against mosquitoes. When it comes to safety tips for the rainy season, taking precautions against mosquitoes and other bugs are on top of the list. Drive slowly and carefully. Road accidents are quite common during rainy days, which is why drivers need to practice extreme caution in this weather. Thinking can make a huge difference in our lives and our lives of our families. I would also like to thank God for the rain. And this concludes our risk management safety briefing for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And while we are happy for the rain, I really should remind everybody that a flash flood watch is in effect for portions of South Texas through Friday. And we could have a cumulative total of up to 14 inches of rain. So I'm thinking hurricane. So, you know, the truth is the rain cools this water temperature down, which is a really good thing. So everything is bittersweet in life, right? We thank God for the rain. We just don't want too much of it. We're very picky people. But at any rate, please just keep everything in balance and in your mindset that there is a flash flood watch. And I wish for all of you a safe journey back to your office or home, whichever that might be. At this time, I'm going to turn to public comment and ask Tyner to please bring me forward the chart of those who wish to speak. I'll also ask for those online to prepare yourselves. If you have public comment to make, this is your chance to raise your hand. Seeing none at this time, we'll ask Deputy Vasquez, we look all good and clear? All right, at this time, we'll move forward to item number F, which is adopting resolutions and proclamations. I'm particularly pleased this morning. We have 2 that I think are pretty substantial and significant. First, we'll deal with a recognition of a very important event, and then we'll deal with the recognition of a very important person. Tyner, it is America's Americans with Disabilities Act 31st anniversary, and you have a special proclamation.
And I have some folks here from the Coastal Bend Center for Independent Living that may
Great.
want to stand with me if
Well, we
they
would like
would
that.
like to.
Please join us.
And by the way, while they're walking up, we do have a number of items on today's agenda that address the ADA. So if you're interested in the ADA, You don't have to stay here, but we have a report to the court on the progress of the county regarding the ADA.
Great.
I'll begin, Judge.
Please proceed.
Whereas the Americans with Disabilities Act was passed on July 26, 1990, to ensure the civil rights of citizens with disabilities. Whereas the disability community has critical affirmations in the principles of equality and inclusion for persons with disabilities as set forth the state of Texas and as embodied in the ADA. Whereas there are over 50 million people with disabilities of all ages living in communities throughout the United States. Whereas the ADA has expanded opportunities for Americans with disabilities by reducing barriers and changing perceptions and increasing full participation in community life. However, the full promise of the ADA will only be reached if we remain committed to continue our efforts to fully implement the ADA. Whereas numerous organizations in Nueces County work with constituents and communities to bring forth the promise of hope and freedom that is envisioned by the passage of the ADA. Whereas in July 2021, people with disabilities and supporters are encouraged to celebrate the 31st anniversary of the American with Disabilities Act with appropriate programs and activities to advance this year's theme, Celebrate, Learn, Share. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby extends greetings and best wishes to all observing July 2021 as the 31st anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Bravo. Welcome. Would you like to make some comments?
Thank you. Judge Canales and Commissioners, my name is Linda Falwell Stover. I'm the Executive Director for the Coastal Bend Center for Independent Living. Thank you for recognizing and joining us in the celebration of the 31st anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act with this resolution today. The Coastal Bend Center for Independent Living is a nonprofit organization and a federally designated center for independent living. More than half of our board members and employees are persons with disabilities. CIPSL is rooted in the philosophy of independent living with a mission to assist people with disabilities to achieve their goals. On Friday, July 23rd, beginning at 11:30 a.m., CIPSL will host a virtual/live event and celebration. The keynote speaker, Diego de Maya, with the Independent Living Research Utilization Program, or ILRU, will speak to the ADA anniversary theme, Celebrate, Learn, Share. The ILRU program is a national center for information, training, research, and technical assistance in independent living. CIPSL will be hosting a Facebook Live event to expand opportunities to participate, and we invite you to join us. I would be remiss if I did not express our appreciation for Tyner Little and his commitment to full implementation of the ADA here at the county. He's familiar to us, and we appreciate your efforts, Tyner. Thank you, Judge Canales and Commissioners, for your support of the Americans with Disabilities Act and your leadership in the county. Before we leave, we would love to get a photo with you guys today if we could do that.
That would be very welcome. First, let me do a little housekeeping. May I have the copy, or is this it right here? Okay. I do have the resolution, Commissioners, in front of me, and I would ask at this time for a motion to approve such resolution. And a second. I've got a motion and a second, and if there's any discussion, now would be a good time if anybody would like to say anything. I would just ask us that we would definitely maybe ask you to come up front, and we'll join you. But first, let me just say that ADA is, thank you for recognizing Tyner. I want you to know that ADA is front of mind here at Nueces County Commissioners Court. And it's not because we have a settlement. It's because it's the right thing to do. It's because people that live with disabilities need to be accommodated in a way that provides access for them as well as for those living without disabilities, or like we say in my family, extraordinary abilities. And as a mother of a child, I've used this acronym ADA ad nauseum, and it really doesn't define these amazing individuals at all. But it certainly helps us define what's right and what they're entitled to. And it hurts me to say this, but it took a settlement to get us to open our eyes in our county. And it's our job to make sure we live up to the promise. And I hope that you can see we've been making major strides, but I also want you to hear that we have miles to go before we sleep. And I'm really hopeful that we will make major announcements in today's court. I don't know if you can stay, but you can join us on virtual, or let us provide you a copy so that you can share with your folks that advocate for independent living and for Americans living with disabilities in our community, of which there are more than, I think, 70,000. It's just a huge number. What it is that we're doing. But from every website to every door project, we're thinking about ways to make this Publix house and all our facilities more accessible. And I hope that you will share with us ways that we can improve. So just thank you for everything that you do, and we hope that this resolution meets with the celebration that is our theme for the year.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes. At this time, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And why don't you guys come forward? Only because I'm recovering from this cold. I'll stand behind you. Would some of you want to go down, commissioners? Would you all want to go maybe flank? And then I'll stand here, maybe two of us here, and then two of us there, three of us there. You stay with me?
Okay.
And then I'll hand this to you. Thank you.
She's going down. You want me to go?
Whatever you guys want to do, I just, thank you, thank you. Look, John and I match. Just to give it some balance, and then we can flank everybody. Okay.
Okay, can everybody see the camera? Okay, there's one. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Any other phones you want to pass me? I'll,
I've got mine in my pocket.
okay.
Fix my collar while we're.
Okay, everybody right here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. Okay, good way to kick off our morning, I think. As we transition to our next item, I'll tell you that we're going to try to create a little more awareness as to the construction and remediation, remodeling, if you will, so that you can also notice some of the ADA improvements that sometimes they go without any notice, but we've done a tremendous amount of work in our parking lots alone. But you're going to start noticing the different widths of our doorways. You're going to start noticing our courtrooms accessibility with audio and video technology. It's going to be a major change for the courthouse and some of our county facilities. And I just, sometimes awareness is a very important attribute of understanding the value of the ADA. Okay, so as we transition, please move to item G1, Commissioners. And at this time, I'd like to also ask Tyner to help us present a very important certificate of recognition for a very important individual in our county. And that's none other than Mr. Kyle McManus, our county extension agent, for his 6 years of service to Nueces County in the areas of agriculture and 4-H. That really does not even begin to cover the subject matter as to the value of this really great individual. But we'll try to do him justice here shortly. Tyner?
Yes, Judge. As you know, you caught wind late on Friday.
Yes.
The agenda was already about to be posted, but you asked to put something on there that you had learned that Kyle was no longer going to be with the county, but still close by, and is taking a position, I believe you said at A&M?
At Texas A&M Kingsville, but I'm going to have him explain. I'm going to have him explain himself here in a little bit.
So anyway, Judge, as you know, we were able to get Kyle on this agenda, and there may be a few people that may have some words for him.
Yes, we'd like to do that.
And you do have a certificate in front
Yes.
of you.
Yes, thank you. And so, Kyle, we want to welcome you, and you're still going to live in Nueces County?
I actually live in Claiborne County in Kingsville.
Okay.
We purchased a home there about a year ago.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll make you an honorary Nueces County citizen here.
Yes, ma'am.
Resident, but
My wife works here, so we come over here quite a bit.
you know, the truth is, I did get wind of this news, and we're wishing you so well in your new endeavor at Texas A&M Kingsville. I really don't feel like we're losing you. I feel like we're gaining a good friend in our neighboring county and into our neighboring institution that has such a connection here with our Texas A&M Corpus Christi. But I think that what we wanted to do is, and let me just read this, and then we would like to ask some of your colleagues to come up and say a few words, but we want you to tell us exactly what you're going to be doing in Kingsville.
Yes, ma'am.
We hereby express our sincere appreciation to you, Kyle McManus, for the 6 years of service you've given to Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service Agriculture. It's signed by myself as the Nueces County Judge and all Nueces County Commissioners this July 7th, 2021. When I think of you, all I can think about is a sea of green jackets. I think about the way those, and I call them children, they're young adults, the way that you've influenced them, the work ethic and the love and inspiration you've given to all of them. That is what I'm sorry about, that we're going to miss. But I know that you're still going to be very active and involved in the realm of 4-H. And, you know, when something like, 4-H gets inside of you, you just can't shed it. It just winds up being imprinted upon your heart. But I just think that it's so critical that you know how much we value your work over the past 6 years and the influence and all of the beautiful, things that you've done for our 4-H group to make us the best Nueces County Junior Livestock Show, in my opinion, in Texas. And all of the really selfless acts that get, dedicated by you during the course of preparing for those shows and all the things that you do for the kids. We're just very indebted to you. We wanted to say thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. It's a little humbling for this recognition. I tell you, it's so to answer your question, I am going to A&M Kingsville. It is a position that has been fairly newly created. They're combining a couple of responsibilities there. I'll oversee the university farm while they have livestock production. I'll actually teach some animal science courses, and then they're going to be building a multi-science center where they're going to host and collaborate with external partners to host different events such as jackpot shows and workshops and whatnot. And so I'll kind of oversee those three facets of the university and help try to grow and recruit. But I've always been proud to, when I get poked, I bleed green versus red. And so I've been a proud 4-H agent in Nueces County for 6 years and been in extension for over 10 as an agent. And when I got here, there were some big shoes to fill in terms of just the history of the agents that were here, and Harvey Buring and Karen Vaughn that go way back when, and they set some great examples. And so I was proud to get here and be part of the team. And it is a team effort. It's not just about me. I have some amazing coworkers that I could not get accomplished and have the success with the youth that we have without the different agents in the office. They play a huge role in supporting the youth. We're top 3 or so in enrollment on nearly 800 kids in the 4-H program in Nueces County. And so I'm proud of that, but I'm proud of the success that those kids have had in going into underserved communities in Costa Rica and going to leadership conferences in Washington, D.C., and then just the local efforts at the stock show and the major livestock shows. We've had a good run over the years and continued the last 6 years, and I'm proud of that. But what makes me the most proudest is that I've got a team effort at the office that I'll support that and that success, support those kids, and they're always the greatest cheerleaders to help those kids have that success. And along with the collaborative effort of y'all as the current court, previous court members as well, they've always saw a value in our youth in the 4-H program, and for that I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Kyle. I'd like to take a motion and then a second, please.
Second.
I've got a multiple second. Commissioner Modis for the clerk. And at this time, I'd like to ask your colleagues, I don't know if you would like to say anything. Norma, Jason, welcome to court.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Not only is the recognition for Kyle greatly appreciated, but the recognition for the program. So I met Kyle about 16, 17 years ago. He was a volunteer in a neighboring county that I was an agent in. And it was pretty evident, as it is to the rest of us, that he has a love and a passion for the ag industry and for youth education. When he joined our Nueces County team about 6 years ago, he has helped us to provide opportunities for our 4-H youth, from photography to food and nutrition, robotics, interior and fashion, and design, and also livestock. Kyle has helped us to build a program that has had many successes. We've had, he mentioned a few, but we've had some state contest winners and quite a few scholarship recipients, which, that's what we strive for, right? For those children to get the best out of the program and to move on and to lead successful lives and be productive citizens. So we are very grateful for his commitment to our county program, and we'll miss him, and we wish him nothing but success and happiness in this new chapter moving forward in his professional career. So thank you, Kyle.
I haven't known Kyle quite as long as Norma has, but it's certainly been a huge pleasure to have the opportunity to interact with him on a daily basis. And, with a program of over roughly 800 kids, and then the volunteer base that supports that, it's not one man, it is a part of our team, but it goes beyond that. It's the volunteers in the community that also make this happen. And that's one of the things that I think Kyle has been very, very skilled at is motivating individuals, motivating youth to want to do things, and then motivating that volunteer base to support the desires of those youth in the community. And that has really been the core to Kyle's success and his ability. And I think that's something that, anyone that fills his shoes is really going to have a whole hurdle to jump in motivating individuals like he has the ability to do. And so we are excited to see him move forward with his career, and we'll miss him.
Kyle, it feels, I know, bittersweet. As I said this morning, it's kind of like the rain, We wish great things for everybody that touch, for people that come in and touch our lives. But you are one of those very difficult to replace people. So I did want to ask a little bit about the process. Can you tell us how quickly there'll be a transition for a new 4-H agent?
So Norma probably can speak a little bit on that more so than myself,
Okay.
but we actually have someone we want to introduce to the court.
Please.
That is somewhat of a support to the program, and we'll do that. 2 years ago, there was an opportunity for Nueces County to get an assistant 4-H agent that
Okay.
would go through, it's a training position, and it is not a county, because our positions are dually funded between county and state. This was a state-only funded position.
Okay.
And they saw the value in putting an assistant agent there, so we had Lane for about a year, and then she moved on, and with COVID, it somewhat froze, but they just recently opened it, so we have now hired a new assistant agent, and I'll let Norma introduce him. He is here today, but I do think that from discussions with my boss, Donnie, that they intend to get the position filled fairly quickly. There's obviously a need for it, and I don't know all the steps they'll go through, but I do know that there is a desire to get it filled fairly quickly.
Okay.
So I'll let Norma talk about Logan.
Yes, and just to let you know, Kyle is officially still in the position till the end of the month.
Okay.
So when a position is vacated, they kind of take a look at the program itself in the county and the need and how quickly that needs to be done. And obviously, as you've heard, we've got about 800 youth, and it is a huge program, one of the top 3 programs in the state. So that'll be done fairly quickly. We'll go
Okay.
through that process. So we're hoping in the next couple of months. But Logan? We, as Kyle mentioned, we've had an assistant 4-H position in the past, and just recently, as of last week, Logan Bauer joined our group. Logan is an A&M College Station graduate. He has had a 4-H career, FFA career, and so we are really excited to have him here. This was not planned. It just kind of all happened, and so we're grateful that we have at
Wonderful.
least a month with Kyle to get Logan trained and get him kind of on his feet and going. The assistant 4-H position is about an 18 to 24 month appointment, and the hope is that we train him, mentor him, and provide him the skills to go and fill in a position somewhere else in the state. So
Very exciting. Welcome. And we're excited that we get to be a part of enriching your life and career choice. And I can't think of a better place to, as they say, get your feet wet than in Nueces County, one of the best of the best. So
absolutely, that's
wonderful.
what we think.
Wonderful. And I'll just remind the audience and all commissioners, it's sometimes interesting how certain projects fall in certain territories. And although we support each other, as the Reverend said this morning, in unity, some projects touch all of our hearts. 4-H is one of those. There is not one precinct that is not adequately represented in 4-H. And so the asset might be in one Commissioner Modis's precinct where we all gather, but the children are from all of Nueces County. And we should never, ever forget that. Our commitment is to everybody. And that's what's so special about this particular program, Logan, is that I think you'll find that we can be a great resource to you. And I hope that you will call on us often to see how we can, and we'll call on you.
Yes.
And that's how that works too. In fact, we're having State of the County on August 25th. Normally, I'd be calling Kyle and saying, Kyle, we'd love to have the Green Jackets serve as ambassadors. So, Logan, we'd like to have the Green Jackets serve as ambassadors. Now you know how it works. That's the voluntold. But at any rate, we welcome you. And this is the best part. All those in favor, can I have a resounding aye, please, for the passage of this beautiful recognition from Mr. McManus? Then I'd like to ask if we could have the honor of a photo. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Post same sign. Kyle, would you join us? Norma, Jason, Logan, Kevin? I'm going to stay back. Again, I'm really sad about this, but I get my hug later, okay? Brett, would you take that down for me? Logan, good to meet you. Thank you. As they say, assume the formation here. I like feeling tall, though.
Brent, come in just a little.
We're waiting on Joe.
Okay. Everybody see me? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
All right, everybody just keep smiling for about 2 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. Kyle, this is for you, so just be patient.
This is for your scrapbook, Kyle. For your record book, right? Yes. I'm sorry, record book.
Oh, boy. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You want to get one of these?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you guys. Yeah, absolutely. Would you, thank you. Flo is gonna get one more picture of us. That's nice. Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna advance it. Yeah, I was. Yeah, so you're gonna open up public comment for I-69, and then I'm gonna advance it.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank
See
you.
you soon.
I. M. Thank you.
Okay.
Judge, I'm sorry, I was going to table again an item that I put on, if that was okay, while you're looking through things. Would that be all right to do that now?
I'm happy to entertain that. Could you just tell us which item?
Yes, ma'am, it's 3A18, and I haven't had a chance to get with the county attorney on this yet.
All right,
To
I'll take your
discuss.
table. Look for a second.
Yeah, and I need a little time on this, so maybe the second meeting in August
All right,
instead of the first
Tyner,
one.
if you'll get the clerk that date. And if Mr. Chesney needs it earlier, he can always get it earlier.
I'm good, I'll need that.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye,
Aye.
thank you, thank you.
Same sign.
Judge, I as well would like to table Leha Group.
Sure, which item, if you don't
Trying to
mind?
Find it.
All right, maybe Mr. Little can help us.
16.
16?
16, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll take the table as your motion, if that's okay. Second. And I've got a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, would you like it on a date that is early August or late August?
I'll have to let you know on that.
Okay, just let the clerk know, let Tyner know, so she can let the clerk know. At this time, although general information reports come next in our agenda, let me open up public comment again at this time, and then I'm going to advance an item to assist a colleague in mental health, and that's Mr. Mark Hendricks, but we're first going to do public comment again. I open it up for the purposes of discussing an important item that also got revealed late last week, and to help me, given the status of my voice and throat, is Miss Belinda Hinojosa Person, but I can play the trustee assistant with the visual aid here. Hold on. And for the camera, I'm gonna see if I can get this. And as you guys know, a little higher, Tyner, maybe would you be so kind? You're gonna be in a better shape. As you might know, my predecessor was really an icon in I-69 Alliance. I believe he was one of the founding members of the I-69 Alliance, along with Charlie Zahn, the chairman of the Port of Corpus Christi. This alliance is a formulation of many counties from all over the country, to be honest with you, that find themselves along the corridor that has been designated I-69. And we meet formally in big groups quarterly, but we also have executive meetings almost every month, and we have all kinds of advocacy meetings as well in Washington and in Austin. And Belinda has really, through her role as governmental affairs officer, has really been assisting me in attending a lot of these meetings so that we can divide and conquer. But something special happened last week, and we wanted to bring it to you. Belinda?
Sure. And just as a general background for the public, Interstate 69 has been a project that has started probably since the early 90s. And what it is, it's a series of incremental upgrades to existing highways. And the idea is to basically have this route that starts from the south, from your lower Rio Grande Valley, all the way up to Michigan for freight, as a freight corridor or travel corridor. And, sorry. And so anyway, we're excited to be able to say that 3.3 more miles of Interstate 69 East was added to this highway system just recently, and it was approved by the Transportation Commission. And this area is between Bishop and Robstown. And that's basically what the map that Tyner is holding up for you to show, that 3.3 miles have been added to Interstate 69. So progressively, we're making progress to get this route completed. And just so y'all know, in Texas, this route will cover over 1,000 miles, 1,150 miles.
Thank you. Are there, this is not a question-answer situation, but we can always place it on an agenda upcoming if you all want to talk more about it. But this is pretty significant in the world of transportation. Getting this designation in our county is just highly momentous. And so congratulations to Robstown, Texas. Congratulations to Nueces County and to the I-69 Alliance. And as we see infrastructure come to the forefront of our Congress, look for more exciting things to happen along I-69. Thank you, Belinda, for that report. At this time, I'll close public comment, but I will give everybody one last opportunity since I opened it up for ourselves. What is good for the goose is good for the gander, so anybody else? Okay, hearing no other public comment requests at this time, we'll close it and go back. And I'd like to advance for the purposes of efficiency in government. Item number 3A4, receive a presentation from the Nueces Center for Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities on the possible renovation of the MHID facility at 1630 South Brownlee for the purposes of a Nueces County Diversion Center. And the only thing I'm going to do is I kind of promised the DA's office that we would let them know. If you would please somebody text them so they can turn on their televisions and their computer monitors and they can listen to Mark's presentation. Just give them, I told him I would give them a heads up. I appreciate that, Tyner. Text Angelica. Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate you moving this item up. My youngest has fallen sick at school and got a call that he's vomiting, so we got to go get him here pretty quick. So our CEO, Mr. Mike Davis, also asked me to extend his apologies for not being able to be here. Unfortunately, he's asked me to share this with y'all, but unfortunately, he's in COVID protocols, so he's in quarantine at the moment. So thank you for having us. We're here today. By the way, I'm Mark Hendricks. I'm the Director of Operations for the Nueces Center for Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities. I'm joined by our Mental Health Director, Ms. Andrea Kovarek, here to my left. And what we want to talk to you all about today is the concept of a diversion center for Nueces County and what that might look like, the potential renovation of one of our existing facilities to make that a possibility. And as I go through this, Judge, Commissioners, if there are any questions, please feel free to ask.
And we're going to go ahead and put it on everybody's screen. There we go.
And truly, if you need to leave and someone else can do this, man, you've got a great excuse.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. Shouldn't take us too long.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sorry, I was just going to give it a second for it to pull up on the screen.
It's easier for me to control if I don't go into full play.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was
Yeah,
waiting
just
for you,
tell
Connie.
Connie to advance slide for you, and she will.
Sounds good. So, just a brief history. Not everybody may be familiar, but who is MHID? We are what's known as the Local Mental Health Authority, and we're designated as such and contracted by the Health and Human Services Commission as the Local Mental Health Authority for Nueces County, and that's pursuant to the provisions of interlocal cooperation contracts, Chapter 791 of the Texas Government Code, and Chapter 533 and 534 of the Texas Health and Safety Code. We are one of 39 LMHAs in the state of Texas, and together we provide a wide array of mental health and intellectual disability services to all 254 counties in Texas. As an organization, we are a unit of local government and are governed by a 9-member board of trustees, and we are one of only 6 LMHAs in the state of Texas that are accredited by the Joint Commission for Behavioral Health. We have 2 primary divisions: our Mental Health Services Department, which serves both adults and adolescents aged 3 to 17, and our Intellectual and Developmental Disability Services, which serves all ages. While we have a variety of fund sources, including state and federal grants, the core of our services are funded by Health and Human Services Commission. We are designed primarily to serve persons who are indigent, meaning they have no insurance at all, and those who are Medicaid eligible. We serve on average over 10,000 individuals a year across the organization within Nueces County, and as an organization, we have been providing services to Nueces County for over 50 years. So how did we get here, and why are we here talking about the potential for a divergence center? Well, this conversation really started 2.5, 3 years ago with the advent of the Community Collaborative, which was established through the leadership of this court and the Nueces County Hospital District, along with partners in law enforcement, the Nueces County Sheriff's Office, DA's Office, and Corpus Christi Police Department. So back in August of 2018, that collaborative was established in recognition of the growing challenges between behavioral health issues and law enforcement. The collaborative, up to this point, has had 3 core components, which was the creation of crisis intervention teams, which provides a template for pre-arrest diversion, the expansion of jail diversion, which had been in place in the community for some time, but allowed us to greatly expand those impacts, which is post-arrest, and a jail-based competency restoration program, which assists individuals who are incompetent to stand trial in regaining competency in jail in Nueces County rather than waiting an average of over 200 days for a state hospital bed. So it's really designed to create and enhance diversionary activities for persons otherwise taken to jail or inpatient care. Our CIT teams have served over 1,050 persons through April of 2021, and that includes 334 diversions from arrest and hospitalization. Our jail diversion, which is the post-arrest, bringing individuals out of jail to participate in services. We've had 26 released and enrolled in services. And our jail-based competency restoration has served 16, with 3 currently enrolled, and 13 have been successfully restored without state hospitalization, which is a huge accomplishment because on average that takes about 250 days or so to get to a state hospital bed, and an average of 6 months to restore once they reach the state hospital. These services have resulted in significant savings estimations through reduced incarceration, avoidance of inpatient care, the reduction of emergency medical service utilization, and more. Additional programming, which is coming online and actually has come online in the last week, this quarter will continue to expand the services and supports that are offered to the citizens of Nueces County. So that phase 2 programming, which has just begun, essentially effective March of 2021, MHID, the hospital district, and the county expanded that collaborative project to include additional programming for diversionary efforts and long-term services and supports. While our organization, as well as everyone else's, has experienced some COVID-related delays that have impacted recruitment, hiring, and onboarding, we are now operating all of these expanded programs. It includes forensic assertive community treatment, a walk-in crisis clinic, which launched yesterday, and mobile crisis and CIT expansion. And I'm going to pause there if there are any questions. I know I've gone a little quick.
It's
All right.
exciting, the walk-in crisis. You've been working on that, so yesterday was your inaugural launch.
Yes, ma'am. Yesterday was the first day.
Congrats.
Absolutely. And what that does is it provides the ability for persons who are brought to us by law enforcement or are referred or identified through our other crisis teams or our other general services, immediate access to a prescribing provider and engagement in our services. No waiting for an intake, no waiting for a doctor's appointment. It's on demand.
Right. And our sheriff joined us, and the DA's office joined us, so thank you both for being here. We just thought you would want to come see this presentation, and I think the walk-in crisis clinic can really begin this, quest for diversion.
Absolutely.
Keep going.
So what you see on screen right now with these graphs is really just a summary of the first contract year, which was the first full contract year, which was contract year 2020, and year-to-date for contract year 2021. In the red columns, you see the expenses to operate the programs. In the blue columns, you see the estimated savings associated with these activities. So in contract year 2020, the estimated savings were a little over $4 million for these activities. And thus far, through Q3, we're looking. This is not cumulative on the graph to your right until we get to Q4, but we're on track to beat our performance in the previous year. So cost savings estimates at a glance, how do we look at this and what does it mean for the community, and how does diversion play a role in saving the community dollars? On average, a hospitalization cost for a person with mental illness is about $3,100, and that's based on hospital district data. One emergency department medical clearance, $482 and change. And the cost to activate SWAT, $7,000 according to CCPD. A single EMS dispatch, $1,750. Patrol officers on scene, $27 hourly rate average. A very conservative cost for incarcerating a mentally ill person in jail is $137 a day, and that's based on a 2013 Hogg Foundation policy brief. And just for the record, none of these have been adjusted for inflation or have changed over time. This is essentially what we've stuck to in trying to evaluate the return on investment for these programs.
I love that the site, forgive me, the footnote is Leon, our good friend Leon Evans.
Yes, and some of the work that he pioneered in Bexar County back in 2008 kind of laid a lot of the groundwork for what we're able to do here. So a single arrest episode costs $2,900, court costs $122. And really, it's worth noting the cost savings estimates are not inclusive of other expense avoidance, such as parole, probation, attorney's fees, lab testing, evidence testing, all of those activities that go with interaction, being charged with a crime and interaction with the criminal justice system. So diversion, at its core, saves dollars associated with all of these activities. But again, it's very difficult to prove what does not happen. So there's an element of best informed guess when we calculate these things. So a review of diversion as a concept, in which you see the little diagram on your left, is SAMHSA's sequential intercept model. And basically, in a nutshell, each of these levels of intercept represent a point of interaction with either the healthcare system or the criminal justice system. And each one of those intercepts are opportunities to implement or create diversion, meaning avoidance of hospitalization, avoidance of incarceration. So the current activities of the collaborative really support elements of intercepts 0, 1, 2, 3, and 5. And the creation of a diversion center really helps us work towards full implementation of intercepts 2, 3, 4, and 5 while dramatically improving 0, 1, 3, and 5.
And Mark, just so that the court understands, because we've had a lot of, discussions about this, this is pre-arrest.
Yes.
That's the most important takeaway here today.
Absolutely. So pre-arrest diversion is really the core of the concept of having a diversion center. It's also a major part of the collaborative through our crisis intervention teams in partnership with law enforcement. There are some key components that go along with this concept, not only of the community collaborative, but also the diversion center as a whole. And that's the need to create a dedicated mental health court and other adjudication options, the potential to develop an on-call ADA to support law enforcement in diversionary decision-making at the point of potential arrest, and additional diversion processes at booking, both at the county level and the city detention center. So implementation of those processes and systems within the judiciary to support court-ordered and court-compelled treatments is another huge component. For example, orders of protective custody, which allow and support access to care and treatment and diversionary efforts and help ensure long-term success. So before we talk about what a diversion center is, next slide, Connie, let's talk about what a diversion center is not. A diversion center is not an inpatient care facility or a hospital. Its goal is really to provide short-term supervised shelter along with 24-hour monitoring and support. And that support offers engagement to help springboard recovery for individuals who are being referred or diverted from the criminal justice system. It is not an extended observation unit, which would be longer-term monitoring and treatment in an inpatient setting. It is not a crisis stabilization unit in the sense that that is an inpatient level of care and treatment. And it is not a crisis residential unit, which would entail persons being housed there for longer than 30 days and would require a much higher level of medical care and treatment than what we're looking at in a diversion center. It's also not akin to an intensive outpatient program or a partial hospitalization program that you would see in the private hospitals, but it can certainly play a role in supporting those activities.
And what would you say the average, time based on what you and I know about other diversion centers? So just give people an idea. It could be up to 3 days, potentially.
Yeah, definitely. And so in many ways, it's very similar to a respite service, but
Right.
it's enhanced. And so you have on-site medical care, on-site psychiatry,
Yeah.
et cetera. And so really, the average length of stay is probably more like 7 to 14 days in a diversion center. And really, the goal there is to establish and stabilize whatever that crisis episode is and engage that person in other long-term services and supports so that they can be successful when they transition out of a diversion center. So it could go as high, so Harris County's diversion center, as an example, is about that same time frame, 7 to 14 days. I think based on the last conversation we had with them, one of the longest was about 22 days. But again, it's a case of having this as an option oftentimes for people is wash, rinse, repeat. If you have an opportunity to divert somebody multiple times, it's just like any other psychiatric crisis. It means you did something right the first time. That person's still alive. They're still around. And so it's not out of the realm of, it's not uncommon for individuals to require multiple diversionary efforts before they engage. And what a diversion center does is make that much easier to do. So what is a diversion center and what does a diversion center do? It really serves as a single point of drop-off for law enforcement. And in doing so, it helps reduce unnecessary arrests and hospitalizations. It provides 24-hour monitoring, support, and engagement, access to psychiatric medication management and treatment as part of engagement, and longer-term outpatient services and supports. It offers recovery-oriented programming, including access to peer support. And if you're unfamiliar with peer support, that is services provided by persons who themselves are in recovery from either substance abuse or dependence and or mental illness. And so in a nutshell, a peer specialist is a walking, talking beacon of hope that recovery and success is possible. Ideally, the diversion center is going to be operated in collaboration with law enforcement and the DA's office with the support of the jail and the courts. It will be designed to integrate and interface with other community resources and supports to create a truly community-based entry point for services. And at the end of the day, it's much cheaper than doing nothing in the long run and will lead to exponential increases in diversions and engagement from all parties. We know the data, the research has been done. The Meadows Foundation and the report that they provided to the county clearly outlines that these activities and processes are successful, that they work, that they're very cost effective in the long run. A preliminary estimate for us in renovating this facility, which you see pictured here, and this is rough, but would be $1.5 to $2 million, which is equivalent to about $100 to $150 a square foot. And that would allow for up to 36 diversion beds in that facility. And in a nutshell, renovation is far more affordable than new construction, especially in today's day and age. So scope, what would it look like? Who's eligible? Who are we targeting? It's persons who commit or are charged with low-level nonviolent crimes, those who have or appear to have a history of mental illness and or substance abuse problems, individuals that are not in acute crisis, meaning they do not need to go to inpatient care, and will not meet criteria for an emergency detention. At the core, in most circumstances, they need to be voluntarily seeking services at the point of diversion. It's designed to serve persons aged 18 and over. And as a note, as a local mental health authority in service to Nueces County, our crisis and transitional services are available to all persons of all ages, regardless of fund status or insurance status. So general goals and outcomes for a diversion center, it's really aiming to reduce the number of individuals with mental health issues that are engaging regularly with law enforcement, particularly on low-level misdemeanor charges, reducing the number of individuals with mental health issues in jail, reducing the number of individuals in emergency rooms in hospitals. Ultimately, it will lead to the improvement of the people's lives through engagement, assessment, and treatment. It will help assess and link individuals to the necessary programs and supports based on a comprehensive assessment at the point of diversion. And some of those supports and resources may not be MHIDs. This is really people, it's designed as a pressure relief valve for law enforcement in the hospital system. But ultimately, the goal is to engage individuals in long-term programming. MHID already provides the overwhelming majority of those outpatient behavioral health services for persons who are indigent or Medicaid eligible. And ultimately, we want to ensure, in partnership, positive stakeholder satisfaction. So that's not only our partners in the collaborative with law enforcement, the jail, the DA's office, et cetera, it's also the citizens of Nueces County. So the specific services that would be on offer are assessment, integrated treatment and care planning to assist a person in stabilization and engagement in care, medication management, both through on-site primary care and on-site psychiatric care, psychosocial programming, substance use disorder interventions, rehabilitative services, respite beds, peer support, and extensive discharge planning to ensure success after the diversion takes place.
You know, Mark, excuse me, Mark.
Yes, sir, Jack.
It's already going back, you know, we and I, we made some trips to San Antonio, a couple of them, and then one to Houston. You know, and the one in Houston, which was located in a community neighborhood, right?
That's correct.
You remember going to that one?
Yes, sir.
And this, I'm picturing this as almost the same thing as the one in Houston. The one in San Antonio being a lot larger. We
Right.
talk about 36 beds, now we're talking about San Antonio, right? So I think that we're going here in phase one of this, and to me, what we're doing phase one, we have to look at phase two and phase three.
Absolutely.
Because it's gonna have to be a one-stop shop, you know? And hopefully when we knock down Memorial, that's hopefully, my vision is that that's where it's gonna come, you know? So I think while we still getting ready for phase one, we need to be projecting what phase two's gonna look like. And not wait till it gets here and then start talking about phase two, because now we gotta go back to square one. And I think that by working with the law enforcement, it'll help the jail. But I mean, I never agreed to a 24-hour or 48-hour. That doesn't work. I mean, and you mentioned 7 days to 14 days. I think that probably worked. We'll keep them out at least that long to try to make sure they don't go back and go back to the same old routine, right?
Right.
And you're going to have those that are, of course, revolving doors, right, that are going to come back all the time. But I think it's something that the jail will benefit if we know that we're going to be treating them for 7 days to 14 days. You know, maybe pre-arrest, no arrest, you know, the pre-release or arrest and release or something like that. So I'm just hoping we're talking about looking at phase two in this thing also.
Yes, sir. I think throughout the collaborative process in creating these programs and operationalizing them for the community, we've always begun with the end in mind, and that's why 2.5 years ago, going on 3 years ago now, we took that contingency as a community to Harris Center and looked at the Judge Ed Emmett Diversion Center. Right. And that's really the model that we're looking at. They've had tremendous success. We know it's a model that works. But their model is not necessarily, Houston is a lot different than Corpus Christi. So as we conceptualize it, it's something that as a community, you know, we'll work together to make it fit for what the community wants and needs.
Sure. Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So,
go ahead, sorry.
No problem. So in closing, a diversion center as a concept drastically improves our community's response and support for persons struggling with mental health and substance abuse issues. It provides an opportunity for immediate enrollment and engagement in a long-term system of care, which is already funded and designed to serve persons who are indigent and Medicaid eligible, and whom experience serious mental illness, serious emotional disturbance, and serious substance abuse or addictions issues. It's a community-based solution to a community-based problem because it's not something that MHID or any single agency is going to be able to do on their own. And at the end of the day, the goal is to reduce unnecessary arrests, hospitalizations, and costs to taxpayers while providing a bridge to recovery for some of our community's most vulnerable. Really, the challenges that we face in our community around this issue are significant, but I'm confident, not only because of what we've been able to accomplish as a community thus far, that we're going to be able to continue to work towards addressing this issue. And on the right side of your screen there, you see what some might feel is a little cheesy, but I like it. I think it's a great analogy
I like it
for
too.
The intent and the goal and the mission of not only our organization, but the collaborative as a whole and what we're trying to do here. Sometimes issues around homelessness, mental health issues, especially as they continue to increase coming out of the pandemic, seem overwhelming. But if we look at that story as an analogy, it's one person at a time, one diversion at a time. Sure. It's going to make a difference for people over time. So that's conceptually what we wanted to do today, is introduce the idea, the concept, look at how we might be able to offer a solution.
I have one more question. If, they're on there, say 14 days, 7 days, will you be working together or contacting the DA's office on some of this, keep them abreast of what's going on with some of this, I don't want to call them impatient because they're there temporarily, right?
Right.
Or the sheriff department, the sheriff wants, I got somebody, I need to get out right away because, it's a misdemeanor case or whatever it is.
Right.
I mean, there wouldn't be a waiting, would there be a waiting period? I mean,
So maybe you can provide, maybe we'd like to have you back on our next meeting so you could do the flow chart. That would
Sure.
showcase that in order for them to get diverted, the DA's office would be contacted first. So there is a constant communication. The DA's office is the one that allows the diversion to occur in the first place.
That's correct. And so officers' discretion only goes so far as what officers are comfortable with doing and diverting. That's the concept behind having that partnership, which has been in place with the existing jail diversion process for some time in collaboration with the jail and the sheriff's office. But it's about expanding that and reinforcing it. And in fact, Connie, if we want to go back to, I'm not sure what slide number it is, but it's titled A Review of Diversion. We'll take another look at this flow chart here, and you can kind of see how that process flows. Now, it's not necessarily going to give you the specifics, but it gives you the conceptualization of how that diversionary decision-making process takes place.
There we go.
So you look at Intercept Zero, which is your crisis lines, your crisis care continuum, most of which is operated by MHID from a behavioral health standpoint. And then Intercept One being 911 and local law enforcement. 99% of people that go into psychiatric crisis, this is where they first hit the system, either through the 911 and law enforcement process or through the community crisis response system, which is our 24-hour crisis line, our MCOT teams, our CIT teams with law enforcement, et cetera. So at that point, that's Intercept One, that's where arrests occur. And the idea there is, rather than just relying on a situation, say, for example, a person with schizophrenia who hasn't been in participating in services walks into a Stripes, grabs a Gatorade and a Snickers bar because they're hungry and they're thirsty, but they're not oriented to where they're at, what they're doing. They don't understand that what they're doing is a crime because they're psychotic. Historically, that person goes to jail, but it's also theft. There's a victim there. And so having the ADA and the district attorney's office as a partner in that process really helps support law enforcement in those diversionary activities. Because that DA can say, no, we're not going to charge that. Go ahead and take them. It's true pre-arrest. And to answer your question specifically, Jag, about the communication process that occurs, that's going to be whatever we want it to be. As it stands currently, with a lot of what we as a community have put in place with jail diversion, the crisis intervention processes, there is a communication process that exists already with communication and identification of persons eligible for diversion coming out of jail with Debbie Doomsnail, Sheriff Hooper, and his staff, and the district attorney's office determining whether or not they're appropriate for release. So it's integral. You can't do one without the other. You have to have that partnership and communication and collaboration in order to make it work, because at the end of the day, there are elements of public safety involved too. And so that's why everybody has to be on the same page.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. It's a good report. Can you give us a copy of this diagrams here? No?
Absolutely. Tyner has a copy,
Well-
and, I think as we move forward, Judge, to your point, I think it's certainly worth coming back and talking about a little bit more of the specifics for how we want it to operate.
Right. I think today's goal was the introduction, but it's fair to go ahead and give you, as I say, the preview is that we have a serious problem in our jail with jail population being too high. We know that a good portion of the jail population currently is a population that could have benefited by potentially this exact type of program. So we think that the time is now. In fact, this little piece of paper tells us we have 30 days to get a program and a new plan in place for our jail. And this needs to be part and parcel of it. So in many ways, we're helping one another. This is, step one. But what Mark and Mike and their board have been discussing is they own this building. They've owned it for 40 years. They could lease this building to Nueces County, who could then avail themselves of, quite frankly, a lot of opportunities for money at the state and federal level, but mainly at the state level, to work on a remediation for this building to be perfectly utilized for behavioral health. It will take dollars to get this building satisfactory up to the behavioral health standards of 2021. But we can do that in short order and affect real change within a real time frame that would make a difference. Memorials raising isn't going to take place for some time, and building a new structure would take a lot of dollars. And while that's in the future for us, it's not in the quick future. And so this is a way to affect real change. And we're really thankful to your board for really making certain that this is in keeping with their vision. And I think that's maybe next on the agenda, next time, is we're trying to figure out how those agreements might look. And I wanted the county attorney to hear it for the first time today, as well as our side in governmental affairs, so we can figure out how would this work. They own the building. We want to basically run, because the money comes to us, not to them. That's the problem. They can't, they can operate, but we would have to figure out how to be the tenant that remediated it. Or not. Maybe we could figure out a way to pass the funds to them so they do the remediation. I'm not sure what the right, process is as I sit here this moment. All I know is that we can figure it out together, but we have to have the will to say it's got to be done. So our jail diversion task force has been meeting regularly, and this is why today's agenda item was brought to you. So, are there any other questions for Mark?
I've got one. Mark,
Yes, sir.
when you said there's people that are not insured, I was under the assumption when they created this Obamacare, everybody would qualify, especially the ones that couldn't afford it. They'd be automatically enrolled or something like that?
Unfortunately, sir, that's not the case. Texas was one of many states that did not expand the Medicaid as part of the Affordable Care Act. In addition to that, Texas is the uninsured capital of the country. And basically, when you look at the population we already serve, we're looking at roughly a third of our population actually having insurance. The rest are either indigent, enrolled in the hospital district's indigent care program. But we have a lot of uninsured people in Nueces County, and that really makes it very difficult to access resources and supports for people. But that's the great thing about that is organizations like ours and the other 39 centers in Texas are there for that exact reason, to serve those people.
Yeah, I remember now that Texas didn't go into it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, Andrea, thank you for being here. Mark, thanks for being here.
Thank you all.
Tyner, I think if it's the will of the court, if you all are satisfied with this background presentation, on our next court, let's have this robust discussion about maybe taking action to direct our county attorney to start this this concept of what do these memorandums of understanding look like so we can get to the next phase. I also want to say that Mark and Mike and I and everybody working on ARPA, we have asked Haggerty to help us understand mental health programs are a permissive use of American Relief Plan Act fund. Those are our $70 million. I can't think of a better way to get us jump-started into saving money than to make this investment. However, we're going to DC tomorrow to try to figure out what exactly does that mean, mental health programs, right? Does it allow for infrastructure? We don't know yet. We're working on it. So we'll bring this back on August 7th, Tyner. Might have to have a general format, but I think it needs to at least include a discussion of ARPA, discussion of the building. And I'm not sure if we need a resolution from your board, but I might ask you to think about that. And I trust you, but as I say, verify. It would be great to go ahead and get your board to have a resolution so we know that we have the right to ask our attorneys to start engaging with you guys on the idea of remediation of the building.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
I'll come back,
Thank you,
I'll
Mark.
come back into regular order now. I happen to have, you know what, let me stop my thoughts there. I happen to have the First Assistant DA here. Let me just not make her go up to come back down. Peter Collins is here. Let's advance that item and take care of you before you have to go back up. Tyner, I'm going to go ahead and advance the item number 8 that Peter Collins was going to give to us. And I recognize that's 3A8. Receive the update on the additional electronic storage for the district attorney's office. And Peter is here representing the city of Corpus Christi, but he's been a great partner to have in the fight against COVID-19, working very closely with emergency management. And we called upon him again recently when we had the issue with the data storage and the Panasonic concerns with the video downloading. And so, Peter, can you give us an update? And also, you know, as they say, don't be shy. If there's things that this court needs to take a policy action on, it's not on the agenda this time, but we can get it on the agenda if you feel like we're missing something. Our goal is to make sure the administration of justice is not hampered by connectivity that's slow.
Sure. Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Been working closely with the DA's office. The issue first is that a huge issue trying to get videos from the PD to the DA's office itself.
Yes.
Multiple issues. In order to get to a solution, we needed to fix a number of IT issues. One was the connectivity was too slow. 2, the way the DA's office was receiving videos, they would receive it in a download, which then they would use a viewer for MP4, which is a video format that's pretty common. But we wanted to give the DA's office the speediness of receiving the videos without actually having to export them out of the Panasonic system. So we set up a publishing server, which we refer to as the DA's web server, right? Publishing server. What that was able to do is that it allowed the DA's office to quickly access the video once it was there, and I underscore once it was there, and then they could utilize the Panasonic software for the viewing. The next step, which is still, this is all still work in progress, is that when they have to export the video out of the system into an MP4 format, it's time consuming. Some of that work can be done behind the scenes, sent to a public defender through an email. They click on it, they download it. But, you know, technology goes only so far. But when you actually start solving the problem as a whole, you understand that we have people involved. Can the PD do things differently to assist the DA's office to receive the videos in a timely fashion. Obviously, there's room for improvement, which we'll be working on. I have a meeting tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, and we're going to discuss those issues further.
Yeah.
So it's still a combination of staffing to a sense, and this is not saying anybody's a bad person or not doing their jobs or whatever, but we got to bring a solid process from the very beginning to the delivery to the DA's office to the delivery of the export outside.
Got it.
Have there been improvements? There definitely has been improvements from when I first started, but we're not done with this. But the most important thing is the feedback, because I'm not going to step away from this until we know we solved the problem.
Right.
So, and that's a team effort. I'm a
Right.
team player. You all know that about me. So I'm not here to not be a team player. I'll
Well,
spend
we
the time.
appreciate I think that's all that the DA's office really wanted in the first place, was the opportunity to say, hey, this process could be vastly improved, and since the beginning, you've been willing to step up and be involved with the process that gets us there. If it's not where it needs to be, let's keep advancing so that we can get it there. And I know that I ride up in the elevators with some of the younger prosecutors, so I get to just say, hey, how's it going? Is it better? And I can always tell by their face, do I tell her? Do I not tell her? And they don't have to say a word. If it's not an overwhelming, yes, it's great, then I know that we can make improvements. I just want to say thank you for all of the great efforts. And I think if we could maybe even memorialize, sometimes if we write it down, it becomes maybe it's not an official contract, but it feels like one, that we could have sort of the processes memorialized between the PD and the DA's office. Then everybody's held to that standard. It doesn't change because people change. And I'm not sure what we could do, but it sounds like the meeting tomorrow morning is with, who would it be with, Peter?
It's with the DA's office.
And the police
And then
department?
I'm going to go meet with the PD.
Okay.
And then the plan is to have everybody meet.
Great.
Okay? So a nice service level agreement is always nice to have.
That's what I'm thinking.
When a request is made to the PD for a video, that it gets published in X amount of time, who is the contact? Is there somebody leading the charge?
Right.
And maybe, I'm not familiar 100% with the DA's processes, but if somebody from the public defender office requests a video, who does it go to there?
Yeah.
And what's the time, turnaround time?
Well, technology, organizational charts, okay? And
Yes.
what the county probably just wasn't contemplating was having a POC for the, we need a repository, right? Somebody whose sole job it is maybe to make sure that these videos are received timely and downloaded properly. And that's something we just didn't have the luxury to have. So as a result, we don't have the process that we need. We did buy extra storage, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, it's already implemented.
And it's implemented, okay.
Yes, that's that works, that part, the storage of what's requested from the DA's
Okay.
office. There was a transition time because.
And you
it
did a
was
bunch
being-
of training, as I understand it. Do you want
We've been
to?
over the office a couple of times, plus we trained, I spoke with your CIO, Daryl.
He's actually
Where is
here.
he?
Thank you,
He
Daryl,
was
for
hiding
being
back
here.
there. And he's been part of the training too with Greg and staff, correct?
Okay,
So we're looking at that to be the first line of support.
okay.
But it's
So-
a team effort, Judge.
So internally, Peter, it
Yeah.
sounds like the speed and the connectivity is okay. It's when we're trying to export is when we have these overnight downloading issues. Is that correct?
I'm still looking at that. In
Okay.
some cases, that's not the case,
Uh-huh.
but I need to analyze that further.
Okay.
Because publishing from one Panasonic server to the other is fast.
Yeah,
Exporting into an MP4 format
It's not.
takes time. And the way it's done through the software is that you actually send an email link to the person that's supposed to receive the video, and it processes it behind the scenes, and when it's completed, the conversion to MP4, then it would go, then the email sent out that your video's ready to download. We need to look at that closer
Yeah.
to see what issues are occurring.
What
And-
I guess my question would be is, if in the perfect world, with everybody's systems perfectly compatible, what would be the proper time for that MP4 download? An hour?
No, it should be,
It-
once it's an MP format, when you go to download it
Yeah, so
from,
nothing.
it should be pretty fast.
Because so
in
this
that
young
case.
lady this morning tells me, Judge, it's taken me all night. And that's what I was trying to rectify, is how we can get us to where, I just need to figure out what it is, and this is really a question for Daryl too. What is it that we could do, here to make that what it would be like in any other real world scenario? Because that's what the district attorney needs. They need to know that if,
Right.
they need to download files as quickly as their connectivity allows.
And the issue, Judge, is somebody has to pay the piper here.
Okay, well,
Because it has to.
that's common around here. Tell
Yes,
me.
it is. Because if it was just the DA's office and PD and you're publishing within the Panasonic system,
Yeah, no problem.
that's pretty quick. It's when you go to export into the MP4 format. It's supposed to work behind the scenes. And once it's completed, then it should be sent off to the email link. And I need to revisit that because it's spotty. It seems like it works or it doesn't work. But if you go to export out of the Panasonic system directly, then you're gonna sit there all day. I shouldn't say all day. You're gonna sit there for a while,
Well, it's,
hours,
yeah,
because you're doing the conversion up front instead of letting it work behind the scenes and then when it's completed. But we're gonna look at that, dive deeper into it.
okay, so that's
and
gonna be
work
part of
closely.
y'all's discussion tomorrow, because that's
Yes.
my concern. I think that's their concern.
It is.
I don't want to take words from your, if you don't mind, would you,
Yeah.
just because, would you trade with Angelica?
Yeah.
Because I advanced the item so that we could have this discussion.
And we are grateful for all the help.
Yeah,
and,
I know you are.
There's been a lot of communication, there's been a lot of help, a lot of assistance, there's been a lot of improvement. And the issue is the system itself. It's
Yeah.
not any person's
Prob-
refusal to work with or anybody's refusal to assist or help. There's a lot of hours that have gone into this and a
Yeah.
lot of communication. But it's important to understand that when we're talking about the filing of 14,000 cases a year,
Yeah,
and the fact that Haley can only download
yeah, I know.
one video at a time.
At night.
So when you can only download one video at a time and you've got 100 links, or you've got, 30 videos that need to get downloaded, and you can't just, drop and drag and get them all done at one time because you've got to get them out of that format and you've got to put them on a flash drive or you've got to download them and you can only do one at a time, that's
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
time consuming.
Well, that's human capital loss, yeah.
And so,
No, listen, that's why I said, I got on the elevator at the right time this morning.
yeah.
And all I can say is that Peter Collins is the best workaround guy in the business, okay? Peter, we either need a workaround until we get a complete new idea on how to solve the problem. And I also gonna ask, a neophyte question here, because I don't know, but if the public defender's office, is it possible that, if we were to get on the Panasonic system, so that we're all talking to each other within the system, is that a
Excuse me,
better
Judge.
Well,
possibility?
there's no public
Judge.
defender's office.
Yes?
Judge, we're missing three.
Oh, I'm sorry.
commissioners.
Forgive me, I didn't,
Pause.
okay, we'll have to pause until somebody gets, do you mind, John? One of us is paying attention to the matters of hand. Thank you, Connie and Jenny, thank you. For those of you at home,
Do we really need a quorum? Do we really? Just saying.
State law says yes. It happens in Austin all the time, but not here, where people are, I don't know, I thought this was an important subject matter. How about you? Y'all talk amongst yourselves. We'll just I'll take a little mask break, and now I can blow my nose and Nobody cares. Appreciate it, John. Yes, we're off the record. Okay, thank you, audience, for being patient, both virtually and here in the courtroom. We have 3 commissioners, and I certify that for the clerk, we have a quorum with Commissioner Matis, Gonzalez, and myself. And Angelica, we'll let you guys proceed. We can wrap up, but we've got 3 now. Just go ahead and kind of, sorry for the interruption, just go ahead
No,
and wrap us up.
We're working on it. We do have a light at the end of the tunnel.
That's good.
What we've been informed, we just were told a little while ago, and it's been confirmed, Panasonic is going to come out with an upgrade toward the beginning of the year.
Great.
And that upgrade is going to allow multiple videos to be downloaded simultaneously, which will be
Great.
a huge benefit, not only to us, but to the detectives over at CCPD. Because this is an issue that doesn't just affect us, it affects the detectives as well.
Right.
But I think the other issues that have evolved is that we're having to utilize a lot more money on flash drives. I mean, I'm signing $500, $600, $700 invoices
POs,
for flash drives that we didn't anticipate. What we were just discussing now is that part of the download issue might be that we went to these laptops and we maybe should be operating off the desktops, because it's just going to be a stronger, faster process, but that's
Yeah.
something we're going to talk about tomorrow.
Okay.
And see if whatever we can do to try
Yeah,
to fix it.
just let us
we're gonna
know. I mean,
try to fix it.
Yeah, I think my point in bringing it up today is that we were gonna get a Metrocom update, which we're gonna do next. I had Peter here. I wanted to take advantage of the fact that this is an issue that totally affects our ability to try cases, completely affects the administration of justice. And, I just know we can solve it, but it may take,
We have to solve.
money, like it always. And we need to make certain that this, gets before our court. So I just want to express why I think it's, we're not trying to, as you said, the human element is there, but there's a technological element, and it's part of keeping up with the Joneses, so to speak. We have not been able to kind of catch up with as fast as technology has gotten us. But that's good to know that Panasonic has the upgrade. Okay, guys. Well, I appreciate it. Does that kind of cover the subject matter?
Yes, Judge, thank
All right, thank you, Peter. One
Mayor,
more thing, go ahead.
Can we come back in a month and give a progress report?
Yeah, I'd love it. And then just, let me know every week how we're doing.
Sure, I can do that.
We'll just put Haley in an elevator.
I was gonna say, just get Haley to coordinate with me. I can tell, she's a good lawyer, a good prosecutor, and we want to give her the tools to be successful, that's all, Okay, super, guys. Well, look, Peter, we want to get you back to the city. And what I've done is taken a few things out of order, but you're already standing up, so why don't you take us through item number, by the way, Commissioners, no action required on item number 8, nor on, well, actually, item number 7 is very important, and I think our auditor got a little bit of advance copy on this too, so it's something I think is going to affect our budget. Tell us about our Metrocom activities. We have an upcoming meeting, but the budget is dramatically increased. I think the commission would probably want to know how we got here. Peter?
Thank you, Judge. Metrocom. Metrocom is what we use for the agency, actually, but agreement between the city and the county that does receive all our 911 calls and do all the dispatching. And that's for the county, the city, the ESDs, some school systems. So if we go on that first slide, the judge initiated that we needed to look at the original interlocal and update it to the world today. And in doing so, the Metrocom Operation Committee, we realized that we actually needed people that are involved in operations to actually be on the committee. We had not taken away from the sheriff or the police chief or whatever. They're busy with their other levels of management. But we wanted folks close to MetroCom operations so we can have good feedback on how we can steer MetroCom for improvements, gain more efficiencies. So with that said, at the interlocal, we had Chief White was appointed by the police chief at the time as far as a representative for APD. And then Chief Quintero from the fire chief. And then we had Eddie Houlihan, who was appointed by the city manager, who actually is our budget director. And then Teresa. Teresa was appointed by the county judge for the budget. And then Chief Clark, he represents the ESDs, which was appointed by the judge. Chief David Cook was appointed by the sheriff's department. And then I was appointed as the chairperson by the MetroCom board, which consists of the judge and the mayor at the time. So we're actually in our first year of actually implementing the interlocal that we changed, which the county, the commissioners court approved, and then also the city council approved too. Next slide, thank you. One of the things that did occur is that we did a financial audit of MetroCom that went back, I believe, 3 years. And there was no findings on the funding for MetroCom. The audit was completed in March of 2020, and the next audit will begin November of 21. We actually do the audit every 2 years. The cost is approximately $8,000, and we split that cost. We use Weaver and Tidwell because we use them for the outside auditing for the city, and I approached them to say, could they do this audit for us? And they said that would not be an issue at all. And I believe the county auditor didn't have an issue with it either. Well, she didn't, because I wouldn't have done it if she did. So we had the audit completed. Next slide, please. So one of the biggest issues was looking at costs. How do we allocate costs in a fair way? And how do we come up with a way that we can adjust costs based on how the world has changed? So we both agreed that we have overhead, now regardless of what happens for MetroCom. And we're partners in that, 50-50. But the issue is the city's 90% of the population and the county is 10%. And then also the number of incidences that are handled by MetroCom, 89% is the city and 11% is the county. So when you add all those factors together, then we're able to come up with a fair share on allocating the costs. The city has 76% of the costs, and the county has 24%. We have to recalculate this every 2 years, so we're going to be recalculating this formula again. And it's probably going to change, and most likely it will change in favor of the county. The county's contribution increases from 23 to 24%. The judge asked if we could step up the contribution instead of going from 22% to 24. We went to 23 last year, and it will go to 24, and then we're going to recalculate based on this formula. This should carry us way in the future, that we just stay by every 2 years, we calculate this, and things would be adjusted accordingly. Next slide, please.
And when we say that, when we get our census numbers.
Exactly, yes. So what have we been doing as the operating committee? The judge kind of talked about a little bit earlier, the pandemic, the testing for COVID, the vaccines. We tried to have meetings, but we've been able to step it up since things have changed dramatically on the vaccine front. We've already had 4 MetroCom operation committees meetings, which I must say is that we have a good team here. And I stress that when we walk into that room, we're MetroCom. We're not the city, we're not the county, we're MetroCom. We've hosted a number of small group sessions, and mainly what that translates to budget workshops. We implemented, which is really important, the 24/7 remote support for 911. This was a feature that has never been implemented. And we made sure it got implemented. I believe it was just maybe a few months ago. But the reason why it's important is because the company that supplies 911, all the equipment, the routers, the switches, they have 24/7 remote support, and they can see problems as they start and actually correct them remotely instead of us being reactive, that 911's not receiving calls or 911's not doing that. And if they can't, they see the potential problem may get larger, they can dispatch their person immediately who is local to Corpus and be on site. So that does help with the efficiency of ensuring 911 availability. We reviewed the fiscal year 2022. Yes, Judge.
And will you remind the court that we do not, as a county, and we can go over this later, I want to make sure I'm not opening up Pandora's box, but we do not receive 911 wireless revenue.
And Judge, you're correct.
I mean,
There's-
and I just want to point that out. I mean, as we see this budget increase, and there's reasons for that, and it's both historical, statutorily
Right.
mandated language, but you can see that these upgrades, like our P25 radio upgrades, like our tower upgrades, are all coming to bear almost at the same time. And I believe that I don't want the court to panic. These upgrades are absolutely necessary. But we can address it, court. I want you just to hear the information, and then through the process of budget and what I'm calling our own reconciliation, I will be making a recommendation to the court, Peter, as to how we can pay for this. And the auditor is probably thinking, and what would that be? But that's the prioritization, Dale, of our 2021 COs, maybe a reshuffling of the deck for these upgrades. At any rate, I just wanted to throw that out because, you know, we all read ahead, and the slide basically shows $1.1 million for these upgrades. But these are not wants, these are needs. Is that correct, Peter?
It's correct, Judge. The CAT system is from 2013.
Right.
There's been little upgrades during the year, but they're on a totally different new product. We want to do the upgrade to the most recent version of their software. But what's nicking their, chipping at our heels is CGIS. I just went through the CGIS audit for the police department. We passed, but they're concerned about the CAT system, which I'm already concerned. I put the CAT system in in the city side, you have decision packets, and the city, in the spirit of it, realized the importance of it because the computer-aided dispatch is the heart of MetroCom. When a call comes in from 911, that address goes into a computer-aided dispatch system. It goes to the dispatcher. The dispatcher knows where the call is. The call is sent to the mobile data computers in the units, so they know exactly where to go. All the history about that location is also sent through the mobile data computers through the CAD system. You can keep track of officers, a fire scene, EMS. Everything's driven by CAD. You could not operate MetroCom without CAD with the staffing level that we have today. You may even need to double it or triple it because it would be the paper system. I'm going to continue on and circle back about the computer-aided dispatch. One more thing, I'm sorry. Another big issue that we talked about in the operating committee is how does a smaller entity, municipality, Bishop or Driscoll, be able to come and say, hey, we would like MetroCom to dispatch for us? How do we do that? There's been attempts in the past to do it, and it was just too costly for those entities to afford to participate in MetroCom. There was a buy-in fee, and then there was just some number, I don't know where it came from, but we had a long discussion, and we have a formula on how to make that work. May we go to the next slide, please? So this is what the judge is referring to. The total budget is for fiscal year '22 is, I'm just going to round it off, 8.2 million. There's basically a $2 million increase. Well, what's driving that? There's two issues that are actually driving that. There's $1.1 million, which is a one-time cost, which started at 1.9 million with the vendor, and we're able to get it down to 1.1. We've been a long-term customer with this company. That's a one-time fee, and the reason why is because it's at the end of life, and they're going to stop supporting it too at some point. So we need to be proactive, and we need to go ahead and replace it, because they'll end up in a panic situation, and then we'll be all scrambling. And then if we can't dispatch or we can't do it efficiently, calls will stack up. And I'm not trying to use the scare tactic.
And Peter,
Yes.
what is the life of a new upgrade? Because one of the problems is that there's no, there's no capital improvement plan for technology. And so as a result, this court, since I've been here, has had to make major upgrades on the fly. And thank God they coordinated with our own, borrowing. So we were able to deal with it, but we would not be able just to deal with a $500,000 surprise. So just for our purposes, what would the upgrade buy us time-wise?
Well, it's going to be 10, 15 years
Okay,
at least.
super.
But there's always a but in this situation, is that when an upgrade's available, do it.
Yeah,
That's the problem, and that's been at the city, that's been my whole life. Everything has been beyond end of use. Everything's a heavy lift. The can's been kicked down the road repeatedly, and it had to stop. You have security issues that needed to, the network, the radio system, it just goes on and on.
oh, I feel your pain.
We're upgrading our financial system
Yeah.
in 4. That has never been upgraded since 2013.
Yeah,
2013, it's never been,
Yeah.
2013. It's never been touched.
yeah.
They've been on the same version of the software, and when they got the software, they never signed an agreement for upgrades. So now we got to upgrade from 2013 to the current software, which is a heavy lift.
Right.
So.
Okay, so 1.1 is the upgrade, and then, of course, tell the court about the dispatchers, because that really makes up the rest of the deficit. And then for the court, it needs to be aware that this will be a contingent liability if this budget passes, and we will have our meeting very soon. I don't remember the date. But again, remember, the mayor and I represent Metrocom. And so that, by way of bylaws and all of that that's how that structure comes into play. And we've updated that document quite a bit as a result of Peter's involvement. But it's a $546,000 contingent liability, Dale, if we were to accept the upgrades as well as the dispatchers. Talk to us briefly about how these raises, these salary increases come to pass.
Well, being that the operating committee was operational folks, it was actually discovered that at the time, we're down 16 positions for dispatchers. That's unheard of. You have about 60 folks that are dispatching. The problem with that, then all of a sudden mandatory overtime starts. And that sounds, wow, you can make some extra money. Not when you're working 7 days a week. Right now, we're down 18. Multiple issues on the forefront here. One, when the salaries were looked at, basically, I'm just going to use round numbers. Dispatchers come in at an entry level of $14. The state average is pretty close to almost $20 to $21 an hour. Our dispatchers, and I say ours because they're the county and the city, they're highly sought after because they're just not, in some dispatching centers, I do police, I do EMS, I do fire department, they're all separate, and they all have separate certifications. But here, which is actually the most efficient way to do it, is a dispatcher is licensed by TCLO, which governs the law enforcement, peace officer license
Right.
dispatchers, that they're actually certified for law enforcement dispatching, EMS dispatching, and fire dispatching, which is highly sought after.
Right?
So we become a training center. And then once they complete their training, they get their certifications, and people recruit right out of MetroCom. Hey, why don't you come and work for us, and we'll pay you X amount of dollars more an hour? And people leave. So we identify that's part of the problem, or a huge part. We did a whole salary assessment on what it would take to bring it up. We didn't bring it up to 20, but bring up the starting to $18 an hour, and then make sure we didn't have the compression on above with the supervisors. Work closely.
So how many, because this represents, that's usually what we look at here. What's the total number of dispatchers would be affected by the salary increases starting at $18 an hour?
67, and that's going off my memory.
67, so that's where you get to the 800,000.
Yes, it's going to be
Right.
just the dispatchers, the supervisors.
And I actually did something that, and I'm not trying to be dramatic, but I actually have it on my phone. But if you go to Freebirds, which I love to go there, their burritos, it says that their starting salary is $15 an hour. So I just want to point out that if you think your dispatchers that are handling your 911 calls are, valuable, you might want to consider having their pay scale reflective of that, because that's what is happening to us. You can make more at a fast food location than you can when handling our 911 calls that require very important and sophisticated certifications and trainings. So you talk about paying the piper, this court and this administration is having to pay the piper. But we all benefit. Don't think of it as being so negative. Think of it as a benefit to these people's lives and to the services that they provide. I'll be voting in the affirmative for MetroCom's recommendation, but this court will have to make this hard choice. But it is a contingency liability, but I don't see, you might want to point out, Peter, how many vacancies we had at one point and the danger zones that are created by vacancies at MetroCom for dispatchers.
Well, when we were working together on this and looking at it, it was 16. We're at 18.
Is that current?
Yes.
So we have 18 vacancies right now in 911. You think, and the operation committee, Sheriff, I don't recall, are you on operations? No, you're on.
I assigned David to cook.
David, okay, that's what I thought. Your chief's on it now.
I got to spend significant time early on.
Right, you feel, right. Yeah, you've paid your dues, so to speak. Now we passed on. Well, the point is that I believe the operations committee feels that this is in the best interest of MetroCom and 911. Is that fair? Sheriff, is that fair? I mean, okay. Okay, well, look, in the interest of time, do you have another slide?
Yes,
I thought you do,
I can
okay.
speed it up here. So the other thing, we looked at the budget. The budget was in 3 separate areas. We combined it into one. It's MetroCom. We don't need to break it up in 3 different areas. But the good news is, while doing that, we were able to have some cost savings of $111,000. So the budget is a lot more efficient and easier to manage. The next
Okay.
slide, please. This is important. All of it's been important, but this is very important to entities that are smaller that would like MetroCom to dispatch for them. How do we do it? So I'm going to read through this real quick. So say we have a city of X, and they receive 2,000 calls a year, and they say to MetroCom, what we would like is have you dispatch for us. MetroCom does approximately 500,000 calls a year. For this formula, I'm going to say the 2,000 is inclusive of the 500,000. So we take the 2,000 calls that we anticipate from entity X, we divide it by 500,000, we get their percentage of costs in a sense. In this case, it's 0.004. We know the total budget this year is 8.2. You times it by 0.004, the entity pays $33,000 a year to have MetroCom dispatch for them. It would be recalculated annually. And also, we're going to make a recommendation that the money that's collected from outside entities go into a reserve fund or a CIP fund. So we build some capital safeguards here, reserves. Now, before, somebody had to pay $50,000 to join MetroCom. And then there was this other fee that was just way too much.
It was arbitrary.
Yes. This is tangible, and we can recalculate it every year. Now we can go talk to Driscoll, Bishop,
Right.
all the other smaller entities, and we could do this for them.
Yeah, and I'd like to help you host that meeting so we can get their input.
Yes.
And their concerns so that we can figure out, if this meets, we think that this is reasonable, but let's get to hear from them. But it's certainly better than what it was before, which is you pay X with no explanation of why X.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Next slide. That's it.
All right, so commissioners, look, this is a lot to digest, but MetroCom has been on my mind for a few months, and this is absolutely critical at budget time that you know what we're facing. You might remember in 2019, things were a little similar. We were looking over not only MetroCom, but we were looking at, upgrades that are critical to law enforcement, and we found ourselves in similar waters. We needed to make decisions. You're going to pay now or pay a terrible price later. You just can't be cheap when it comes to law enforcement or 911, in my opinion. But it requires us to act, and it also requires Dale to really think, wow, I've got a contingent liability here I need to account for. And so, questions? And I'm opening it up even to the auditor here. I mean, he can visit with you offline, but Dale, if you have any questions, I know you just saw this probably a few days ago when we posted, but, commissioners, all good?
All good.
Boy, I'll take that as as a good sign, Peter, and as they say, run, don't walk, back to City Hall.
I think I'll do that.
Yeah.
But I can't. I had that bicycle
let me
accident with the
just say-
dog.
Oh,
You might
I'm
wanna
sorry
swim-
about
You might want
that.
to swim. I'm not sure you can
No,
walk.
no, he had a terrible, yeah, I'm glad you're healing,
Yes.
from that. You have a
know,
question?
I don't want to know, Peter, let me just tell you, the reason I support it too, I've been there. I've been out in the streets, in the police car and all that. And those people in MetroCom, they're your eyes, they're your ears. And if you don't think you depend on them, what you get out at nighttime, they're your guide. Those people save lives, and those people, it's stressful. I didn't know they were paid that little. I thought they were making at least $20 an hour. But this is, to me, that's a different kind of a population. It's every day, from 1 minute to the next. They could have 20 calls, they can have 100 calls. And I tell you what, they're on that radio calm and cool. But I think if we don't go back and say, thank you, just like the police officers that are on the road, I think these people are just as important. They're really your guide, they're really your eyes, and they're really your ears without the police officers, especially the new rookies. So,
Judge, I just wanted to add too, that
Yes, sir.
I'd really like to look to see, and I know we're going to get a presentation at some point on the, what we spend our I can never remember the acronym.
ARPA.
Thank you, the ARPA money on, but certainly some of this equipment I would think might, fall into it. I mean, this is definitely,
We hope, yeah.
well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hate to keep bringing that up.
So
for
right now
everything
it
that
doesn't,
comes along,
Brent,
but-
but having said that, there's always, there's some bizarre language that's very vague.
Right.
And
Maybe
I'm
we get it
headed to
approved. I
DC
mean,
tomorrow
this is
to figure that
important
out.
stuff and, emergency type stuff, and I would think, without a doubt, at least, not the man and woman power, but the materials, the
The upgrade?
equipment and the upgrades, might fall into that category again, and, we're gonna get that presentation and we'll figure that out, but between what the city has and the county has, maybe we can catch a break and get lucky.
No, I think that would be, that's the whole, yeah. In fact, Peter, you might, arm me with a little bit of language as to what these upgrades, broadband access is a permissive use. And then there's some vague language. So, if this improves connectivity, if we could make as I say, can we make an argument? I don't know, but infrastructure is very vague as the preliminary guidelines came out. There's a lot of opportunity for more guidance from Treasury, but we'll throw it out there. But I'm actually suggesting, Brent, Commissioner, that perhaps a reshuffling of the deck of 2021 prioritization can take place for the upgrades for that $1.1 million. In fact, it would have to. If we don't have the dollars, I can just tell you, growth is not going to give us that much.
You talking about the CIP?
Yeah, we just have to look at where
Yeah,
we
the
can take it
CO.
from.
The CO is the CIP is the plan and the CO is the borrowing, right?
And it might be true that some of those things, again, I still have to think that some of those things that we've allocated for the COs, as you said, and I think
Oh,
that's what
yeah.
you're alluding to, could be shuffled to where those go into the ARPA and then we use
Yes,
some of that money for the kind
absolutely.
of things like this. And I think, there's got to be things on our CIP list of $50 million that would fall under the ARPA funds easier maybe than this would.
That's right.
So.
So reshuffling.
Right. We've
Yeah.
got to do it. We just have to figure out how to pay for it and where to find those funds. But boy, Dale is really creative, so I'm really putting it all on Dale to find all the money, right?
Excellent.
Just kidding, Dale.
He always says he's got a lot of money.
Yeah,
Well,
just kidding,
at
Dale.
any rate, Peter, we thank you. It's a great presentation. I'll look forward to our MetroCom meeting. By the way, our MetroCom meetings are open meetings. Is that correct?
Actually, they're not.
Your operations is not, but isn't mine and the mayor's open?
Well, the reason being is the discussion in detail of MetroCom.
Okay.
That becomes
Okay.
a disadvantage.
Okay, I
as
thought
far
we
as-
were on, I thought one of our original meetings was on,
I think that was just started in the past to do it that way.
I see.
But
It's not
Wait.
subject to then.
when you look at, it's not subject to, but when you look at it, the detailed discussion leaves our vulnerabilities wide open.
Got it.
Because we talk about a number of different issues
Okay,
on that meeting there.
okay. All right, well, I'll have to report back then to the court.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please give my thanks to all the people working there at MetroCom. It takes a special kind of person to do that job, stay calm while everybody else is getting overexcited.
I agree.
But thank you very much, and we'll do our best.
Thank you for support, everybody. I always enjoy coming to the Commissioners Court.
Thank
I like
you.
being here in the beginning, the way you do your proclamations. It's just down to earth. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you so much.
I hope it's not because you go away with money. If we walk away with money.
I was handed a note. I wanna go to consent agenda, and I will get there, but I was handed a note earlier that due to the rain and the forecast, are we gonna make this, is it a public comment request, John?
No, it's regular.
It's regular agenda item. What number is it? Item 9. Oh, okay, but the item of sandbags is.
Which one?
We're gonna deal with an item that's item number 9, but it's only because the Drainage District is working to fend off some of the issues with water in the rural counties. And so we have Joseph Ramirez, Sara Garcia here, but if you would please lead off with the safety piece of it first.
Judge, can I'm okay, but I'm motion to pass. I'm ready.
Yes,
mean,
I
if you
just need
want-
him to talk about the sandbags. We need to get that out on the, I mean, forgive me, but I'll get your motion to pass, and I'll got a second. And on the discussion, could you please address what you need me to, obviously, I got a note about sandbags and about some issues, and that's what I'm trying to get to.
Well, as we know, there's been some rain here since the weekend, expected to stay here through Friday. But we just got notice that because of the system that came in yesterday, that came from the north of us, and now the system today is actually coming from the Gulf and the south, it has created counterclockwise winds that will reach probably about 40 miles an hour, which is almost tropical storm. So it's being called a tropical low right now. There's no name because it developed over land. So we've got two tropical systems that we're eyeing in the Gulf, of course, Elsa that's in Florida, and this no-name tropical low here in the area. So because of that, they're expecting anywhere, today they're expecting between 5 and 7 inches of rain here in Nueces County, and as much as 13 inches by the time this is all said and done in the next 48 hours. So because of that, the folks at the Drainage District, which they partnered up with the city of Robstown yesterday, handed out about 500 sandbags, and will resume operations of that today. So they're gonna start setting up at noon, but we'll be handing out the sandbags today at 1 o'clock.
And just remind everybody, what your address is, if you need a sandbag or,
Okay, so yesterday we were at the old show barn on Avenue J.
Right.
But today, because of the rain, they're gonna do it at the shop since it's covered. And there's a drive-through area right there next to the Johnny Calderon building on 7th Street.
Johnny called it on 7th Street.
So
And
it's
when
between the-
Melissa
it's-
gives her reports, we'll emphasize it again, get it one more time, and we'll also parrot what you're saying on our emergency management. If you don't mind, Melissa, go ahead and get that out on our social media platforms for emergency management. We'll get all that written. And of course, you know, our operations, our emergency operations will be monitoring. But thank you for making sandbags available. It makes a difference. It makes a big difference.
Yes,
Go
yes,
get
it
them
does.
if you need them, for your shop, for your business, or for your home.
For the homes, yeah, it's for anybody there in the surrounding areas that can come by. You know, we'll load them up there for you. We've got a great group of guys that are, got the sandbags loaded up on trailers and pallets. They'll put it in your car and you can go take them wherever you need.
Okay, so having said that, we'll get you back to working for the people, but I do have a motion, so stick around.
Judge,
I've
one
received a
question.
second. Yes.
One question on it. So, Sarah, you're coming and asking this request for us for today, but if there are any other increases, does that get taken directly care of by the Drainage District, or does that need to come before us again?
The way the resolution is written is that it will come up every fiscal year, the COLA increase, so we'd have to come before Commissioners Court.
Okay.
Yes.
And I believe, Commissioners, the document that you have in your packet is not worded to do that exactly, so we're submitting a change that does make it have to come back to Commissioners Court. So the one you
I-
have is not the same.
I think they just reprinted it because they just.
Yeah,
gave me a
and that's the
copy.
one that I just passed out to the court.
Yeah.
And I just gave the new ones to the clerk to get your signature.
Okay. Okay, great. So I will get you a new signature. But with regards to the one, then the county attorney, we're good to go? All right, so then I've got a motion and a second to pass the order, which does fix the monthly compensation of the Nueces County Drainage District Number 2 pursuant to House Bill 4621. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, I'll sign whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna head back to the, pick up a couple of items here. One is, while she's making her way, could I get a motion to accept the minutes of June 9th and June 23rd, 2021?
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
thank you. I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then give me just a moment to get my ducks in a row on board appointments. I've got to get some language that I've asked for just to provide clarity on one of them. And so I'll move to the consent agenda and ask commissioners if they have any items to be removed at this time for more clarification or perhaps questions. I have items A through the letter M, A through M, and Michael is here.
Judge,
assist us.
Michael told me that he would like to pull for discussion I
I,
and M.
M is in Mary.
Judge, I've got G, that I'd actually like to ask some questions in executive session since it's courthouse security.
G, you got it? All right, so do I have a motion?
No, I need F
F
and H.
and H, okay. So just for the record, for the clerk, here's what I've got. F, G, H, I, and M is in Mary are gonna get pulled for the moment. And I'd like a motion to approve A through E, J, K, and L at this time.
So,
I'll-
second?
Got lots of motions and second. I'll take his as the motion, and I heard his as the second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, let's take the first one, which is item F. It's an interlocal between the county and the city for the purposes of the Ed Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant. And who pulled this one?
I did.
Okay,
I had a question
Maria,
on
will
that.
you come answer the question of the commissioner?
Is this interlocal with the city? I thought we weren't doing it with the city, but we're still with the city? Is it still-
Yes, so the city, for these
Your
particular
mic up.
funds, for these particular funds, the city is considered a disparate jurisdiction, so they receive the funds and they share 50% with Nueces County.
Thank
This,
you.
has been going on, gosh, since, I believe, 2009. It used to be called LLEBG prior to that.
And that's for 3 years?
It's for 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? I've got a motion, and I'll look for the second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Modis. Motion and motion, Kara, and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. All right, that motion carries. All right, the next one will be taken up in executive session. That's item G. So Jenny, if you do me the favor, mark it so we, A, don't forget, and B, will take action when we come back out of executive session. So I'll move to item H, approve agreement, including all insurance requirements between the Texas General Land Office, Veterans Land Board, and Nueces County related to the operation of the Coastal Bend Veteran Cemetery and related matters. Commissioner. I'm sorry, who pulled it?
Oh, I did, I'm sorry.
Yeah, not me.
My bad. This is, again, as I mentioned before, that I'm supporting it, but we've got to make sure that, for the record, it'll be a one-year contract based on how it goes. Maybe we'll do a second year, but also that they remind that the money expended by the county should be reimbursed as soon as possible, within 30 or 45 days. And I don't know if that's possible or not with the state judge, but.
I think it's what the contract requires.
Right, that's what it says, but hopefully, and I just want to make sure we stay on top of that, and at no time will the costs go up, and our services be reduced. You know, that's the only thing that I'm concerned about. But I'll support it based on what I got here, for the record.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'd like to make the motion.
So move.
Okay, I'll take your motion, and I'll second that motion, that we approve this historic agreement, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, that's great. And Tyner, if you'll let, I don't see them on, but sometimes I don't always recognize everybody that's on, but if you would let Eric Brown know that agreement is forthcoming.
Sure will, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Item I is next, and Commissioner? This
Actually,
is,
I
I'm
pulled
sorry,
that.
Michael, you pulled Jacobs. Go
Yes.
ahead.
Yes, Judge. I handed out a revised contract. There was a small correction that needed to be made to the termination date. And so that's actually expiring on August 31st, 2023.
I see that.
That was the only change to what was published in the
Okay.
agenda.
Thanks.
And
thanks
then
for
also,
that.
you know, this is a historic item, so I guess it's fortunate that came up so that we could have an opportunity to basically kick off the rebuilding effort by hiring the engineer today, so.
Pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah.
I've got a copy of it, so you do you do recommend approval at this time?
Yes.
Okay, and so with that recommendation, I so move that we approve this engineering service contract with Jacobs, the rebuild of Bob Hall Pier for design services. And I'd look for a second at this time.
Second.
Second. And by Commissioner Hernandez, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All
Okay,
right.
and then item 2M was the second one I asked to be pulled. In speaking with the sales agent at Romco, we identified that there was a calculation error on what was published in the agenda. They neglected to include the transformer line item. And when you add that to what was there before, the new monthly standby rate is the $80,700 that you see in the handout that you just got. And my understanding is this standby rate will only kick in when the generators land on the ground here at the county. If we have to utilize them, then they will charge at the deployment rate. That deployment rate will only be charged for the actual days that we are deployed. So in the event we deploy these generators for active use for, say, 3 days, we'll be charged at the deployment rate for a prorated amount of the month for 3 days only, and then it will revert back to the standby rate for the remaining days of the period. And this contract is set up to go from now through the end of hurricane season in November.
Thank you, Michael, for the clarification, and I'll ask if there are any questions at this time. Okay, hearing none, I'd like to ask for a motion to pass item M, the buy board contract with Romco Equipment Company. Commissioner, could I
Did
get
we
a,
do that one already?
can we get a motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Can I take you as a
Second.
second? A motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose
And-
same sign.
And I will be coming back on the next court to do the hookups portion of this. So this gets us temporary generators on the ground.
Yeah.
The connectivity will come on an agenda item on the 21st, and that's being worked with a division of Romco as well, and it's under a buy board agreement, which we'll
Great.
bring back. at
Can
that
I
time.
count on you for that August 7th?
It's
Is that
actually-
when it is?
it's
July
gonna- no, it's
20?
gonna be July
July
21st.
23rd? 21st.
21st.
What is my deal with the 23rd? I've said that 1,000 times, haven't I? The 21st.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Judge, I just,
Yes, sir?
on the Romco agreement,
Yes, sir.
Michael, so I had a chance to meet with them last week when we had our conference, and I was really intrigued about the item with the purchase option. Is that something that has to be agreed upon when the contract is adopted, or is that something that can be done with them midstream? Like we say, hey, we're renting it, but now we'd like to do a purchase option instead. Is that allowed, or is that something new, or does that have to be introduced at the beginning? Do you know?
I would defer to Jenny's office
Okay.
to have them work with them to
So,
review the
if they
contract
have
and
this
see if that's
attachment,
something.
or I can give them this attachment just to look at it, if you you have it, okay. Because we had some discussion on that just when I was listening to the presenter, and so the way it made it seem was that was definitely something we could do, but the way I understood it was it could be done kind of midstream through the contract, and I wasn't sure if that's the case. So I guess, I'm
Yeah,
assuming it probably has to be agreed upon at the beginning, and I'm not saying that for this agreement, I'm just saying for any
Future.
future agreements that we may have, because I think that's a really intriguing option. I don't know if everyone does this, Michael, and when we look at, any kind of bids, but that really caught my attention is if, hey, we're leasing this because we feel that's a better option for the county, but by the way, hey, this is a piece of equipment we really like, or we put enough money into it that we really feel, hey, let's just, whatever difference credit they give us, and then let's buy it, so maybe that ends up being cheaper in the end. I'd like to really explore that being a part of any agreement we have, whether it be with Romco or any company, if they give that option.
Sure, that's
They're
a-
just the only ones I'm aware of, and I see it right here on the paperwork that is one of the boxes that can be filled in. So we can just look at that for just anything in the future, just to help me and the court answer that question, because I think that's really a viable option that we should look at for any
Right. And-
big equipment, long-term agreements.
Yes, sir, that's a great idea, and I'll be sure to talk to Tom Dunn about that. I also spoke with him about what we would do next year. So next year, we're assuming we're gonna have the natural gas generators in place at that time. But we may still wanna have some type of pre-position contract with these folks, so that in the event those systems also fail, that we have a backup plan for how generators could come back to the county. But it would be under a different scenario. This is a more concrete example where we're gonna actually have them here, ready to go, so when we need them, we just hook them up and turn the switch. Versus in the second scenario I'm talking about, we'll have natural gas backup generators on site. And if we needed a third fail-safe, then this group could possibly provide that answer as well. And we'll be talking about that later on as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioners and Judge.
Hey, thank you, Michael.
Excuse me, clerk.
Michael?
No, I was talking to the clerk. Thank you. On that one, I'm an aye.
Okay.
I don't know if I said it loud enough or not.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. So I'll go ahead and take us so that we can finish the board appointments, and then we'll go back into regular agenda. if anyone else is on a time constraint with another governmental entity, please do let me know, but I'm trying to watch carefully. But Sheriff, if you need for us to advance the item, okay, thank you, Sheriff. At this time, I'd call your attention to item J1. It's the board appointment for the Regional Transportation Authority, RTA, Fair Review Committee. And I wanted to have a chance I had named Belinda Hinojosa Person, but I was later informed that, and I'm looking for it still, I don't know if I have the statute here in front of me, but I can certify to you that
Judge, I've got it.
we have
You're
checked.
right.
Yeah, thank you. We have checked, and it's kind of an odd one, but it requires all members of the Commissioners Court to participate. So we're trying to get from coast to county, rural areas. Commissioner Modis has already agreed to serve, and I've asked Commissioner Chesney to consider serving, representing the coastal areas so that we can have our Fair Review Committee really be incredibly representative. And we can have 3. That's going to require all these meetings to be posted.
That's correct.
And Tyner will make sure that that happens. And again, we'll be participating with the RTA with regards to their concept of changing fares to be more in line with the modernization of fares through regional transportation. And so at this time, it's just an announcement. Is that correct?
No, you need to vote. The
We do need
Commissioners
to
Court
vote.
approves
Okay.
that.
All right, so my recommendation then at this time is Commissioner Chesney, Commissioner Modis, and myself serve on the Fair Review Committee, but we do promise to keep all of you informed, and please reach out to us if you feel like you would want to have your voices heard.
So moved.
I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. At this time, the Coastal Bend Council of Governments.
And Judge, we're trying to get the list entirely up to date, and we have that we hope the court would make the following appointments. And I've got a write-in, but number 1, that Belinda Hinojosa Person serve as an alternate for me. Second, that Cynthia Creek as an alternate for Michael Robinson. Third, Eve Hernandez as an alternate for Dale Ashley. And the write-in is going to be Diana Acosta as an alternate for Veteran Services.
Okay, I think these are all good choices, but of course, I am looking for a motion at this time to have these approved.
So moved.
And a motion and a second. Any discussion with regards to this? Okay, thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Thank you, Tyner. And then we also have the South Texas Water Authority under tab 3. There's currently a position with an expired term. That's place 8. We can deal with that one first, and then we'll move towards a position, place 4, with a vacancy. So again, place 8 is an expired term. Place 4 is a vacancy. I want to make sure I have that right, because you're looking at me like I messed up.
I thought no, I don't mean to do that. I thought one was an at-large position.
Yeah.
There is
Is there a third
an
one?
incumbent,
Yeah.
and the at-large position is still open. Yes.
So there's 2 places in addition to the
Two
at-large?
places, well,
One at large and
place
one-
8,
one
place
seat.
4, and at-large.
Right. Okay, so I just, right now,
My bad.
the place 8, just so you know, is at-large, Brent. Okay?
Place 8?
Is
Okay.
at-large.
Oh, that's what. you're
Okay,
saying.
so,
Same thing?
so let me
Gotcha.
correct
I'm
Tyner.
corrected.
Okay.
I stand corrected.
So there's 2
There's 2
spots.
positions, and place 8 is considered an at-large.
Okay,
It
so
still
we-
has a designation as a number,
Okay, well then,
okay?
did you want to?
So at this time, I'm looking, let's take place 8 first for the clerk,
Which is at-large?
which
the
is
at-large
at-large.
one. Okay. just making sure.
Okay?
And that's-
At-large, and let's go over our candidates. We've received candidates for at-large, and Tyner, if you will read them to the court.
Okay, court has received one letter of intent from incumbent Kathy Lohman and 3 applications, which are for Place 8. The 3 applications for Place 8 are Leticia Saenz, Rolando Gonzalez, and Leandro Otragon.
Okay, and,
I like to, it's in my areas, I like to move that we reappoint Ms. Lohman, and then Morales will be the at-large. I got a letter from the city council, requesting that appointment, they recommend Mr. Morales, so. Those are my recommendations in my precinct.
okay, and,
I'm good with that unless somebody has a compelling reason otherwise. I mean.
well, I'd like to just note for the record that Rolando Gonzalez also has a very strong letter of recommendation from,
For the at-large spot?
for the at-large spot as well.
I never saw his application, so.
It's in your book.
I didn't see that. Did I see his letter? I didn't see a letter.
But,
I saw the application.
Anyway, I'd like to make a motion, we can second if you want, and motion, Mr. Morales be at large, is recommended by the city council of Bishop, and reappointment of Ms. Lohman for the reappointment position.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
I've got a motion and a second, and again, Joe Morales and Ms. Lohman. Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, and then, and just for the record, Tyner, that Place 4 is a Bishop location?
And so did the court appoint Joe Morales for Bishop?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah.
He
He's
was
the
actually the
at-large.
former mayor of Bishop, just for the record. So he will be the bishop, so you've got it all straight then? Yeah, I figured. You're a little ahead of the game over here. Okay, all right. At this time, we'll move on back to the regular agenda and approve the quarterly investment report ending March 31st, 2021. We had an investment committee meeting. I'll let Dale give us the highlights.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the investment report for March 31st, 2021. As the judges mentioned, we did have an investment committee meeting to discuss this report. We went over the evaluations of the report, and the committee did approve us to bring it to the board for submission. We'll go over a few items of what we are talking about in this report. On page 1, you'll see the letter that we do for the investment to the Commissioners Court, and where it says summary of cash and cash equivalents, the total cash as of March 31st, 2021 had a value of $147,928,010. If you compare that to the December 31st, 2021, which is 3 months before, was an increase of $22,107,634, up from $125 million. There are several issues where we did receive additional funds for taxes, where this is did between December and March, so we have a lot of collections for that, so that's one of the main reasons for that. If we go down towards the other, our compliance measures, we are complying with our daily average cost, where we have 3 days, where normally it's 364. We're at 8 days, so we're well within our items. The one issue we'll talk about a little bit later is our cash and cash equivalents, where we have a threshold of 90% maximum. However, we've exceeded that number, and we'll explain that why we've exceeded that number, and that's just because of where the interest rates are and where we project them to be in the near future. Now, the main concern we have is at the very bottom of the summary of investment results. As you look at the very bottom, our quarterly interest earned was for $25,353. You compare that to last year at the same time, it's $589,000 difference, which means we lost almost $600,000 in income from 614 because of the pandemic and this. We are in the process of calculating our lost revenue, and this is one of the items that will definitely be a factor in that cost. Going to page 3, you show our balances where we are in our investments. As we said, we have $147,928,010, and you'll see how they're broken out between our operating funds, our capital project funds, our debt service funds, and other funds, which other funds includes our self-insurance fund, as well as some of our special revenue funds and our grant funds. On page 4 and page 5, you'll see where we show a difference between last year to this year. There's not a large increase or decrease in any of the funds. This is very well understandable where some of the numbers are, just because of where we are on the process. On page 6 and page 7, showing you where we are, our portfolio diversity. This is where we talked about where we currently have cash equivalents. That includes our money that we have in our depository bank, which is Frost, as well as we have in Texpool, which is where our pooled funds are. Our threshold should be 90%. Right now, we're at 96.91%. Next investment report, this will be a lot higher because we just invested the proceeds we received from the bond issue, which was $50 million, plus the money we received from the Treasury is 70, so another $121 million will be going in the fund. So that'll be a lot higher percentage, and we'll explain why we're doing that in a little bit. And as we go back to the liquidity again, at the very bottom of that report, you see where we're at 8 days. Right now, we have no agency funds, but that will be brought to your attention at the moment. The other portions of where we start 8 through 12 or 8 through several pages to show you the breakdown of our investment types. If we go to page 14, page 14 shows you our portfolio holding by fund, and there you see our operating funds. Our operating funds are your general fund, your road fund, your stadium fund, your law library, and your coastal and inland parks. And you'll see that the balance of those are showing there, as well as our debt service funds, and this is just our cash and investment holdings. This doesn't include our cash and cash equivalents. These are just our investments. Now we go on page 15, just shows you our diversification of how we basically invest the funds. Right now, we're only showing 3. We do have 4 vendors, and we're currently working with all 4 to try to determine that. The only one currently missing on this list is Wells Fargo, and that's because we just recently had some funds become matured, and we will try to work with them on any possible investments. Now, why are we talking about our investments going on where we're showing higher than our palette? If you go to page 16, page 16 shows you the 1-year Treasury. And you look at the 1-year Treasury, and you look at the deep decline in interest rates from September 2018 to where we're at in March of 2021. 1-year Treasury right now is paying at 0.08%. That's correct, 0.08%, where over 2 years ago, it was at anywhere from 2.4 to 2.6% interest. That's why we lost $500,000 or more in interest revenue. And you see our purple, let's say purple line, where our projected lines, we are going a little bit higher than what the Treasury is because we're able to invest in Texas class, which is at a higher rate, as well as some other issues, and we'll talk about that at the very, very last portion. If we go to page 17, that's your 2-year Treasury. And again, you see we're still above the 2-year Treasury because of our current policy that we're working on, where we project a 1.28%, where the federal government's only paying 0.85. If you go to the last page, on page 18, this is where we talk about our interest rates that we're currently receiving. And this is why we're doing what we did. If you look at the very last column on your right, you'll see that it's a depository. That's our depository agreement, which we have with Frost Bank. Right now, any funds we have with Frost Bank, it's earning 0.01%. So that's almost zero.
It's about as close to zero as you can get.
So we just deposited $50 million, but $50 million with 0.01% interest gets you almost nothing. We're getting the best we can, but if you look at the one next to it, which is Texas class, it's 0.11%. So that's why we got most of our funds invested there. Now, why do we have a lot of our funds in these two funds? Because right now, everything we're receiving from our investment brokers, and that's our certificate deposits, our agency funds, as well as our other funds that we're able to invest require either a 2 to 5 year investment term, and they're only paying 0.1%. So we're trying to say, well, why, if we expect we hope that we've been talking to people that the interest rate at some point in time will be going back up, hopefully when we get the economy back running again. we don't want to lock down our money for 2 to 3 to 5 years at 0.1% when hopefully it'll be higher than that. So that's kind of why we're exceeding the balances, and we mentioned that to our investment committee, and right now we're okay with what we're doing, and we're continuously reviewing our investment policies. And that's one of the other ones we had. We went over our investment policies, and right now there are no changes that we foresee. But that's the investment report for March 31st, 2021. I submit this for your approval.
Okay.
And we can't, if we look for another bank or something that wouldn't make a difference on the interest? I mean,
Right now, with most of your banks, we have a depository agreement with Frost Bank, and it was just recently renewed for a year. So we have another year to go with Frost Bank before we can go out for bids for another bank. And even if we do, if we go to another bank, some of them will give us about the same interest we're talking about, because right now the market's is as bad as it can be.
so everything deal with the market then?
So right now, as you know, when we just issued our $50 million, we were able to issue it at the lowest interest rate we ever were able to issue it for our side of it. But at the investment side of it, it's very bad on this investment side as well. And hopefully with the turning around of everyone getting their economy back running, and some of these businesses start running again, and the Fed start looking at some stuff, we can hopefully see some increases in our rates. And as soon as we do that, we will make sure we do the right investments for whether it's either an agency fund or a municipal bond or a certificate of deposit to get our best interest we can do. But unfortunately, that's where we're at the moment. As I said, we lost $600,000. If you really wanted, truthfully, if we do a whole year, we've probably lost anywhere from $800,000 to almost $1 million in investment income. But we're in the process of trying to recover that with the lost revenue, what we're doing for the ARPA funds.
Okay. That's why they call it yin and yang. We borrow very cheap, and our investments make very poor returns. But the good news is that we will be able to recover lost revenue, and with that lost revenue, we hope that averages everything out.
Yes.
So that was not luck, that was by design that Congress did that. We are, just like every other governmental entity, out there investing with very, very low interest rates, but the banks won't make the difference, the market will. So let's see what happens in our future. Thank you for that. We do need to approve it, and so I would ask for a motion to approve the investment report at this time.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Items number 2 and 3, our sheriff is here, along with our county attorney, who helped draft these interlocal agreements, and they relate to jail services relating to the housing of prisoners. They are very much alike, but one item deals with Aransas County, item number 2. Item number 3 deals with Victoria County. And I'll ask our sheriff to set the stage as to why they're necessary, but you have been passed out moments ago, the copies of the interlocal agreements, and I do believe they've been reviewed properly by the county attorney's office. And so Sheriff, we'll let you set the stage as to the bad news, maybe followed by maybe some good news that I can report on.
So, Judge and Commissioners, the Nueces County Jail has been struggling with overpopulation now for about the last 6 months. The definition of overpopulation is anything over 90%. When jail population gets over 90%, it makes proper housing placement very difficult. Everybody that comes into the jail is thoroughly assessed and classified based on their medical needs, their health care need, their mental health care needs, the nature of the crime in which they are being charged, their propensity to be an offender or act out in violence, or their likelihood of being a victim. That all comes in their gang affiliation. And so all of those factors, and it's called a decision tree that the intake classification people use. And all of those assessments are done to make sure that inmate is in the safest possible place. in the safest possible environment in the jail, whether it's a isolation cell, whether it's a dorm, whether it's a pod with access to a day room. We have different physical layouts in our jail, both at the main jail and at the annex. And so that classification is vital for the safety of the inmates and the safety of the correctional officers. And so whenever a jail gets over 90%, technically that's when we would declare ourselves being full, because because of the classification challenge that comes with anything over 90%. So we've been struggling with that 90% mark for about 6 months, and we are currently, as of today, at 98% in the jail. When the inspector came through a couple of weeks ago, we were at 100%. And we did, in fact, get a notice of noncompliance that was based on elements created by overpopulation. So we are now a non-compliant jail. And the last time the Nueces County Jail was found to be non-compliant, it was for the exact same thing back in 2017. And so the way that was partially remedied about a year ago, we brought 96 more bunks online, but those bunks quickly filled up. So at this point in time, we have, if you look at the jail population, we have over 160 pre-trial felony suspects who are in that jail waiting for trial. Over 160 more, let me rephrase that, than we had this time last year. So we have, I want to say it's like 568 pre-trial felon suspects that are sitting in jail waiting for their day in court. And the reason they're stacking up, as we all know, is because the courts have not been moving during the COVID. And the courts really need to be aggressive and maybe even bring in, I don't know what all the options are, you know, when you talk to the judges, how we can get things moving, whether it's night court, whether it's visiting judges. But bottom line is, we're not the only county in the state of Texas. That doesn't make it any better, but we're not the only county in the state of Texas that's currently stacked up this way. Our friends down in Hidalgo have moved over 350 of their inmates to other facilities because they are that overpopulated. So when you look at the non-compliant issue with the Texas Commission on Jail Standards, we have to come up with a plan to fix it. And one of the most obvious and quick fixes is to relocate some of our inmates, some of our housed inmates, to other facilities. So there's not a lot of bed space out there anywhere in the state, but I did find beds available in Aransas County, and I did find beds available in Victoria County. And I've been in communication with Sheriff Marr in Victoria County and Sheriff Mills in Aransas County, and they have been working with their county attorney.
They took the original.
We have been working with our county attorney, and I believe we have valid and reasonable MOUs, memorandums of understandings created with those two counties. They're going to be expensive. The one is $60 a day per inmate, and the other one is, I want to say it comes out to $74 a day per inmate. As far as numbers, the unofficial possibilities are increments of 20. So we could move 20 to Aransas County, and we could move 20 to Victoria County. And that would be 40 inmates that would be carefully selected, and of course it would have to be agreed upon that these are the type of inmates that they would accept. And it would be an open-ended deal that we could end it in a month if something magical were to happen here in Nueces County to bring our numbers down, or it could go for years with they factor in increases over the years. So,
And just to give everybody an idea, if you averaged 20 inmates or 40 inmates and averaged $65 times 30 days, you know, that's basically, you know, $80,000 a month. And so that's going to be very, very costly. So I'm glad that we have a plan. We actually are required by jail standards to come up with a plan. So I think, and thank you for getting this accomplished.
I'll make a
But
motion
it's-
to move.
But it's not in our best interest to not think of other ideas and other plans. This is just, as they say, the immediate need. And we have to have these in place so that we can have options. And that's why I think they're brought before you. And so the jail diversion center sheriff is the long-term relief that we need, and we'll try to expedite that as fast as we can. I also want to share with you that this morning I had a really good discussion. You talked about how important the courts are to this discussion and the district attorney's office. And so it's only, at this moment, a one-sided conversation, but I'm going to reach out to the judges after today's meeting to see if maybe we can all get together, just so that you can reiterate and go over what jail standards found. And then you've come up with some good ideas, and they've been echoed by the DA's office about being more robust about trying cases. But we'd like to have those conversations right after, today's meeting. But maybe we can eliminate the need for a long-term, scenario with Aransas and Victoria housing our prisoners. And that's the goal.
I agree, and probably 6 weeks ago, I made sure that all of the commissioners and the county judge and all involved parties, everybody, all the stakeholders in this overpopulation problem receive the daily jail counts. And y'all should be getting those sent to your email. So Judge, I'm sure you've seen that we have been as high as 103%. And this is a problem that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. And so just please, every day, look at those jail population reports and know what the sheriff's office and the correctional officers in that jail are dealing with every single day.
Yes, it's not just, I'm sorry, Sheriff. It's bad for our correctional officers.
Motion on the floor, I don't know if anybody want a second.
Excuse me, Judge. I know you probably would have already done it or said something since this, okay.
Give me just a second.
Go ahead, sorry. Well, since this was, happened, the backlog during COVID, could we not be reimbursed, for the money we're gonna lose for transferring prisoners? Jenny?
I don't know that. We can certainly look in that. Judge.
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question?
Yes, Commissioner Hernandez points out that the backlog and the overcrowding could be caused by COVID, and is this a cost that we can look at for reimbursement?
So, number one, lost revenues are definitely indicated in ARPA. If they're attached to a governmental service, it's something that we can look into. Again, tomorrow I leave for Washington DC to attend a 4-day conference just for ARPA. It's NACO, but it's literally focused on ARPA with the ability to ask the Treasury to make some definitions for us. I wish everything were just clear. It's certainly something that we can look at. I can tell you what is included is hazard pay. So that's something that we could look at, Sheriff. Having said that, again, the interlocals that are here before you are to address the immediate problem that we have, and we have to address it. And then I'm hoping that we'll take this, formulate a letter with the county attorney's help, basically notifying the state what we've done in order to cure our problem. They give us 30 days. My postmark was July 1st. This way they know that we're attacking the problem.
Yeah, and jail administration has already completed those acknowledgements that we know we're in noncompliance, and we have created an action plan to get out of noncompliance.
And COVID-19 is definitely the culprit, but make no mistake, we've been having high population in the summer months on a historic basis for different reasons. This particular high population during these summer months, and as you said, Sheriff, over the past 6 months, is directly a result of the backlog of the courts. which we're also going to try to do everything we can to speed up.
And realize, okay, so there are surges in population
Yeah.
over the holidays season,
Right.
and there's also in the summer months. But what makes this population different is the violent nature of the offenders that we are holding.
Yeah.
We don't have any shoplifters or marijuana offenders in our jail. Everybody we have in there, just about everybody we have in there, has a very violent nexus to either the crime they're in there for or their previous history. And the governor's GA 13 order
Yes.
that prevents personal PR bonds for anybody that has violence is the reason they're stacking up. And I agree with that order, because these are people who should not be released. You know, the reason that jail exists is to maintain order in our community. And the people that are in jail at this time need to be in jail at this time. But they also need to be processed through in the criminal justice system. They need to have their day in court, not just for them, but for the victims and the victims' families. You know, over 90 murder offenders are sitting in that jail. Another 24 have already been bonded out. And so these are going to be significant cases for courts to hear.
Yes.
Very few of them are probably going to plea out. And the longer they wait, and this is something we know about the criminal justice system, the longer you wait to prosecute something as complicated as a murder case, the less likely you're going to get a conviction. Because witnesses forget, they die, they disappear. And so that's another factor
Yeah.
that's going to come into play with this backlog.
Right. Well, the only thing I can tell you is that we'll take a good hard look at it. I did have the opportunity to look at the jail list cursory this morning with the district attorney's office. I can't tell you how many. There are definitely some that might be eligible that are more, as you said, low violent offenders. Some that look very behavioral health. A lot of criminal trespass is what I'm really focused on. But I need to visit with the judges to see what their will is and what their ideas might be in order to at least take a look at some of those cases. Criminal trespass is one of the ones that we hope that our diversion center will look at in the future. So if there's, but you have to see behind the jail list. And that's one of the things that, you know, we look at, right? Just because the jail list says criminal trespass doesn't mean that that's not an offender that has a long history of violence,
And
right?
that's the case, a criminal trespass being a Class B misdemeanor. I don't believe there's anybody in our jail purely on a Class B criminal trespass charge unless they have significant violence in their criminal history. And that person cannot be released on a PR bond.
Yeah.
And so, because that's immediate disorder that the police department's going to have to deal with, and they will, and they'll
Right.
bring them straight back to the jail.
You know, and
But
we
getting
al-
to the DA and no charging or dismissing charges of people who are currently in the Nueces County Jail, in my opinion, that's not the right thing to do for this community. These people need to be held accountable for their crimes. Just dismissing or no charging a criminal offender in a county jail because of jail overpopulation is not the right thing to do, Judge.
Yeah, no, I understand that there's a nexus between, it would, but that's, our role is not to play the judge. I mean, that's up to a judge and to the prosecutorial system. That's why we have the balance of power and the checks and balances. And I'm gonna make certain that the district attorney, you know, does their job, and I'm sure the judges will do theirs. I agree, we don't wanna have violent offenders out in our community. And that's why I asked them to please look at the jail list. There's so many people in jail. I cannot certify to this court that there's not some, maybe not, albeit a whole huge amount, but that there's not some that, you know, might have extenuating circumstances. That's really the whole reason we talk diversion in the first place. But I agree with you. When you see your jail list, it doesn't always tell you the whole story. And the prosecutor's office is the first folks to tell me that. Hey, you've got to look behind the jail list. It might look like indecent exposure, but it might be a whole litany of aggravated assault or, you know, some other. So finding and striking the balance is the goal. But the bottom line is today, The problem can be at least brought to bear with these interlocal agreements. And we believe that, you believe, Sheriff, they're in the best interest of Nueces County at this time. And I'm sure your hope is like mine, to not need them very soon.
But I think very soon is here, and these interlocals require your signature and my signature, and I'm ready to sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, make a motion, we do.
Excuse me, Judge, Court?
Yes.
If it's the court's will and the sheriff's will to add a recitation citing COVID, that was not contemplated prior. If you want us to add that, you can.
I think I would, Sheriff, to be able to discuss that COVID-19 is part of the backlog. We're not having tried cases in our courthouse for over, well, we can document it from OCA's first filing, of first limitations. It might be of help to us, Sheriff, in the reimbursement. I don't think it would take long, Jenny. We could still
That
do
can be done today.
subject, and we could approve subject to the language being added. If that meets with
I
your.
agree. Sure.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
is there a motion
So,
subject to the language being
subject
added?
to the language is gonna be changed by the county attorney.
Okay. Okay.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay. Got your interlocals, and you said it was Sheriff Mills from Aransas, but is it just by coincidence, the same name as the county judge, last name?
I don't,
Yes.
I don't believe there's
It
any
is.
relationship.
They're not
No.
related. I
Right.
just wondered if they were related. Well, it makes it easy to remember, doesn't it? All right, thank you, Sheriff. Okay, we're gonna move on, and what I'm gonna do is, we're gonna take the next agenda item, which will be Scott Cross and Megan will help us. This is item number 6 regarding a dune protection permit, but on deck, I'm mindful that Half and Associates has been waiting all morning. Could someone make a quick call to Juan and see if he might step up? And so after Coastal
Judge,
Parks,
hello?
we can deal with this. Yes, give me just one moment. If we can just get Juan to come up, we can work on the Public Works piece after in Coastal. Yes, sir, I'm ready now.
Judge, can you hear me?
Yes, got it now. Yes, sir?
Oh, I couldn't hear. Did y'all vote on those last 2 items? 'Cause
We
I wanted to
did.
Vote on them.
We did,
I'm sorry.
sir.
I wanted to vote in the affirmative.
In the
for-
affirmative? Thank you.
Please, sorry, I couldn't hear.
And if you
I'd
wanted-
I'd like to ask a question on that real quick, legal question. Not that I'm challenging Brent, but I'm of the school that as long as you don't verbally say no, then you're considered an aye. So even if our phone wasn't working or we just whatever, we're always going to fall in the aye because.
That's true, John, but I'm just out of the room. I want to make sure.
No,
that-
I know, but I'm just, I'm
Yeah.
asking our clerk and
You're
our
right.
attorney since they're here because.
I didn't know he had stepped out, he's in there now, so he's not here.
It didn't, I know, but I always just kind of thought that, and so, it doesn't really matter, but I think, sometimes we're not as quick if we're on Zoom or whatever to, switch over, and so.
If you don't answer the nay, you say yes.
Yeah, if you don't answer the nay, so, I'm just,
Are you saying that if you don't say anything, that you're just denied?
I mean, I'd do that, let me tell you, I mean, I know we need to move on, but there's been items where I don't but I'm not gonna vote against it, so I just physically don't say anything, but I assume my vote's gonna be yes, like, personally, I really would have voted no, but by my silence indicates an aye vote. That's how I always thought it, but I don't know.
Right.
And that may be another issue for another day, but I had a question since that issue came up with Brent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, guys. So, thank you, Scott. We're gonna move on to item number 6, dune protection permit for a
That was a
single-family residence.
We didn't do
No, it's
5?
item number 6 because Megan needs to go. We're advancing item number 6.
Then I'll come back to 5.
And we'll come back to 5. And just for the record, this is dune protection permit 202105-01, located at 6149 State Highway 361. And welcome Megan and Scott from Coastal Parks. As you know, the county is the authority in the in the deliberation and giving of dune protection permits. And so tell us about this one, Megan.
So this one is a single-family home um, that has a total square feet of 2,750. It is located 351 feet from the line of.
More in the microphone, it's hard for them to hear Zoom.
Okay, can you hear me now?
A little better.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a single-family home. It's located 351 feet from the line of vegetation, which puts it 1 foot outside of the no-build setback line. This includes a 7-foot wide dune walkover that is 467 feet long, and an additional area that is being planned for an additional residence in the future. The residence is not being approved at this time, or being permitted at this time. It is just the preparation of the site pad that is included in this permit. This permit application was approved by BMAC on May 21st, and it was determined that it follows the Nueces County Beach Management Plan and the Nueces County and City of Corpus Christi Joint Erosion Managed Response Plan. GLO approved this permit on June 22nd under their rules and guidelines as well.
Okay, so you found everything in order, as did the Beach Management Advisory Council, our BMAC board. Is that correct? And you recommend approval?
I do, yes.
Okay. Are there any questions? All right, well then, in that case, I'll make the motion to approve this permit. And is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you, Megan.
Good job.
This is a really important duty and obligation that we're entrusted with by the state of Texas. Sometimes it goes under the radar. Megan has the expertise, and I want people to understand that. It might look like it goes quick, but the process is quite involved and complicated, and the protection of our dunes is the protection of our coast. And I really want to emphasize that, and I'm grateful to our new BMAC board, who I believe to be incredibly involved and excellent public servants with a great, I'm very proud of our board appointments. One of these days, we'll bring them in collectively so they can share with the community what they do and how they protect us. And the only thing I can say is that I think our permits are a little outdated and we've talked about that as far as the keeping up with the modern economic times. If you might, Megan, bring that up to the board and make a recommendation for this court. As we go into budget, it's always better to start a new fiscal year with these new dollars. But I leave it up to you to bring it to us in your timely way. Scott, take us through item number 5.
Yes, ma'am. I believe Teresa attached this spreadsheet that y'all should have on the agenda. She said she was going to. This is what I'm going to be using right here. If y'all should pull this up. This is what I'm going to go through on. And so also the initial reading of this agenda item, it says discuss and consider a change order from Mako Construction. And then along with this agenda item, it also talks about me discussing cost with additional findings as we've gotten into the building, and the envelope of the buildings is it's been there in its state for such a long time. So on this agenda item, I'm recommending approval of the Mako change order. But I want to also go through the issues that Commissioner Chesney has had in the past, and that is that, okay, what's our path forward? What's hanging out there? What's it going to cost? Where are we going? And so this spreadsheet is the most up-to-date piece of material that I can give to you to show you what Commissioner Chesney has covered previously, what the change order is going to cover, the unknown costs that don't have any funding source for them, and then the salmon colored items on the spreadsheet are just, we don't have any idea, we don't know yet. And so the change order is necessary. Those are all represented in that light blue color. That's the additional structural framing of various areas. That additional structural framing was required because of all the mold in the building, and it was actually cheaper to reframe those areas and just rip out all that molded materials than it would be to try to treat it and get rid of the mold. And then you're not even 100% guaranteed. They removed temporary weatherproof windows. As you know, all the windows in that building have to be replaced. You've heard me discuss that before. Then there's the mold in the shower areas. That was some more framing in there. They're basically, they're two. I know that some of y'all have seen the inside of the building and some of y'all haven't, but there are two sides. There's a male and female sides, and each side has at least 10 male and female showers, and then you have your restroom stalls, toilets, urinals, and stuff like that. That constitutes the $75,670.90 change order. Now, Teresa did, I'm sure she's listening, but Teresa did work, and we were able to find where we could pull that from the observation deck project that's already got some funding to it, and that's not going to hurt us completing that project. So it wasn't like I had to say, okay, Commissioner, Judge, I need y'all to find another $75,600. This was a quick fix. So that's on the table for y'all's approval. Now, the good thing is that Scott Mears and Scott Harris, they're both listening in right now. I know Scott Mears was in and out with other things he was doing.
Yeah, he's on.
Okay. Well, they were both listening in, and we were able to keep Mako going just enough to get us to this point. If we don't approve this change order, it's going to end up in a work stoppage, and there's going to be demob and remobilization cost. So that's what that is. Then, now let me move over to these green areas. I don't really want you to pay attention to that first block up top because that's already said and done with. That was all the initial engineering, initial award and everything. Those have been previously funded, so I got them colored there. Let's focus on this bottom big block. The greens there, like I said, have been those that Commissioner has previously funded. The blue is change order. Then look at the yellows. These are the unfunded known costs to date that we know. $331,223. So when you look at all this, also pay attention at the bottom of the second block. You'll see 4 lines that are grayed with yellow highlights. That's building fire alarm, building intrusion, building camera system, and building door access. That's all with alarm security, our alarm security provider. That was never part of the original scope. And so,
well, and it's FF&E. I
Yeah.
mean, let's be clear. I mean, anything having to do with technology, security, alarms is not part of your building costs. And we need to start understanding what costs are about. This is not an overrun. This is going to phase 2, which is fixtures and electrical.
A little difference here. Okay, so when we did these projects with COs, the tax notes of 2019.
Yeah, just so you know, they got converted to a CO, so it is a CO.
I know, but every time I say CO, someone tells me tax notes. So I was
It's
just trying to go
not.
back.
I don't know why people do that. We need to
In the
understand
2019
that.
tax notes that became COs, all of those projects were included in the CIP plan. And I've asked this question and you answered, and I didn't want to keep going back and forth on emails. I thought, all right, let's just kind of do it in here, because my discomfort on this project is pretty great, right? I know that you said, hey, we need to add more, we need contingency. So this is not a you, so let me just start the conversation. I remember you saying it. I don't know how it didn't get done. I don't know why it didn't get done, because every other project that we've done in that CIP from that 2019 tax note to convert into a CO had contingency, and I don't know why this one didn't. So
It did.
But it didn't.
It didn't
because-
cover it. It did have contingency.
Well, Judge, this was what.
We had 1.6 million. I mean, what we did is we went off
thought we had
a
1.
particular,
Where's Teresa? Because she knows all these numbers, because I thought it was like 1.5 and Mako was 1.42, and normally we have, in all these other projects, we have the other costs built in, and so some of these, so to me, this project wasn't done as the other ones did. And I'm not trying to point a finger here, I'm just trying to say, this is not just
But I
There's a
think
lot of
Scott's
phase
on the
two.
record about 10 times saying that we didn't know what we didn't know, and it wasn't gonna be until we peeled back the walls what it was that we were gonna find, but
Six times.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't panic about it, because, to be honest with you, the 75,000 that's needed is not only reasonable,
No, I'm not
but
worried
it's
about this
gonna,
one. I'm worried about the bigger number that he just threw out.
the
because
300, well, I mean,
I
to be
don't- I
honest
don't
with
have
you,
that.
it was a cheap price to begin with. I mean, 1.5 on a jock order contract for what this building is. What we need to make sure of is that you have a reimbursement provision stuck in here, so that when we get our insurance funds, that we're able to pay our COs back, properly. I mean, that's what I think's at
Right,
stake
but what
here.
you're saying to me is, I think I just heard you say, is you still think there's another $300,000 or $400,000 coming.
least.
And
At
we don't
least.
have a funding source for that.
At least, because if you look at your salmon colored areas, we don't know what additional costs we're gonna have from land. We know we're gonna have additional costs from Windshore. They're the TDI windstorm certifier. They're having to replace all 31 of those windows in there. They had not estimated that. They had a couple of windows and some siding and stuff. Another big ticket item here that we don't know is the flat roof system. When you walk up on the upper third-story deck at the observation area, that has problems underneath of it, and they're trying to work right now through the process with TDI, Windstorm, and the engineers about what kind of covering can we use under it, and can we even go back with those concrete pavers nowadays that you stand on?
And I get it, and what I'm getting to is twofold. One, I need to find another cost source besides me for every one of these deals.
But it's not you. It's
but
not
it-
you, though. I mean, it's not like it's coming, this is
Well, it's
this
precinct
is.
4. It's precinct 4
Well,
funds.
it's coastal parks. To be honest with you, I disagree. It's located geographically in precinct 4, but I think we all bear responsibility. This is to help you.
Well, that's
It's,
what- and
it's a
that's all
coastal
I'm saying.
parks project,
That's
and
all
I
I'm
want
saying.
all of us to feel like, I don't want you to feel like it's just you, because
And-
it's a huge project to the whole community.
It is, and that's all I'm saying is, all I'm asking is that if we know this much is coming, then in the same vein that we've talked about other projects, we may need to shuffle some of the
I
2021.
agree.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I totally
I
agree with
wasn't trying
you.
to get into any finger pointing, although I still am not 100% satisfied with the answers, not from, the answers on this. It doesn't matter at the end of the day, we've got to get this done, right? But we've got to make sure this doesn't happen again, because we don't have the opportunity to keep doing this. And I don't think it will, because I think 98% of our projects are adequately funded and with contingencies. This just wasn't enough contingency. Yes, you're right, Judge, I stand corrected. We do have some contingency on this
Yeah.
one. It just wasn't a lot.
It just wasn't enough.
And it was way not enough, and that, to me, has to be pointed somewhere. It can't, and so I'm not trying to throw anybody on the bus, I'm just saying this can't happen on these, and it doesn't.
Okay, and this one is a one-off because of call this a Hurricane Harvey victim.
And you're right, I'm hoping when you go to arbitration in New York, or whenever that's gonna be.
It's coming. We just got set.
That we get some of that.
Yeah, remember,
reimbursed,
this is
but-
a public meeting, and they could fish all this, ask questions about this, so that's why I'm careful about,
Yeah.
No, but I mean, the bottom line is, you can take a public meeting, the insurance company screwed us. I don't care, you can take that and say it all day long, that's what they've done. I've said that 100 times, I'll keep saying it. They gave us $300,000 for $2 million worth of damage, or whatever it is now. That's absurd, and I don't, they can take my comments all they want out of a public meeting. No, and I'm okay, I appreciate you saying it. No, I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the insurance company that we have to go to this length, that we had millions of dollars of coverage out there, and they paid us $200,000 or $300,000 for millions of dollars of damage. It's just.
With increased cost and supplies.
Yeah, and it's just the frustration that not everybody, that a lot of people have with insurance companies. When times are tough, what do they end up doing to you? They end up making you, do this. So that's another rant for another day. But I'm just saying on this one, we need and I know it's hard, that you still are peeling back things, but we really need as hard a cost as you can, so that we can come back to the court and say, okay, it's gonna be another $400,000, and we're gonna have to look at reshuffling money, and if this is it, that's it, but if it's not it, Scott, and I mean, we've got all these great professionals, somebody ought to be able to give us a pretty good amount of, okay, this is gonna be it, because every time we come back for this and that, and we've tried to fix it. So that's all I'm saying, is it just gotta be something that we've gotta look at as a reprioritization, I think, in the 2021 COs, that we can move some of the money from the COVID relief into legitimate things and then use this money other places, so.
And why don't we bring that back as a potential for next court to see if we could get a funding source for the big ticket items, the
Yeah, okay.
350,000?
Like, all at once, not like, here's another one, here's another one, here's
I'm
another.
trying,
I know,
Commissioner.
no, it's not.
Well, no, and just so you know, I mean,
Just asking.
I'm gonna pop Scott Mears in here. To be honest with you, as much as I love, having Scott Cross in front of us, Scott Cross is not the project manager.
True that.
Scott Mears is, and really Scott Mears, you can help address some of the concerns and maybe allay. I mean, at some point, we will have a better handle on it, but we knew, at least I knew, coming into this particular project, that we were going to face, that all we did was fund to a certain point. And then we were gonna have to take the look and see what the next cost estimate would be. And now we're there, and now we have it. And let me bring in some optimism. This is gonna be a first-class, gorgeous coastal parks building. And having just
I agree.
returned to South Padre Island, I know jealousy is a vanity and a sin, but let me just tell you, we got a lot of catching up to do. And with the leadership that we have at Coastal Parks, with Scott Cross and Megan and Alana and this team, we're gonna get there quick. And this is gonna be one of our hallmark signature, everybody wants to come to the coast, buildings. I didn't finish the word. Signature hallmark buildings. And this is where everybody is going to look for information, for beach permits, for rentals of RV, hopefully maybe even, future revenue building. All of this starts at your Coastal Parks office. So, Scott, how do you feel about our program here? Court's going to consider doing a reshuffling of the 75,000 to get you what you need. And then the idea would be the next court to come back and address a funding source for what we would call the remainder. And then at that time, I would ask you and the court would ask, how do you feel about this getting us to the end of the job?
And that is a good question for Scott Mears, I appreciate that, so thank you, Judge.
Yeah, and he's
Let's
on.
let Scott, yeah.
Scott, do you mind unmuting? There he is.
I think I'm unmuted.
Go ahead.
Yes. So you're exactly right, Judge. The idea of this spreadsheet that Scott Cross has before you is our project's attempt to try to mitigate any concerns the court may have on the overall cost of the project. And so we've captured these items, which we believe are our items of risk. And as we work our way through the project, we're working as a project team to take the cost and make them as minimal as possible. But it takes some time in order to work through each of these issues, because while we may limit the issue to just a few words on a line, identifying an approved flat roof system that TDI will recognize that allows us to have pavers on top is a complex set of issues that requires an iterative dialogue between our windstorm engineer and our design team. And so while we're working aggressively behind the scenes, having those conversations, it just takes us some time to be able to get that end product and then have our contractor price it and then evaluate that price and then bring to the court with confidence that that's the final number. So what we've tried to do is kind of set out a roadmap, if you will, of where we are and where we're going to go. And each of these costs are stops along the way, and we're trying to populate those as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we appreciate that, and obviously, time is important to us so that we can, pre-plan and pre-authorize this funding. But can you remind me, just because I'm doing a little bit of calculations, what is the square footage? And please include that third floor that that's got all that great open space.
Yes. I'll have to get that number and pull
Okay,
it.
that's okay. Do you just like guesstimate?
It's over 5,000 square feet.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, I mean, so guys, I mean, do the math. I mean, Scott Mears, even if you were at 450, which is lucky, you know, you're way, I mean, we're still in the realm here on constructions.
And let me tell you, I think this bodes really well when you go to arbitration because
It
you
does.
have all of these damages
Now, yeah.
connotated and can show them, look, this is what happened. This is what we had to spend on this out of our pocket when it should have been your insurance company doing it. So I get the legal aspect of this, that it will help our case. It's just, I want to make sure we get a cap on it, because
Yeah.
I'm with you, Judge, this is going to be a phenomenal
Oh, yeah.
building. I mean, Port
That's
Aransas
top floor.
is going to have some of the most phenomenal, with the observation tower that we're building and this, I mean, these are awesome buildings. I apologize for my frustration, but I'm
No,
just a
no.
little frustrated with this one hasn't gone the way the rest of our 98% of the projects, not maybe
And it's
98.
because this one comes to us with some issues that were hurricane related that are changing dynamics, you know, and there's just two things I wanted to say, Scott Cross, and we'll get right back to the 75,000, which is why you came to court today, remember? Is there's gonna be a Gulf States County and Parish Caucus meeting next week. And we're gonna be talking about our neck of the woods, Nueces is, and this is at NACO, and I'm gonna get you a link. But we're gonna use this as a great example, as, you know, some of the struggles that we've had after hurricanes and how coastal communities are always, you know, sometimes it's a slow process to recovery. But you might have read that the governor established a really cool council of Gulf counties in Texas that will be potentially eligible for new funding from the state. This is very exciting, and we are one of the 5 counties. And so, again, I am looking to get us, you know, a little bit, obviously, more highlighted, not only at the federal level, but at the state level, that these are our woes and concerns. And, you know, again, I'm looking at Scott Mears, not sure what you might call the average coastal construction, but if you used 450, you know, per square foot, and I'm not talking about a house, I mean, this commercial building with commercially, you know, wind rated, you know, windows and doors and, I'm not doors, hell, windows, I'm not thinking, roof, that's what I was trying to think. You know, we're in the right fairway is maybe the best way to say it on our costs. And, but I know you guys are watching it like a hawk for us, and we sure do appreciate that. And I just used 5,000 square feet as a guesstimate, so.
So Judge, if I may add back to the change order that's before you for approval, let me also add that, you know, based on the original contract award to Mako Construction, we under our procurement guidelines, once we award a contract, our change orders are limited to 25% of that original number. So based on the original award of 1.420118.30, you've got to factor in, if you have change orders, how many change orders and what cap dollar amount could Mako present to us to where they would be, basically, we'd have to find another way forward. And I've already talked to Michael about this. So Mako can bring before us, at the most, $355,029.58. That'd be 25%. This change order number 1 reduces that amount now down to $279,358.68. So before they hit their 25% cap. Now, the beauty of this is that if you pull out all the building, fire alarm, and the security systems, since that wasn't a part of their original contract, we do that, then, and you add up all the other yellows, Teresa actually helped me with this, you're still about $79,000 away from that cap. However, you look at that boiler system down there. That boiler system right now, and Scott's got to do some review and investigation into that price point. That's that whole hot water heater system that actually functions like a real boiler system. That's $94,875. So technically, that would be a real easy item for myself, Mike Stone, my maintenance supervisor, and Scott to pull off and work with Michael and find a buy board contractor to do that, so Mako doesn't have that, and it gives them some more room to deal with some of these unknowns later on. Just some creative ways that we're thinking about it, we're watching it, we're making sure we're following the rules, we're not gonna go over
I know.
25%, and where we can pull a mechanical system out like that, like an elevator or something, that's easy to do with a buy board contractor. So just
Okay.
wanted to make you all aware of that. And
Oh.
Teresa's on the same page, Michael's
Thank
on the
you.
same page with me, and I think we're good if y'all
Okay.
approve this change order.
So working with that change order and kind of reshuffling the deck on the observation deck dollars, do I have a motion to approve? All right, I've got a motion here and a
Second.
second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. Okay, thanks, Scott Mears. As they say, you're good to go. And we'll visit with you again on the 21st to get us really, we need to be in the next phase ahead of the game. So,
Understood, thank you.
all right, appreciate you.
Y'all have a great day.
Okay, thanks to you. All right, so Juan, thanks for coming up. It's just that the lunch hour is upon us, and I'd like to have Half and Associates agenda item brought forth. It's not that I will do all of yours, if you'll forgive me, but I do want to make sure we do number 2. And so that's go ahead and take us through it. It's your item, and selection of Half to provide a drainage study of the Stonegate subdivision and unincorporated north central area of Nueces County. And of course, it's asking the court to do 2 things, to select and then to execute the contract.
That's correct, Judge. Judge Commissioners, this is for a drainage study out in the northwest area of the county. This is on FM 1889 and 624 and County Road 48. The subdivisions that it encompasses are Stonegate Unit 1, Stonegate Unit 2, and also Amanda Lane, and also a partial of the lakes that will probably be part of this watershed. We're recommending Half and Associates to provide the drainage study. We've been coordinating with Commissioner Hernandez, and we're recommending Half and Associates to perform this study.
Okay, guys. And they're here with us, so thanks
That's
for
correct.
being here in court. I'll open it up for discussion if you want to add anything, but,
Judge, we also are
Yes?
recommending to award execute the contract with.
two,
There's 2 items.
2 steps.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And then I know yours, the funding source is from Precinct 1, from the
that's what I was
special
just about to
revenue.
ask you. Could you remind the court as to the funding source?
Yes, it's from special revenue funds, and it's going to come from Commissioner Precinct 1.
And the cost, Juan.
And the cost is $155,000.
Got it.
Total cost for the study.
All righty. And,
Doing a great job,
Chris?
Juan.
and
Thanks,
thank you.
Commissioner.
And then,
Chris, you wanna say something?
yeah, if you don't mind, introduce your team or yourself and your colleague.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Chris Carone, Half Associates. Happy to be here and thank you for this opportunity. I also have Robert Schultz, Half Associates. We're happy to be in Corpus Christi, been here about 3 years, happy to be a part of this drainage study. You know, I've worked with many of you before in my previous assignment with TxDOT, but we're happy to be moving forward, so thank you very much.
It's great.
Judge, and I just wanted to add also, as part of this scope of work is to do a model of the system. So it'll be great for us to have that model.
And we get to keep this data, right, Juan?
That's correct, Judge.
It's not proprietary.
That's correct. We keep.
And,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Yes,
And I
Judge,
think-
we do, yes.
I think Commissioner Myers may have a question.
Yeah, one question,
Go
and,
ahead.
and I'm totally in support of this idea, but it kind of goes into item 1, item 1 under Public Works, which we'll talk about later on, probably after lunch, but this kind of sets that up. My thinking is, the problems that we have with Amanda Lane, and we've all heard it. I mean, we know this is Commissioner Hernandez's precinct, but we've all gotten the phone calls. We've heard the desperate pleas, and we know that this happens in a lot of parts of the county, but there's been a lot of investment there. There's another subdivision that's going to cause a whole lot of potential difficulties with drainage, and we saw it a couple of months ago in photos and other things. But does that have anything to do with platting properties or areas and not having a plan in place? Because it seems like there was not a any kind of planning in place years ago, prior to probably almost all of us being on this court, that the subdivision was once created, and then now we have these issues of flooding. That may have been designed, but I mean, to me, when we plat, it's kind of just like, my perspective, is we're kind of just giving a blank check, right? To design and do what you will. Then years later, it'll be us or someone else on this court that'll say, hey, wait a minute, our front yards are flooding, the whole street is flooding. We bought property that we realized that all these other, these open lands around us are flooding into our area, and we didn't see that. So that's kind of my feeling I get with platting. So that's where I'm going to come up later on.
Okay.
Is that what we're doing here? I mean, we're correcting a problem. So was it because there was kind of a blank slate given to the developer here years ago?
Commissioner,
Don't be political. You don't have
No,
to.
no,
'Cause
no,
you're-
no.
You only have to worry about us, right? You don't have to worry about voters or anything. We do.
Just speak out one.
But tell us,
well,
we need to hear this.
looking at the previous design that was done for Amanda Lane, Commissioner, you're pretty much right. It was pretty much given an open, development. In other words, now we're having development do detention for a 100-year design, and I know working with Commissioner Chesney and some of these areas in London, we are requesting that from the developers. And so we are requiring for the developers from the past 3 years is to develop detention ponds for 100-year. So we are requesting that from the developers and the engineers. And that is a change that has been done from that time, from 3 years ago. The study that Half and Associates is preparing is going to assist us also because they have to look at the whole watershed within that area. And in looking at that, they have to kind of do some analysis and determine the pre and post conditions, and then also determine a 5-year, anywhere from a 5-year rainfall intensity all the way up to a 100-year rainfall intensity. So this will be a good study for us, Commissioner.
That's great. Like I said, I think Half and Associates,
this-
Chris, your work speaks for itself. I feel very confident in you being on this project, and hope that
Thank
maybe
you,
you can do some other work for us. I have some areas in my precinct as well, so thanks for bringing this forward.
Thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Mattis. And that was going to be my question. Are we going to be looking at retention ponds in that area?
That is something that Half and Associates will recommend, Commissioner, once they do the study. They'll recommend either a best location for retention or detention ponds, or any type of improvements for diversion of the water, or any type of improvements of their, like structures or existing structures, and that can also be part of the study. They'll be part of the study.
Well, I would simply just appreciate it if they would do whatever it takes to clear up the problem with the flooding. If it's going to take retention ponds, and that's what we need to do, because we've gone with too many studies and nothing gets done. Okay? Thank you.
Absolutely, Commissioner, and we will come back with solid recommendations for the
Thank you
board.
very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Juan.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so I think, as they say, the magic language is you,
We're recommending.
Thank
We're
you.
recommending, Judge, sorry.
and so, can I get a motion, please?
Motion.
A motion to approve the selection,
Second.
and I've got a second of Half and Associates for the study. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then I'll also need a motion for the directing the execution of the contract at this time. And the funding source has already been identified, not by number, but by precinct, and it's special revenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
All right, and so we'll get the numbers for the clerk later, but it is special revenue precinct 1. And would there be a motion for such execution of the contract?
So moved.
And a second by Gonzalez. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You won.
All right. Okay, that clears that. Melissa, I've not forgotten about you. Not forgotten about you. Looking for a nice point to make sure everyone's listening with good ears. I think what we're going to do is help JJ here. And I'm going to, is there anybody here that's going to help us with the Self-Help Colonia Center from outside? No. Okay, so let me take JJ first. Item number 14.
Judge, can I just ask, I know we were just on Public Works.
Yes.
Did you just move 2 up and we're going back to 1 later, or did we not do 1, or did I just miss
I didn't
that?
do 1.
Okay, fair
Because
enough.
it takes a little bit longer.
No
and-
worries, no worries. just
Yeah.
asking, making sure.
Item number 14 is regarding our Veteran Service Office, and with us is our Veteran Service Department Head, Mr. J.J. De La Cerda. It's discussed and considering approval of the, adding our office to the approved list of donees for jury service fees. This is a good one, J.J.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners.
Good
Thank you for having me. Yes, I got an email from the County Veteran Service Officers Organization. It's a committee I'm a part of, and they passed this information about Senate Bill 456, which Senator Eddie Lucio passed. And I think it would help us tremendously in refilling our vet pantry, our veterans pantry, setting up resource fairs, providing hot meals for our homeless veterans, and even buying software, which the VA, the Veterans Administration, will be moving to as far as software. So I'd like to pass this up for consideration, and we're very much for it.
Okay, great. And any ideas just how much that could really amount to, or?
I wouldn't
Yeah.
know, Judge, but I
Well,
know
we'll-
it's a good thing to do.
Yeah, it's a good, well, every dollar's a good dollar,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And currently, Tyner, or do y'all have any knowledge of where the donee dollars, in other words, what are the other recipients?
Excuse
who
me,
are
there's,
the other
there's actually
recipients?
a list attached that I collected.
Okay.
And while I'm getting there, JJ, they may actually let you show up at the beginning of jury duty to make your pitch.
Oh, I like that even more.
And so on Monday or Tuesday morning, if you actually go in there, they may let you talk and ask the jurors that if they don't need their fees, to please check off the box to donate for veteran services, and that might.
And you know, JJ, we should make a really first-class video. You're not going to be able to be there every Monday or Tuesday.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll bring technology in the room and put a really good red, white, and blue video together.
That'd be great,
And
Judge.
I think that'd be, I mean, we'd love to have you or any staff member when you can, but when you can't, we ought to be in the room anyway.
Yes, ma'am. That'd be great.
That's a
And I
great
believe
idea.
this is effective September 1st.
Correct. All right, are there any
And just for your
questions?
information, what we'll do is we'll actually have veteran services included on the on the list. And so right now, there's a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on there. The 5 on there that the juror can just check the box is the Women's Shelter, CASA, Children's Advocacy Center, Nueces County Child Welfare Foundation, and Nueces County Juvenile Volunteers. And maybe we can convince Ann Lorenzen to put Veteran Services at the top.
That'd be great.
Thank you. Good job.
That'd be great.
All right, well then, I'll take a motion to consider such approval of adding the Veteran Service Office to the list
Second.
of approved donees. We've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 1 and then 2 at the end. Sorry, my hand's got to get in the way. Gonzalez and Hernandez. Okay, JJ.
Thank you, Judge,
as they
Commissioners.
say,
We appreciate it.
Good
Good
day
luck,
for
JJ.
veterans today, right? Cemetery and now this. Today's July the 7th. I'm going to remember that day. Thank you, sir. All right. So, believe it or not, this is probably a good time to, I think what I'll do, and I bet you guys are getting hungry, we could go into executive session and tackle lunch. And I think that'd be good. And then when we do that, Melissa, you'll be on deck, okay? We'll tackle number 15, which is BCFS. And
Judge,
I think that would really be a nice, oh, that's the one we're gonna table, because it's not ready. Okay, let's go ahead and handle that now.
which one?
BCFS needs some more work from the county attorney's office. It's item number 15. It'll be on the 21st.
Move to table?
Yeah, I was gonna ask the table too, though. I was gonna ask for that.
All right,
Move to
well,
table.
I've got it, I was gonna say, I just need a second. Motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign.
And then
Okay.
Judge, I'd wanted.
That's a table.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd wanted to discuss 12 and 13 in executive session. I just wanted
Correct.
to mention that for the record.
Correct,
since we're
just
going
for
into
the
executive
record,
session.
12 and 13 will be, there'll be legal questions regarding those contracts, and so we'll take that up. Item number 19 is kind of a recurring, so we'll be back with that, which means we'll tackle also the self-help later. There's really nobody here at this time, so we can tackle it internally. And with that, let me give the magic language.
Judge, just so you know, I think you do have Joel Rolo on Zoom, and I know he had a meeting this afternoon.
Okay, all right, so what, he wanted to do the interim agenda? All right, well then, that might help set the predicate. Okay, then everybody can just hang on for a few more minutes. Just ask Joel to unmute. And Joel, on item number 11, hey, welcome. So basically, our interim session agenda is an item that you have done some preparation for the court on. Governor's agenda starts tomorrow, special session, July 8th. Get us up to speed as to our agenda that you believe this court should consider adopting.
Sure. So good morning. Good to see everyone. The agenda we put together for you is kind of a narrow.
Oh, Joel, we lost you on audio. Hang
Can you hear
tight.
me?
Yep, got you back. Go ahead.
The agenda before you is a narrowly focused agenda that we put together based on what we thought would be some of the items that would be discussed during the interim, not only on the governor's call, but also during with interim hearings that'll be taking place. As of this morning, and I think I emailed most of you, the governor did lay out his agenda items. As you know, only the governor can set what items will be debated and voted on in a special called session, which can only last, it can last as short as a day, as long as 30 days, but no more than 30 days. So this morning he added 11, he laid out 11 items, which include bail reform, election integrity, border security, social media censorship, restoring the Article 10 funding for legislative staff, family violence prevention, youth sports, abortion-inducing drugs, 13th check for retirees, critical race theory, and appropriations issues included property tax relief, foster care funding, and cybersecurity threats. So the agenda in front of you, while I think covers most of what's on the governor's call, the only addition I would add would be a bullet that says monitor property tax relief legislation. Because I do think there'll be some opportunities that will impact Nueces County in terms of property tax relief. In addition to this agenda, we are also, as you are aware, that there was a specially formed committee by the speaker that will be handling a lot of these issues as well as other issues. So what we're seeing here in Austin, while sometimes the interim seems to be quiet, this session we expect it to be 24/7 busy in terms of they're trying to catch up from the interim that they really didn't get to have during COVID. There'll be, in addition to the 2 special sessions that we expect to have, there'll be a lot of interim hearings on everything from budget, healthcare, transportation issues. I think there'll be numerous issues impacting county government that'll start picking up not only while they're in Austin this July, but I would imagine throughout the fall and throughout next year as they develop their priorities for 2023. So with all that said, the agenda here would give us the opportunity to weigh in and work with our partners and our lawmakers to be able to showcase, the interest from Nueces County in terms of these issues that would be important to us. Everything from, of course, the taxpayer-funded lobbying issues to Medicaid, expanded coverage for healthcare, the utilization of the the ARPA funds that you mentioned, the American Rescue Act Plan funds. Those will primarily dominate the second special session this fall. And Chairman Hunter has asked us to work with our folks at the county to start developing that priority list of how to utilize some of those funds and go to bat for those at the legislature. And of course, election reform, redistricting, bail reform, which obviously will be important to the county. And as I mentioned, the issues of property tax reform are going to be all items that are going to be keeping lawmakers busy, and I think will impact Nueces County in addition to ongoing meetings that we'll have called by our delegation on special items such as TWIA, and budget issues, transportation issues, as I mentioned. So the interim, while we do expect it to be in full force, while the legislature just adjourned just a little over 30 days ago, there will be a lot of activity. And so I think this legislative agenda will definitely help keep us focused on in front of our, not only our legislative body, legislative delegation, but other key lawmakers and the governor's office, lieutenant governor's office. So I will stop there and see if there are any questions.
Okay, let me ask anybody if they have any questions. I mean, I couldn't agree more. I mean, you know, some special sessions, there's one linear focus. I mean, this one's like loaded for bear. And I expect that this will be a super, super busy time for our legislative delegation and our legislative consultant team, plus ourselves. And, you know, we have such a huge role to play in the urban counties. They really rely on Nueces and our feedback on policy matters. And I think we do a good job of helping our legislative delegation. I know from Senator Colcourse to Senator Hinojosa's office, to our representatives, the chairmans, Herrero and Hunter, they always appreciate that Nueces County is so active and involved, and we wind up being able to share our perspectives with them, which I think influences their policy decisions. Are there any questions? I mean, for Joel with regarding our interim agenda? So Joel, do you have something that you want us to consider adopting today? A document, or it's attached? Do you want to?
There is an attachment.
Okay.
It's a draft, but there is a draft legislative agenda before you. And again, the only thing I would add as of this morning would be the bullet that states monitor property tax relief legislation.
Okay, so with that subject to, and give us a second, we're going to bring it up. We're a little we went out of order, so that's why we're going to put it up on the screen. Just give her a second. She'll find it. Okay, give her, almost there.
Did you want to see as it's amended?
Where is the original?
Attached to the agenda, I don't think you have it.
Okay, there it is. If you don't mind, scroll just a little bit down, Connie. Okay, so, so there we go. There are all the bullet points that we have for these are monitoring, where this would be our draft to adopt today. And
Judge, I just saw where the charge came out this morning, and Joel sent that to us, and so did the charge, I didn't compare this, I hadn't had a chance to look at side by side.
you want me to grab it?
Well, I'm just wondering, do we need to add anything else to this based on the charge?
I think, Joel,
Or-
I think he does want to. What? Go ahead, Joel.
I'm suggesting that we add the line regarding monitor property tax relief legislation, since that was part of the governor's charge that we didn't have in ours.
And do you feel like everything else is included in the governor's charge?
I think the only thing I would defer to y'all is border security, because that's going to impact everything from law enforcement, healthcare. That can't, I don't know how much that impacts
Right.
Nueces
Well-
County, but I don't know if that's something we want to add to the agenda just to
Well, we could
have.
add it, just to add it, and as being inclusive of the governor's charge.
And I think I think that's
I
fine.
mean, that would be smart.
I'm a real, I don't mind the monitor language either, because I think, that reflects just that.
Well, there
that we're
might be
just-
fiscal impact, right?
Yeah, that we're just monitoring things and we're not taking positions necessarily. So I think that's fine, because some of those things on the governor's charge, we haven't taken a position, and quite frankly, some of those things, maybe we shouldn't. So, yeah, if we want to add that line that Joel suggested, and we want to do that, and he's feels good that this is, I'm sorry, I can't talk, this is reflective of the governor's charge with that line, then I would move that we pass this with a amendment of the,
Yeah, for the
the
additional.
line that he suggested. If that makes
Okay.
sense. Because I guess that's, we'll just have to
So
monitor
that would be a motion and a second, and just hang on, motion and a second, and then go ahead.
Okay, so when we're talking about elections.
Pull your,
and-
mic.
Go ahead, if you don't mind,
Yeah,
Kara.
so with
Just-
elections, are y'all going to be, explain that one?
Just monitoring. That's why, the monitoring is very meaning
Okay.
they're gonna monitor and report back if there's things, that's the way I take it. They're
Yeah,
gonna
I mean, in
monitor
other
and
words,
report back
someone
if
needs
there's a
to
problem.
figure out how it impacts counties, and that's, we're not
Yeah.
passing resolutions or anything like
Okay.
that. It's just who's gonna be following all the
Well,
hearings.
I work, with the elections I do, and I'll bring it back to you, so.
Right,
just to let
right.
You know.
Yeah, and we're lucky, we get, as we say, we get extra, we get extra help. But,
Thank you.
this will be an opportunity to just, again, anything having the word county in it is gonna get monitored, just from the software that they have and. Okay, so the idea is to add the extra that are part of the governor's charges, which would be border security and property finance reform. Is that correct?
Property finance, border.
I may have lost
We'll
it.
get an amended one.
Yeah,
for the-
you'll
for
get
the
an
clerk.
amended one. Okay, so your motion, Commissioner Chesney, is subject to?
Subject to the
Yeah.
amendment of that
And I'll-
suggested
and
language by Joe.
just for the clarity, and I'll second that. Okay, well, if there's no other questions for Joel, we'll let him get to his meeting, and all those in favor of the interim, of this draft legislative agenda, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye, sorry.
Opposed, same sign. And as you guys know, I mean, it's a living document, right? So as things change, we can amend it and change it. So, like, for example, we need to check with, Kevin Kieschnick too, and see if there's anything extra that he knows that might come up. I know that, one of the interesting things is, and I learned this, is that you can actually file a bill during a special session as long as the governor consents. So I learned that this past week.
Actually, already about a dozen bills filed.
There you go.
Many that aren't even related to the call. It's wishful thinking is what we call it.
Right.
Hoping
But you never know what gets filed that could affect us, right? So
Exactly.
we have to be mindful of that.
And to the point of, what are we doing in election integrity? It is, all these bills will be monitored. We don't know how they're gonna look. And that's where we do rely on working with our county officials. They're the extra set of eyes, and, we'll follow the leads of the different organizations from the county clerks to the tax assessor collectors. As always, the whole team is here ready to do visits with lawmakers, weigh in as needed. But this document will give us that opportunity to give our delegation, more than anything, the opportunity to weigh in on behalf of our county. with
Okay,
this document.
thank you, Joel. All right, guys. Okay, well, if there are no further questions, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, Joel, thanks very much. So now, I think that I got another little request, and I was hoping it'd be like 12:59, and I wouldn't say it's 1 o'clock, but Michael says his is so quick, we won't even feel it. And so, before we go into executive, purchasing has one item. It's to discuss and award the RFP 3159-21, and this is the management services. And Michael, it's quick because?
Quick, because we had one bidder, and it's the current provider.
One bidder and the current provider, and you're recommending,
For the fairgrounds.
What agenda item number?
Oh, it's C1.
yeah, it's C1, it's the only one under purchasing today.
Sorry, my bad.
C1,
I thought,
yeah, okay.
wonder how come we only had one? Just curious.
I think it's COVID-19, Brent, and venues really took a big hit, venue providers around the nation. And even though, for example, there was specific relief given under the Coronavirus Relief Act, unfortunately, if you did not have promotional events like concerts and in your venue, on a regular basis, you didn't qualify. So Spectra was one of those unique places that clearly was an event center, clearly affected by COVID, but didn't qualify. So I just feel like probably it did not, just bad timing, as they say.
Guess so. Okay, go ahead.
But Michael, go ahead, just give us the information. It is only one bidder.
Yeah.
Second.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I could go into a lot of great details about how happy we are with the services of the fairgrounds.
yeah.
I did want to indicate that we do retain the management team, so we have Jason Green, we have
Katrina?
Yes, handling the food for us, and she did such a wonderful job for us during all of the immunization events and keeping all of the workers fed. Also, Keller Taylor will be retained as the district GM. And then when the court approves this award, that'll start the negotiation phase, and then we'll begin talks with Spectra
Right.
on the base management fee, the incentive fees, and the capital investment.
Right, right. And that's when really the good work begins. And this is where you say, Jason, I guess you're just lucky, I guess, that you got a great team back again. And we have been very pleased with Spectra and,
And shout out to Raymond Valenzuela.
Yes,
Boots
all-
on the ground.
all the team.
Moving a lot of equipment and people
yeah.
for all these events.
And they
as
sure
well.
were fantastic during IRT. So thanks, Jason. Okay, so I thought I heard a motion, Commissioner. Did I hear it? In a second?
Second.
And all those in favor? Oh, any other discussion? You've got Jason and Michael. Last call. Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign.
Judge, can I go back real quick on the
Yeah.
legislative stuff? Obviously, I don't see in here where it says, like, where it says monitoring, for example, and just using redistricting or election reform, I don't see it in here where it says they're gonna do any lobbying on those things. They're just gonna monitor those things and report back, right? So in other words, elections, for example, obviously, they should consult with Kara before, because she runs elections, or I'm not seeing where they're gonna go lobby on those things. They're just monitoring, right? I mean, unless we tell them to later or something, or. unless
Yeah,
Kara
exactly.
says
Unless the
that,
court directs,
I don't-
or directs otherwise. I mean,
Yeah, I don't see where it says all they're doing is monitoring those things.
right.
And I don't see in the draft that I
Right.
have, unless
I
I
mean,
missed something.
look, the bottom line is that this is an opportunity to figure out, what's happening in your state that's going to affect your county. And as policymakers, we need to be able to make sure that we understand what's going on. I think the monitoring is quite important.
Right, and obviously, like I said, with election.
I mean, it's a GOP-run agenda. I don't really think we're gonna have a real say-so
No,
if anyone's
no,
worried
right.
about
But
that.
No, I'm
I
not.
mean,
It's more just, like, I don't see in here where they're gonna go lobby on our behalf.
not unless there's a resolution from this
Correct.
court,
Correct, okay.
right?
Right.
I mean,
what
that's how that
okay,
works.
that's how
If
I
there's a
read it.
resolution from the court
Right.
directing somebody to do something, then that's different. But
Fair
right
enough.
now, what we're doing is
Okay.
putting a team in place to discuss all of the issues of the day with us. And all we did was try to include the governor's charges to be comprehensive.
Okay.
And that's, that's what
Yeah,
I
just
think the
wanna make
bottom
sure
line
the-
is.
The record reflects that, that's it. That's what it
Yeah,
is.
I
That's what
know.
I didn't, I heard,
Okay.
Joel said something, but I think it was maybe misinterpreted, or maybe I didn't hear it right, but
Well-
I didn't read what the paper
Right.
that we passed.
Like, for example, on the
said.
anti-lobbying effort, this court has already spoken on that, and that's a continuation from the previous.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's kind of a
absolutely.
different
Okay.
deal.
Yep.
Okay, so let's go to the magic language right now, and, or Juan, are you waiting too? I feel like I'm getting the eye there. You say you're super quick?
Yes, ma'am.
I was reading you. All right, Juan, let's check it out. That's item number 1, discuss and consider approval the plan of Indian Flats Unit 2, Precinct 1, 624 East on County Road 101.
Judge and Commissioners, we're recommending the approval of the plan for Indian Flats 2. This is in Precinct 1. There's 13 lots in this plat. The lots range from 5.1 acres to 7+ acres.
Wow.
In this case, septic and a water well bond is not required through our subdivision rules, so we're not requesting bonds for this purpose on this specific plat.
Why is not water bonds required?
Anything on our subdivision rules, Commissioner, we have that anything between 0 and 5 acres, we do request that. Anything between 5 and 10 acres, they're not required, Commissioner.
Our model rules do
Our
not
model-
apply over 5 acres.
Correct.
After 5 acres?
That's
I
correct.
thought it was 10 acres, or the change, 5
Okay.
acres.
No, so after 10 acres, you're not required.
And
to
you're
apply.
recommending approval after visiting with this developer and
Yes.
doing
we're-
all the required
yes,
work?
Yes, ma'am, we
Sure we-
researched
we're
it
right track.
and,
You've researched it and,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, and I'll get a motion in a
Juan.
second.
yes, sir.
With your knowledge in drainage, will that area require any retention ponds?
In regards to the way the land lays out there, Commissioner, everything drains to the west and also to the south. It drains into TxDOT right away. The developer or whoever ends up developing these pieces of property will have to acquire a driveway permit through TxDOT. And at that point in time, I'm more sure TxDOT normally requests a stormwater
Plan.
design plan. So at that point in time, TxDOT will make those requirements if needed.
So
Okay.
Yes,
You
sir.
will take the proper steps, make sure.
Yes, sir, we'll coordinate with TxDOT, and we've been in communication with TxDOT.
And,
Thank you, Juan.
and so we'll ask for a motion at this time to approve this plat
So
of
moved.
Indian Flats. And a motion, I think I heard a second. I did. And just on the discussion piece, not now, but later, maybe what we could do is, I don't know, bring back some sort of an agenda item in the future that really talks about some of the ways we can maybe improve the processes, as Commissioner Modis, reflected. There's things that our hands are tied on and that we don't have ordinance making power. But I have heard a lot of rumblings recently, how really inefficient it is between the city and the county and the lack of clarity. And, here's where you being a floodplain manager for the county could really come in handy. If maybe it's not a requirement, but if you have the dialogue with the developers and we could put together, some real clarity, then they would be happier and we would be happier. Because most of the developers today that we want to work with and we want to approve these plats for, they have to have drainage. They can't survive anymore without it. And so I just think there could be something more that we could do to really assist economic development and developers, but give them 100% clarity. Because the city says, ask the county, and the county says, well, I don't ask the city. And it's not where it should be. And I think we can get there. And we could use our FEMA floodplain management tool as a means to really get the right development procedures. It's just a thought, but that's something we could develop over the next 2 weeks or 4 weeks, how that agenda item would come to bear.
Maybe
Even if
that's
it's just
some-
weekly or monthly meetings with developers.
Maybe that's something our lobbyists can help us with at the state level.
Next time.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Juan.
All right, thank you.
All right, wait a
Appreciate it.
second, I'm sorry, I have to call. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Post same sign. I hadn't called the vote. All right.
Thank you.
Well, that gets you off the hook then. You're done with yours and Michael's done with his. And now we may have a time to break. We will go into executive session, but I will give us a chance to go get your sandwich or whatever you need as a break wise, and we'll begin our executive session. I am giving notice, and the time is at 1:10 PM, that the Commissioners Court is electing to go into executive session during the meeting to discuss matters listed on the agenda when authorized by the provision of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. And in this opportunity to do so, under the Open Meetings Act, I, as the presiding officer, and with the authority of Government Code, and Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551, 071, 72, 73, 4, 5, 6, 86, and 87, that we are going to consult with our attorneys, including matters relating to litigation, real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, county advisory bodies, security devices, and economic development negotiations, and any other matter that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion of such executive session, we'll come back into open session and we'll take such appropriate action as necessary on items that we have discussed. And again, for the clerk, 111 now, and we will go off the record at this time, Connie, and ask. All right, back on the record at 3:29 PM, officially gaveling us back in. And we've got a few motions to take up, directives from executive session. And I would ask if there is a particular motion to consider regarding item 4A.
Yes, Judge, I have a motion to instruct the county attorney to reject the last offer and continue in negotiations.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay. And is there, we also discussed some other items. Is there any further action to be taken on the security badging process?
Judge, yes, I was going to just make a motion to take continued work by the county attorney.
Okay, can I put it on for the July 21st?
I was going to ask, is that enough time, Jenny? Or do you want this, or you want the first meeting in August?
Yeah, well, we can
Meeting in August?
always make the consideration at her discretion. But we'll aim for the first week of August, if not sooner.
Yeah, we'll table it to, Tyner, I'll get you to coordinate with Jenny, whether it's the last meeting in July or the first meeting in August.
In August,
Okay.
fair enough.
That's the motion, Judge.
I'll go ahead and second that. And any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Pose same sign. Okay, great. So going back into regular agenda here,
Do you want to,
we were going to have receive an update on the establishment of the Colonia Self-Help Center. It's item number 10. We've already concluded 1 through 9. Oh, we forgot about Miss Melissa. Sorry, Melissa. Give me just a second. We'll put you up next since you've been waiting. H 1 through 4. Given the torrential rains, we've got some important information that you're gonna,
which one, Judge?
general information reports.
Oh,
And the one that's really important, I mean, they're all important, but we want to start off with the ERAP program, because that has, you guys remember that we brought that to court a few weeks back, and there was some questions about administrative costs. We have those answers now, and we also have the answer as to whether or not we'll be working with the city. And so that's going to be an H1, and I would go ahead and invite you all to present at this time.
What about the 10? Did we do 10?
H1.
I know, but did we do 10? I thought I heard you say 10. But
I know, I did, and then I looked up, and they reminded me that Melissa's been waiting all morning. We'd like to get her back, given the rains. She's got some duties to tend to in emergency management. So we're going to take her items now, and then we'll head right back to item 10 in regular agenda.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge. I'll start again in the order that the disasters present on the agenda, starting with our COVID-19 update. I do have some information about the ERAP program, and I'm sure that Maria can expound if you have more information about the funding behind this. But this particular program, we've now signed a task order, Haggerty, and the work authorization for this scope of work by Haggerty, who has set, it's a not-to-exceed limit of $56,960. This is going to cover their both implementing the program and seeing it through closeout. They are producing the training materials for the staff that's going to be running the program, as well as the case managers. So they're going to be developing the outreach strategy, the training program. They're anticipating the training program for staff to be approximately 3 days in length. And again, this is going to be for the administrative staff and the case managers that will be helping to execute this program. We did find out from the city, they had till, I believe it was last Friday, to say whether they were going to be joining us in the effort, which they are, and so that's great. We're going to be working together to disseminate this program and these funds that are available. Were there any particular questions about just the kind of kickoff of the ERAP program, the development of the training, the administrative cost, any of those items at this time?
Now, I'd like to ask Maria and Rebecca a couple of questions, if you don't mind. When you take-
Give her a second, Maria. Would you mind coming to the microphone?
Should have asked them last time, I'm sorry, I apologize, but Maria was here, but on last week, last meeting, we had some information on the administration of the rental, and there was mention also of a mortgage part of this thing here, and I know that you guys worked on the grant, and I know Rebecca, I talked to her a couple of times about the rental and about the mortgage, and it hadn't been settled yet, because I think you were working with the city, and I don't know what happened with the city, I guess it kind of broke off
So
with
we
the
were
city.
working with the city just on ERAP. The Texas Emergency Mortgage Assistance Program will have to be kind of managed separately. And if we choose to use Haggerty for that, that will be a different work authorization, only because that is state funding and that didn't come from the Treasury, so. But they're related programs.
Now, how long is this project? How long is it gonna be? You know, like the ERAP program, is it gonna be a 2-year, 3-year grant, or what is it, 2-year grant?
ERAP one, what we're gonna call ERAP one was the first rollout from the Treasury. That deadline, well, there is a deadline right now to spend 65% of the funds by September 30th. But the deadline for that grant is December 2022. ERAP two, which was our additional allocation of about 850,000. I believe the end date, I didn't bring my notes down with me, but I believe the end date for that is December 2024.
We've prepared a packet on that. I just asked Maggie to bring it in so you don't have to guess. Just give her just a moment, and that way we can hand them out.
Okay. But let me just ask you on a question I think I've asked Rebecca one time. But it is on administration, I think that Melissa just mentioned also about administration. The administration, we're gonna pay for it from the same grant, or do you have to hire?
Yes, so ERAP one allows 10% to be used for administrative costs, and ERAP two allows for 15% to be used. So combined, that's about $230,000.
But our work,
So Haggerty would be taking, 56, whatever that number was, 56,960. And then the remainder would be used to, we're still, I'm working with Rebecca on, trying to figure out, do we want one full-time person, a couple of part-time people? Because obviously with a full-time position, fringe benefits makes that number go up. And we're talking, more than a year, that we would need somebody on board for this.
So Haggerty's taking 56,000 from the top, they're taking it, that's what they're gonna earmark for themselves, right?
Yes.
So when, in the staff, or say we hire 1 or 2, whatever it is, that's gonna come from the balance of that, right?
Yes.
And Rebecca, let me ask you this, on administrative, I mean, do you have room in your office to handle administration?
I have 2 empty desks, that's what I have right now, but, I mean, the original intent was that there would be a team that would come in and take care of this program somewhere else. So if that has changed, I'm not,
no, it has not changed.
okay. So that was the intent, that it wouldn't be in my facility, is how I initially understood it.
Would you overlook this project here as far as the rental?
Did I overlook it?
That's under your umbrella, I know, because I know you.
Would you overlook it? He says, would you provide the oversight?
Supervision over it?
I think the intent was that I would always be involved in it, but we don't have the staff to manage this amount of money, especially if we combine it with the mortgage assistance program.
So you hire 2 people, that's what they're gonna do, they're gonna administer the grant?
That's
gonna
my
be their job?
understanding.
No,
I
let me.
believe she said 3 people.
I think y'all are speaking different languages.
Okay.
He's asking whether or not, maybe just go back over Haggerty's duties are going to be, they're going to be our point person for the city and the county are combining their dollars, over $10 million in ERAP one.
So they were after all gonna combine?
Yes,
I thought I
so
heard that
anybody
they were.
would be able to, so the call center and all of the admin is gonna be handled off premise. But you're right, there's going to be opportunities for us to hire people. We need to run, for example, potential community center locations throughout the county, at least for 30 days, to let people know that we've got this great program and that they can, use this call center. We talked about that. The auditor actually might need somebody in his office, so we want to make sure there's dollars there. They're actually responsible for cutting the actual checks. So while Haggerty does the administration, a piece of it, the intake all the way through the verification, the auditor actually has to write the check, and therefore he might need somebody just to be
From those three, or in addition to those three?
in addition to what Haggerty's gonna have a whole team on this because the city has $9 million. So we get the benefit of having the software that's proprietary to Haggerty. And they've got a specialty, software that's gonna help in this platform. Rebecca does not have the manpower nor the ability. She was gonna have to refuse this money if we did not bring in a team. That's why this team is brought in. But she will be intimately involved. We'll include her, and she'll be included in all aspects of it.
I know what my question, she's gonna be involved by make sure this program continues on like it's supposed to, right? I mean, will
Yeah.
she be actually the monitor, the supervisor, whatever you wanna call it? don't
No,
know.
I don't think
I
she's
don't-
gonna be the supervisor, because she can't do her work and then another work, but
So it'll be totally separate, component.
Yes, I
Yes.
think we'll function more as a referral and outreach for this particular program.
yeah.
So, right now, we're still accepting applications, and we still have CARES funding in my office that we're spending. So we are accepting all applications and reviewing them for potential ERAP funding.
So you're doing rental and mortgage?
Yes, we've always done rental and mortgage.
You're doing both?
Yes.
And you said that, I think Maria said something about, you gotta, by September 30th of this year, we have to,
65%.
65% has to be
Of ERAP.
on the ground?
Yes, 65% of ERAP one. We are anticipating, asking for, a variance or extension to that. I really think that, so we're on kind of like monthly ERAP calls with the state, and even, Harris County combined with the city of Houston are still at maybe 45% of their allocation. So we're really anticipating that that will be extended, but we're gonna be asking for that kind of extension to that rule.
That's only 3 months for 65%.
Yeah, that's a lot. And that's why we've been so, I kind of wish, the city had their process of where they had to go out for RFP, and they started that on, I believe it was March 22nd, and they didn't get to award the contract until May 11th. And then there was some contract negotiations, so, we were hoping that we could have gotten this done a long time ago. We received the funds back at the end of January. So, yeah, I mean, this has been a long process.
Are we going for RFP also, or what are we gonna do?
We didn't, because we already had issued the disaster management RFP, which included other recovery funding sources.
But the answer is we did RFP
Yes, we
for
did
disaster
RFP.
management.
We did
admin.
RFP. Not specific for ERAP, but it was included under the umbrella of recovery services under that disaster management. We left it a
And
little,
that's the one Haggerty does, or what?
yes.
We're gonna have to do another one, Jess, another RFP for?
Not for ERAP 2, but we are doing RFPs right now on the street for Restore Act, for FEMA, for BRIC, for, I'm trying to think of one other, HGMP.
So the one that's out for FEMA right now is gonna cover all FEMA competitive grant programs. So it'll cover hazard mitigation grant program, it'll cover what we call BRIC, is building resilient infrastructure communities.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate all the work y'all put into this thing here, and I know
Yeah,
it's been a lot.
it's been a long
You know what I mean?
process, but we're getting there, and we're ready to roll out the
I
funds.
wasn't sure how was it gonna work and what Rebecca's job was gonna be on this thing.
Yeah, Haggerty's gonna have to report to this court, and we can put them on the agenda if you'd like, almost every court, to give updates. And could one of y'all double check, because I had unfortunately, she had a death in the family, so that's why she's not here, but we had a packet ready with ERAP and all of the basic questions, that people had last court, that we brought it up. We've had those answered. Maybe you could just drop by Maggie's, by the office, and just see if she could find those and bring them in for the court, because I think it'll be helpful.
So I just want to clarify that, the city will be handling the residents of the city of Corpus Christi, and then, of course, our allocation will be for Nueces County residents.
Right, so if you call into the call center and you identify yourself by address, they'll figure out which way you go. So Haggerty will invoice this separately, and they'll invoice the city separately. And again, that estimate of 56,000 still leaves ample room for us to get whatever extra we need. That might be for people in the community centers, it might be for Dale's office. That's something that we're gonna be, obviously evaluating once we get the program up and running.
And then I know we had kind of given direction to the county attorney's office to work on that interlocal agreement. I hadn't heard about the conversation with the city that they are gonna work with us, so we'll need to know whatever.
Yeah, so the
whoever
city
we're
did
talking-
not want an interlocal, they didn't think it was necessary. I leave that up to the lawyers to figure out, the issue. What we really needed to make sure was there was a work order and tasks and defined scope from Haggerty, so that we knew we would be built differently. What I wanted to make sure is that we could use one platform, one software platform. And I would love to have a letter agreement to make sure that the city, agrees with us that we're all allowed to use that one platform. And how Haggerty parcels that out is in the task order.
But we're not gonna mix with,
We're not gonna mix, but the calls come in mixed. And then but we're not gonna
Yeah,
miss.
they'll
on
bill
the-
out
They'll
based
figure
on the
who can-
application.
They'll bill out,
they
yeah,
figure if they're county or they're
That's
in
right.
inner city.
that's right.
All right, I want to share.
And we can get you a copy of that, that task order.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. I appreciate all the work.
And again, we're dying for those phone numbers, so the minute Haggerty gets the call center number, we want to put out a strong press release, strong social media, really work with all our community centers. We want people to know that help is here, but they gotta know the number to call.
And I just wanted to say, I just want to make sure before we move on that there's just this clarity on this situation, and how this is going to be done. There's obviously parts that still need to be figured out, but if you remember the last Commissioners Court, I did tell you that it was very likely we would be responsible for hiring part-time or temporary employees to help actually, execute the program. So the 56,000 for Haggerty, just to reiterate, is for the understanding of the program and how to disseminate the program, to implement training based on that, to train and to produce this training program, and that's what that dollar amount covers. Beyond that, again, as Maria said, that's gonna be pulled from the rest of the money. This 56,960 is exclusively for developing how we're gonna run the program. We'll still need folks that play the role of the supporters for Nueces County residents that are calling. It's our responsibility with our portion of the money to assist the unincorporated residents. And so there's still gonna be a division of task, if you will. But what the judge is wanting and what we're wanting is a unified system that both the city and the county are operating on, so that any resident is hearing information about the program, and it doesn't matter if they live in the city or the county, the process will be the same. It's gonna be our city and our county that have a different process once those folks come all the way down to the case management level. So we will be very likely hiring temporary, or like Maria suggested, possibly a full-time employee, whatever is going to work best for this.
And there'll be case managers, and those people who hire will be case managers, probably.
I would imagine you at least needed one that either is able to execute the administrative part and case management, or you have someone doing the administrative part and somebody doing case management. Those are very different skill sets that somebody would come with.
Rebecca, you got an opening in your office? You got 2 vacant desks? You don't have an opening?
I don't have a.
Oh, okay. You said 2 vacant desks, I said, man, thank you very much. I really appreciate all the work you guys have done.
Sure, were there any more ERAP questions before I move on to other components of COVID-19?
Oh, ma'am.
Okay. So as far as COVID-19 goes, I feel good about where we're at. We've gotten to a really great place of having these permanent vaccination sites that are regularly running. always having the vaccine available. These are all things that we struggled with in the beginning of the pandemic when we did get the vaccine. So the fact that we have regular occurring sites, I don't even really have to come here and tell you where they are because we've been running them long enough. The La Palmera Mall, now we have the Goodwill. We're using the Memorial. So our testing, our state testing, COVID testing that was being done at Memorial has been discontinued, and we're going to continue to use the site. And we do have a vaccination coming up that's going to be in the Memorial parking lot. So still using a really great site that we've been utilizing the entire pandemic. We're continuing to look. We'll be reaching back to school before we know it, looking at different options and different locations for vaccinating. We also have to start considering that we'll be coming up on those 6-month booster shots that are required for some of the vaccine brands. And if you look at the volume of vaccinations that were done at the beginning, you can see the potential for maybe the mass vaccination site. So we still have that. We're still holding on to that as potentially having to really re-engage in a mass vaccination site because of how many people we did vaccinate at the beginning. We'll have a lot more, obviously, the pharmacies and private healthcare providers that didn't have the vaccine before that now can provide the booster. So the burden won't be quite as it was in the beginning, but there's still going to be responsibility for Nueces County to make sure that our residents have access and are able to get to those sites to get vaccinated or get their booster vaccine. We're currently still working with the BCFS team. We're down to the 3 staff members and potentially down to 2 very soon. They continue to help us with their assistance. We've been able to schedule out an entire month at a time for our vaccine sites. That might not seem like a big deal, but at one point we were going day by day to set these up, and having an entire month outlook on our vaccines is really phenomenal. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank the team for the assistance that they brought to my department, to the judge, and to all of the section chiefs that have been performing these functions. The one other thing I just want to mention real quick as it pertains to COVID-19 is just the purchasing of some of the heat illness prevention materials that we're looking for to put out at our sites. It is very hot. It's going to get hotter, and so we want to make sure that we are providing our staff and our volunteers and those folks that might be out at the sites, the residents, comfort, not just comfort, but rather, safety items that will help prevent heat illness in the South Texas heat. So making sure that our teams are communicating resource needs. That wasn't just something that happened in the beginning. We procure everything and now we have what we need. We're constantly needing new items based on changes in environment and sites. And that's really all I had for the COVID-19 update. Unless anybody had questions, I'll move on to the Hurricane Hannah and Tropical Storm update. Hearing nothing, I'm just going to start with Bob Hall Pier. That's what Hurricane Hannah is really all about. I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited about where we're at with Bob Hall Pier. I think we had to spend too much time not knowing if we were going to get FEMA public assistance, and we're at a place now where we're taking on and really defining what the future of the pier is going to look like for ourselves. And so you've probably had access to some of the documents that I'm going to bring up right now, one of those being the Bob Hall Pier Rebuild Consumer Report. If you've taken a look at that, you'll see that the project is broken down in 3 phases. The first phase has already been completed. That was the stakeholder interviews, the one-on-one stakeholder interviews. This month we have what's called phase 2. And this project is all about, again, consumer research. It's all about public outreach and getting that external input. So this month is 2 different town hall meetings where the public is invited to put their opinions and their thoughts about what they want to see from Bob Hall Pier, what kind of improvements. And again, it gives the opportunity to discuss certain items that are needed, like the mitigation strategies that can be included in everything that we do in the rebuild of this pier. And then phase 3 is the surveys and the online survey that's going to be produced. And that's just an additional way to get that public information. You'll have also seen probably, I can't be 100% sure, the Bob Hall Pier Design Draft Schedule. Before I start talking about it, I just want to make sure anybody up there has seen that. Judge, have you seen
Well, I
that?
have, yeah.
Okay, okay. It's just a draft schedule that really kind of lays out what we're hoping to be able to achieve in the rebuilding of the pier.
Why don't you go ahead and go and make it a point tomorrow to get everybody to get Tyner that copy of it so they
Sure,
can see it.
sure. And I can get you the Consumer Research Project PowerPoint as well. That's a helpful document to have. So I'll get you that, and I'll get you
I'm sorry?
the pier design. Or excuse me, not the pier design, the design draft schedule. And that sets forth everything from the public town hall meetings to the expectation for when we might be getting into the permitting phase, all the way down to bid award process and then construction. Again, this is all draft. This is all hopes for. This is our goal. This is what we're aiming for. So we might see another one that's produced that has slightly different dates. But as it stands right now in this draft, we could be looking at the construction beginning December 6th of '22 and potentially having the project completed mid-year in '23. So again, that's all.
And I think it's
set
really
in stone,
exciting.
not set in stone.
I think it's realistic. We could even beat it, so to speak, but it's a really good timeline. It's aggressive, and that's what we want it to be.
We spent a lot of time waiting to find out what we were able to do or not able to do. So this,
that's
when you
with
look at it
permitting.
in its entirety, it's fast. This is going to be a fast project.
Melissa,
if we can execute it.
if I recall, that's with permitting.
Yes.
Yeah,
All the way
okay.
down to bid, award process,
Right.
construction beginning, and the completion of the construction. If we can get this by, 5/23/23, that's amazing, and that really kind of makes up for some lost time here. Again, there's so much input that we'll get from the public, and I'm sure they got a lot from the stakeholder interviews, that will kind of shift and change this schedule. But there's multiple county reviews that are included on this, where all of the processes are gonna be brought to the Commissioner's Court, I'm sure, for review. It's a good schedule, so I can get this sent out to you. Just take a look at it. It really lays out what we're trying to hear. It even includes, the length of time that's gonna be required for the hydrodynamic engineer reports and geotechnical investigations. Those things aren't immediate or rapid, but even seeing something that could be lengthy, like the establishment of those reports embedded in something that has what seems like such a short timeline, it makes me excited, because I do feel like we've just been hanging on to damage and not been able to really move forward, and we've just kind of been set free, I think, in this, and now we can really say this is exactly how we're gonna do it. I mentioned last time how important mitigation is in every effort that we take for this pier. It was interesting, there was an article that was shared with the committee, the Bob Hall Pier Committee, and it's fishing pier design, and it's based out of Florida, which has a lot of difference in environment, but the structures and what is common to be found on a pier is kind of put in that, and I think those are important things to incorporate into our pier. What is successful in other places? Florida might be different, but some of those environments are different, but the concepts and the reasons why you wouldn't want maybe a covered structure or this, that, or the other, those things are the same, and it's important for us to look at what other people are doing, what other places are doing with their piers. Like Judge said, she just came back from South Padre Island. Go to Galveston, go to lots of places. Their piers and what you can do with a pier is pretty incredible, and so let's bring whatever we can to Nueces County. Let's bring in revenue, let's bring in coastal resiliency and education and mitigation into this pier. So I'm excited about it. It's not much to get excited about on a daily basis, because it's a lot of, negative, it's a lot of damage, it's stressful, but when you get to be excited about something, it just changes a lot of things. So I'm looking forward to this project. That was really all I had as far as the tropical Hannah, the tropical storm. I really have a little bit of information about the event that we're about to experience, the rain event, the potential flooding, but I'd actually really like to add that to the the May 21 floods, because it really lines up with that disaster more than tropical storms or
It does.
Hurricane Hannah.
And the only thing I want to add is that we have the privilege of having the sneak peek of some of our digital media that's about to go out in press release. And so we're going to unveil that very soon. The community survey that you referenced will have an icon on our nuecesco.com website. Give us some time, but we're going to get that up. You'll be able to press that button and give your input. We want to hear from everybody. But if the camera can capture this is just a really beautiful digital media that we're creating here. How about
And
the
the
future of
survey
Bob
was
Hall Pier?
specifically designed to be very quick and very easy. So I encourage you to get on and do the survey when you
Yeah.
have access. It's going to be fast and easy, which we know lots of surveys are not.
Right, so anyway, all of this is being done through the Pettis Group, and again, we're making tremendous progress across the board, including the contract that we did today in purchasing earlier with Jacobs Engineering, so. All right, take us through the last two, Melissa.
Sure. For Winter Storm 2021, really what I want to focus on is kind of this tail end of recovery, which is where we're at. And the biggest thing, I think, is recognizing what we learned from the winter storm. So we're working with Haggerty on our after-action review. I've mentioned this before. We're still in the draft form, and there's been some more additions that we'll be adding to it. And from that comes a really strong improvement plan. Our improvement plan has 31 items that we have identified the potential solution, and created a plan for. And it doesn't feel good to say, here's 31 issues we had in our response, but it feels good to say, here's 31 solutions we have for problems we have. And gaps. And so one of the biggest things, and this isn't just for winter storm, this isn't just for hurricane, this isn't just for global pandemic, but the strategic reserve, right? Having a stockpile, having that extra bit of resource in your jurisdiction, so that when the roads are frozen over or they're covered in debris from a hurricane, you still have access to some basic needs like water, like MREs, generators, fans, lights, flashlights, anything that we can provide to our public. We know our community, and COVID-19 has really shown us our areas of vulnerability, but we have a vulnerable population, and we want to make sure that not only can we support ourselves as a county in response and being cut off of our resources, but that we're strong enough to support also the residents of the county and the resources that they're cut off to. And so in that conversation, I think personal preparedness for our residents, but also for the county, we tell our residents to make sure to have 7 days of their medication and their water and dog food. We should have 7 weeks, right, as Nueces County, 7 weeks of water, 7 weeks of MREs, so that we know if we're completely cut off, we can sustain not only ourselves as a county and our county staff, but to be able to function and support our residents as well. So strategic stockpile, reserves, warehouses with items, these are really important things for us to be thinking about when it pertains to any kind of disaster. We can see also in our flood events that there's resources that are needed, and there's access cut off to our residents to basic things like water and food. And so that's going to be a new initiative coming from emergency management. The judge has already kicked off a lot of things to make this happen, but I think it's really important to try to bring whatever we can into Nueces County that helps support that mission. And when the after-action review and the 31 items on our improvement plan are complete, we'll disseminate the document and let everyone read it. The whole point in an after-action review is to really, really say not everything was perfect. Here's what we did well, here's where we struggle, and here's how we can improve. So that document is going to exist for COVID-19, for all of our storms. It just takes time to create the document. We're still in response for COVID-19. This is typically something that's undertaken during the recovery phase. But I do think we should start looking as a county into collecting all of the documentation and making the plan for how you would build an after-action review for a disaster that was as long or is as long as COVID-19. That's all I had for the winter storm. I can move on to
Yeah.
the May rain flood event if there are no questions.
We'll move on to the May and now July flooding events.
So I think what we're experiencing right now is exactly what happened in May. We're gonna see the same kinds of issues. Right now, I'm just gonna update on the system real quick, but then I really do wanna go back and talk about hazard mitigation action plan for just a moment. But as far as this system, we're now having calls with our state operations center in Austin. There was one yesterday at 10 o'clock and today as well, and again tomorrow, just to discuss the potential for flooding, for flash flooding, to be experienced here in the Middle Coast down into northern Mexico. So we're included in that. Also the potential for thunderstorms, and there's just a lot of environmental disturbance with two kind of different systems coming together. So lots of things to keep an eye out for. We want to make sure that we're keeping an eye, and I've got Edward, who's the operations section chief, who's already making sure that our resources that we needed and potentially might have used during May, that those are ready to go for the next 2 days. So we've already got several inches of rain. We have 2 more potential days of rain. And so we know some of our vulnerable areas that were brought to our attention during the May floods. I suspect it will be the same areas that we'll be hearing from again. But we have access to the water pumps. And we ordered water pumps, so we have more than we started with. We have access, like we did before in May, to the 7 high water vehicles from our ESDs. So we've got everything in motion right now as this kind of evolves overnight into tomorrow. And I feel like we're pretty prepared for this one. So we just had one in May. It kind of ramped us up. And this is why we should start looking at the procurement of resources before we get to a disaster where they're needed. And so now here we are hitting something in July. And now we feel better because we have pumps, we have the high water vehicles identified, we know who's doing exactly what. And so we're just gonna kind of brace ourselves. We'll be putting information out not only through emails, but on our Facebook as well, just letting people know. We've got the small craft advisory and other advisories that come out during these types of systems. That's all I have for the particular storm that we're dealing with
I
right
just
now.
want to add that while you were in the courtroom, I just wanted you to know that we're getting updates from Scott Cross, and we are dealing with major flooding issues in the RV parks in Port A and on Padre. And we already have pad sites that are underwater in Port A, and the majority of pad sites underwater in Padre. Obviously, there's nowhere to pump the water to. Our retention ponds are already overflowing. And so I just want everybody to be aware and that we've got some very, very high waters. We'll be talking to the General Land Office after this meeting. And there might be a situation where Access Road 4 is compromised. So I'm just letting everybody know right now that that's a concern. And it's just, this is what happens when your water table is already at its max and we're saturated. We are gonna start contacting people who are maybe thinking about coming in to town. We don't take any type of deposit, so there's no refund. We are gonna start calling them from coastal parks. All of this just came in. In addition, the governor's office has already issued some language that I think will be helpful regarding the flooding. And so, again, he's issued he's basically placed state resources on standby as heavy rain, flash flooding threatens South Texas and the coastal bend. We're going to mimic all this good language that they've put in regarding urging flood preparedness. And I would go ahead and assume that we are at a different readiness than we were yesterday morning, Melissa. But just wanting to make sure that all of this just came in again while you were, literally while you were talking.
Yes, and
So-
as a result, TDEM has already activated potential resources You have A&M Engineering Extension Service has, I believe, 8 vessels that can be used. You have Texas Parks and Wildlife Department that also has the boat teams as well. And they're looking at Rio Grande Valley and Brazoria and some other areas that are really struck with what you would call flash flooding. We don't see flash flooding the same way here as you do in some areas like San Marcos and Wimberley and some of those other areas. So they seem to have a pre-designated area, but the fact that they're standing up resources already just lets you kind of know that, yes, this is a system. They are expecting for there to be a true impact, so much so that they're providing resources ahead of time to jurisdictions. And that's very important. That tells us in emergency management, you know, that the state is expecting this to be bigger than what we did even a day and a half ago.
Right. Obviously, you know, we did not have it fixed for the agenda item, you know, to do any type of road closures, but we can do so on an emergency basis and we'll act appropriately, but we'll keep all of you informed adequately. But I am gonna, hopefully the tea leaves are being read by Cisco and Jenny that we need to probably get documents ready. It's just smart preparation. Okay.
The last thing I wanted to talk about, because I think this is really important, and it goes under, I put it under the May, flood event, because it does have to do with drainage and flooding here. I'm looking forward to the drainage study. I'm looking forward to how we can improve flooding and those processes here in Nueces County. I just wanted to bring up the hazard mitigation action plan. We have an update due in 2022. We've got partners, just to name one or two, for example, the Nueces County Water Improvement District Number 4, who's been informed that they can only apply if they are included by name in a hazard mitigation action plan. That doesn't exist right now. So we have the opportunity as Nueces County to go out for money that will help us do our 22 hazard mitigation action plan. The plan is due every 5 years. So it's actually great timing because this allows us to include new partners on our plan, and we have no reason why we wouldn't want to include partners on our plan. It did trigger, however, my desire to really reach out to very specific districts or jurisdictions that have to do with water control or flooding or drainage, and get them on board and get them everything they need to jump onto our hazard mitigation plan, because anything that they qualify for and being part of a hazard mitigation plan helps us as a county. So we want to make sure we do what we can. Our out-of-pocket cost for this, if we're awarded as we're expecting, is going to be $12,500. That's not very much if you do consider how many partners we potentially will be not only adding to our plan, but the pre-existing partners and dividing that cost out. I really think each partner is going to be paying less than $900. And so that's great to have 5 years of being on a hazard mitigation action plan. Those things are all still something to be decided. There's a lot of different ways we can handle the out-of-pocket costs as a county. But we're going to continue to send out what's called the letter requesting inclusion into county HMAP, sending out those letters to partners. We did receive the one for the Water Improvement District 4 already. Maria already has that in hand. So we for sure have one new partner jumping onto our hazard mitigation action plan, and then we're going to continue through that process. I'm not sure if you remember the building of the hazard mitigation action plan. It was done very quickly. It had lots of partners on it. It was a big, big deal. If we can really go into a 22 update and have all of these great partners added into our plan, it opens a lot of doors for them. But then in turn opens a lot of doors for the county, especially as we're kind of working together to improve drainage and flood issues here in the county. And that's all I had.
So if you can send us a list of who we have, or the list that we're adding on, new groups, so we can we can review it and give you any suggestions. I'm sure you have everybody on there that I would think of just in case, so we can make sure some of our smaller cities or other, governmental entities.
Sure.
are part
We
of
have
that.
the 7 cities of Nueces County. We have the Port of Corpus Christi at this time on our plan. So the additions would be still has to, has some parameters. It has to be what would be considered a jurisdiction or a district, and have some authority over a specific location. But we're really gonna reach out to as many people. It doesn't have to be specifically water drainage involved. I just felt like this was a phenomenal opportunity to grab some of the partners we're gonna be working with to make this kind of unified drainage project happen here in the county and bring them on board so that we're connected in our grant opportunities as well.
Yes.
But I can definitely get that to you.
Yeah, if you can send us all that list, just so we can review it, and
Yeah.
I'm thinking of a few, but I'm sure they're on there. If not, see if maybe they want to be a part of it, or if it meets those parameters, like you said.
And we're really excited because we have the opportunity to apply for this grant. And we've gone ahead and done all of the prerequisites that we need. And we're hopeful that we'll bring the dollars in, and then we can talk about a pro rata sharing. But most importantly, what we want to do is include everybody. And this is kind of as you say, a perfect timing to make certain that if you're not eligible, you're never going to get anywhere with some of these projects that are so valued. So, yeah, we're anxious to get this done. And as you say, it's required. So in 2023, we were going to need to do this. 2022, we were needing to do this anyway. That would have been our 5-year lapse.
And they have 1 year from the time that they receive funds to actually being on a hazard mitigation action plan, as long as the commitment, right, the letters there existing between Nueces County or whomever they're gonna be on a hazard mitigation action plan. So they're able to meet their deadlines, and they're able to go through the process, even though we're not there yet. We are able to commit them to our plan. They can move forward, and they're not gonna lose out on opportunity for money while we're going through the update process. It would be time consuming and costly to try to do an update to include the partners to turn around then and do a full hazard mitigation action plan update. So this is really great timing.
Okay, super. I'll ask for any questions. You certainly covered a lot. It goes to show you how active we are in all 4 of these disasters. And I will tell you that one of the purposes of our DC trip is to work on our ability to bring coastal dollars for resiliency. I mean, that is definitely a focus of going tomorrow. And Melissa, I might have to reevaluate my actual leaving in the morning versus in the afternoon, or maybe even the next day, depending on what materializes. It is my understanding, I just want to check with you, that National Weather Service, at least for now, shows that perhaps on Friday, we might have some relief.
Yeah, it looks like it's really gonna be kind of Thursday morning through the day.
Okay.
As far as what I'm seeing on all of their
Okay.
charts and graphs that they send us, their
Right.
visuals. That for us here in Corpus Christi, it's really gonna be late Wednesday into Thursday. But we should be clearing up after that, going into Friday.
Okay, so again, while you were talking, we got another update, and it's not good. It's just that, we definitely need some relief, and so I forwarded you the basic information. And that's unfortunate, but at least we know right now before the end of our day, and we can get working on getting coastal parks the documents that they need to protect people.
And I'll just say, because we don't know ever when we start something what it's going to evolve into, and because we do already have very recently a substantial flood event, I just want everyone to kind of keep the documentation and the actual disaster processes in mind, so that we're gathering everything that's happening right now. That way, if it does transpire and turn into something bigger, or it is declared, that we've already taken the steps that we need
Right.
to collect the documentation for that.
Correct. The only other add, if there's no other questions on all of the good information that you've placed forth, is that I want to remind everybody that we're getting lots of information about the Delta variant. We've had Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and Delta now. The Delta does look like it will overtake the Alpha variant that started off in the UK, the Delta variant generated from India. It's highly transmissible, and so we really need to be thoughtful. Please continue to encourage people to get the right information so they can make an informed decision. And we have all kinds of opportunities for people to be vaccinated. Once you're vaccinated, you have a very, high chance of, not falling ill in a serious way to these variants, including the Delta. So we're also seeing the efficacy of the Delta variant in Israel, not as strong with the Pfizer vaccine. And so this is something we need to watch. So while it's nice that everyone's really back to working in a much more normal fashion, unfortunately, we're still highly watchful of a potential need in a few months for booster shots. So just be thinking that we're in active response still for COVID-19. And unfortunately, that's not good. But what is good is that we do have the dollars that we need to run the response.
And it's possible, anything's possible really. It's possible that we have a variant that comes in, right? And it really sets us exactly back where we were in the beginning. We just have to be prepared for that. I think we have a lot of people in the community, in our county. I mean, everybody's a little bit guilty of it. That's kind of letting back a little. And we just have to be mentally ready for the possibility because we're still in response. Until we get to a certain point and we've rolled out into true recovery, which I do believe is going to be a few years from now, there's always that possibility that a particular variant in combination with a particular vaccine brand creates a surge, creates an outbreak again, and we need to be ready. What's fantastic about it is that we've done it already now. Anytime we have a disaster that looks like a disaster we had before is helpful. We have resources in place. We understand the processes and the methods, and we know what we need to do. And so it won't be as big of a deal. It won't have such a big impact, but it's very possible still, and I just want people to remember that.
Melissa, I was watching the news last night, and it came out that the variant is in every state here in this country.
I think a lot of that has to do with the travel, right?
Yes,
I mean, people are
that's right.
traveling,
That's
people
correct.
are moving, people are going to events.
Going to conferences.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so.
I mean, you have to get, at some point, you have to try to find, regular life function. If we start to see a true concern in the number of cases that we have or the hospitalizations, no different than we were tracking those in the beginning, we're still looking at those. We don't bring those numbers and those statistics to court every day because we don't want to bore you to death, but it's all still there and it's all still happening.
And it's
so
actually on the rise.
We'll
so-
see it
Yes.
happening. We'll really see it happening.
We just have to be visual and take care of our kids, keep an eye on them. But it is on the rise, and it's in every state in this country.
Yes, this pandemic hasn't stopped since it started. It's slowed down, it's sped up, it's slowed down, it's sped up. But we're still right in the middle of it. And so lots of things are possible. And social distancing, it's great to have come away from the mask. I know everybody's really excited to see smiles and faces. But when you do find yourself in those super close environments or around a lot of people, I would definitely suggest wearing a mask.
They
Just
were
to
also
protect yourself.
recommending that people start using masks inside the buildings. That was recommended. Whether people take it or not, it's up to everybody, individual. But
Yeah, the best protection is the vaccination, and that's what the data shows. And like anything, masks can protect you from the common cold or the flu or,
Anything else.
other types of viruses. So we highly encourage everyone to do what they think they need to do to stay super protected. I think the most important thing is that we stay very well informed. So please don't neglect the burn rate. It comes to your email every day. And don't neglect the stats. And that also comes to your email every day. And so I think we were at 33 and 11, which is quite a bit of rise from week over last, which I think we were 22 and 8. So 33 hospitalizations, 11 in ICU. We really want to see both those numbers in low single digits.
And you also have to kind of you know, you can just look at the numbers and you can think lots of things based on them going up or going down. Something's happening, a new variant is here, but you also have to kind of look at that juxtaposition with holidays and school being out and other
Correct.
things like that, and just kind of monitoring
Yeah.
different things that are happening that may be influencing the numbers as well. And so, you know, everybody goes back to school. We're going to see a peak again. You have moments of people coming together, vacations, holidays, and we're just going to keep seeing that fluctuation. We'll know when it gets past what we would consider a fluctuation. Now it's a true rise. It's a patterned increase. And where our entire emergency management team, City of Corpus Christi, Public Health, everybody's still keeping a really strong eye on this. But it's important for everybody else that's not intimately involved to remember that it's all still here and happening.
Well, even President Biden was suggesting that they're going to start going door to door, checking on people, see who's gotten the vaccination or not, and if people want it, they'll give it to them right there and then.
And that was the urgency and the push for getting our vaccination trailer, because that is the best way for us to really get out there and literally go door to door. And if that's what we have to do, we're okay with that.
Yep.
I'd rather go door to door and make sure everybody gets vaccinated than just say, hey, we're only doing it this way. If you can't get vaccinated, so be it. And then we constantly see ourselves struggling with COVID-19 here in Nueces County. So the best thing, like the judge said, is the vaccination. You can social distance, you can wear a mask, you can do both of those things, but the best thing is the vaccination.
Correct. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, and thanks for all the really good reports. And if anyone needs more information, you know where to find Melissa.
I'll send out an email. If you don't mind, I'm just going to attach everything we spoke about today.
I think
to
it's
send.
great.
Okay.
And also, I got, unfortunately, as I said, our awesome intern is not here due to a family emergency, so we were not able to get the email that she's prepared for court, but we'll put it back on the next agenda. But it's an awesome comprehensive on ERAP. If we can get it to you sooner, we will, but we'll actually have her present it.
I
in-
have that. I believe I do.
You do?
It's like in slide form, I
I
think.
think it should be.
I think I have that. If I have it, I'll send it with everything else.
That'd be great. Okay, super. All right, thanks, Melissa. We'll let you go.
I was gonna say, I think it's where a lot of my information came from, so.
Yeah.
I do believe
she
I
did
have
a-
it.
She did a great job. I know she was anxious to present it, but just didn't, it wasn't meant to be today.
All
Okay,
right,
thank
thank
you,
you.
ma'am. That puts us back at item number 310, and that's the Colonia Self-Help Center update on its establishment, and that's pursuant to House Bill 2893 that was signed by the governor.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. So I expect this will be the first of many updates that we give on this. Just a little bit of history. Colonia Self-Help Centers were actually established back in 1995, but they were specific to certain counties. And so with the help of Representative Herrero and Senator Hinojosa, and of course this court, Commissioner Mares was also instrumentally involved. HB 2893 got passed, and now Nueces County is included. So the self-help centers are actually administered through the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, but they're operated on a local level. And their intent is to provide on-site technical assistance to low and very low income individuals and families, providing such things as housing rehabilitation, new construction, surveying, plating, construction skills training, and even a tool library. So we have reached out to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, and what they've told us is they're a little bit at a loss as to how we move forward right now, because it's been over 20 years since
my
they've
goodness.
established one. So they did ask us for a little bit of time to kind of put a presentation together, and we actually have a meeting set up next week on July 15th, and we'll be visiting with representatives from there to see next steps, at least from their perspective. This doesn't go into effect, this law doesn't go into effect until September 1st, and then they also need to go in and rewrite some of their rules. They kind of put me on notice that that might not happen until October because, you know, they do have their processes. But on the other side, that doesn't mean we're not trying to move this forward as much as we can. And there's a lot of support for this in the community. Dr. Villa over from Texas A&M Kingsville has reached out to us, as well as Ana Garcia, who works closely with him, with the Voices of the Colonias. And then there was already in the works talking to the superintendent over at Banquete, Dr. Thompson. So Commissioner Mares, Tyner, and I met with Dr. Thompson actually on his very last day as superintendent. And so he has retired. But he has passed along our information to Dr. Stacy Johnson, and kind of what they wanted to pro-offer is they do have a building that maybe we would be able to use as the self-help center. So there are resources in the community that are eager to help us get this established. But our first step is going to be to work through the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. They're much more familiar with the program portion of it because they do have funding through the Texas Community Development Block Program. And so we'll be learning more about that and bringing more information to the court. I don't know if there's any questions.
Judge, taking off on this, and of course with Tyner's guidance, and this is, you know, many months, even year and a half or so, that this has been discussed, and to have the law, you know, get passed, and we thank Representative Herrero and of course our legislative team. Yeah. They were there to help guide me to get there in March to testify before one of the state subcommittees, and I know Belinda went up there as well. And so, you know, just to say that they did their value definitely many times over by helping me with that and getting us. This, you know, became a priority for Representative Herrero. He testified just before I did in the committee hearing, and then Senator Hinojosa. I've been talking to him for years, from pretty much since I got on Commissioner's Court, and so he was behind it. The groups that Belinda mentioned, the Texas A&M Kingsville Social Work Program, who I worked closely with for the last 4 years here at the county, and many years before that. Dr. V is very much interested because him or hopefully maybe the nonprofit that Ms. Garcia runs and created can help with perhaps with staffing. And then, like Belinda said, with Dr. Thompson being on board, committing to providing us with a location, with the actual physical building. And then that's where hopefully we can come in with maybe some of our resources to help fix it up, or maybe bring in something that's even more suitable, maybe not the building, maybe get that torn down and maybe bring in something else. But this is exactly what I had hoped for, and this, I think, complements time-wise and just priority-wise exactly what was done in the IRT, because we can continue to see those goals carried throughout the year. And really help promote the next upcoming year of IRT. So the work that they're doing is great. And I know they have so many other things to work on, but the fact that we're this far ahead now in just such a short period of time is exciting. I know that one of the things that Belinda had said was the timing, because it has been such a while since the state has worked on anything like this. We got to try to keep it a secret, but we know other counties are going to be looking to do this come the next session. They are. And the fact that we're the only Colonial Self-Help Center that's not along the border, I think goes to say a lot. And once again, that wouldn't have happened without the designation from the IRT and Texas A&M University Colonias program, because without them, I don't think that would have been a justification. And that's one of the things I said during the committee when they kind of looked and said, why Nueces County? Why would the Self-Help Center for Colonias? And we definitely have that need, and I think it's going to benefit all of our precincts, because we all can recognize every precinct has areas that do not have the resources and definitely need the empowerment and the connection to help self-promote, but also through the assistance of us or the state or the federal government to help as well to promote improvements in these areas. So I'm just really excited about HB 2893 and its companion bill, Senate Bill 777. And so I just want to thank y'all for that work so far, and look forward to the next few months to hopefully we can get this ironed out and worked out, and then also work on getting the agreement together with the other two entities so that we can work on getting that funding together, so that if it is fixing up the building, we will do that in short order, or perhaps purchasing a prefabricated building and putting there at that location. So, thank you all for the update.
Thank you.
Thank you, Belinda. Okay, so that's our update with regards to the Self-Help Center. And so we'll move on to, we did item number 11 prior to our break in executive session, and we're now on item number 12. And we did have the opportunity to ask legal questions in executive session with regards to the personal services contract. And I'd like to make a motion that we extend personal services contract with the legislative consultants that are listed below, Hugo Berlanga, Joel Roma, and Patricia Sipton, for services related to the 87th Texas Legislative Special Session, 88th Texas Legislative Session, strategic planning, consulting, governmental services, and other related matters for a term of 2 months at the rate that they are currently being paid, which is $5,000 each. And that will be for 2 months. And the will of the court is to come back after that time and to, quite frankly, create a list of tasks, which will be very specific. And we are going to be working with our county attorney on that language and with the legislative consultant team when the time is appropriate. But we need a little bit of time, so this will be a two-phased process. The first will be for 2 months only.
And that's for a total of 15,000, Judge?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
And I know it's a long motion, but that is the motion, and I've got a second. And if there's
So
any.
would that be through the end of August, Judge? July?
So today's
August?
July. If you would just do me the favor and make the calendar reflect 2 months using a 30-day calendar.
September.
July to August, August to September. Is that right?
Yeah. Be September.
Just count the 60 days on the
September the
calendar.
Yeah,
On or about?
today, 2 months arguably would be September 7th.
Okay. Does that somewhat correspond with a commissioners' court meeting? If not, we'll work on it to where we get it timely. 6 is, gosh. Well, can we, that's actually good, though. No, that works great. The 6th is the meeting. Kara's already.
Well, can we make it the 8th, because I think there's a meeting on the 8th.
Okay, well, I thought Kara said the 6th. Oh, okay, that's fine.
We're checking the calendar right here, Judge, real quick, hang on.
That's fine. We'll take your recommendation. It's just nice. when-
Yes, September 8th.
All right. So my motion then is amended to include the date through September 8th.
Second motion.
Yes.
And, okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, super. All right, the next one is somewhat related but unique and different. It's the discuss and consider the personal services agreement with Reed Clay related to the facilitating of the economic recovery and applying for any applicable federal or state programs. And this, of course, is related to, in particular, our COVID-19 opportunities that come through the state and the federal government, but not limited to it. It can be to any program. And the opportunity is available there as well to do an abbreviated agreement and to work on that list. So this would also be for $5,000 a month for the 60 days, and we will get the list as articulated as well.
Or for 2 months?
It's a month. They're both 5,000 per month.
No, that was 5,000 for both months on the other ones.
No, it was, their contract was 5,000 per month.
I don't think that's what we said, Judge. It's $15,000 total, so it's gonna be 5,000 for 2 months. If it's $15,000 total.
Okay, well, let me finish with 13, then we can go back to 12, but the amount is $5,000 per month. That was their current contract. That was the intention, is to keep them at their same rate for a shorter period of time. If you misunderstood,
No, I didn't understand. That's what we said. I just asked you that. You said yes.
well, you said, was it 15,000 cumulatively per month? The answer is yes. It's per month, though. Their current contract isn't changing. 5,000, now, on item number 13, the current contract is changing to equalize everybody. So we can go back to 12 if you feel like there was something that needs more clarification. But on item 13, it is for $5,000 per month for the 2 months until such time as we can get the new language in the contract and brought to the court for its approval. So do you have any questions regarding that, or? Okay. All right, well, that is the motion then, to approve such personal service agreement for that term and for that amount. And I'll look for a second.
Second.
And if there's no further discussion, then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
No.
One no, okay. And then we'll go to item number, let me see, item 17 is next. We have tabled, just for those of you following along, items 15 and 16 and 18. So item number 17 is really Tyner, and he's got a presentation. He's our ADA coordinator, and it's an important report on the Department of Justice relating the Project Civic Access Settlement Agreement.
And Connie, before you get the presentation up and running, just in case Terry Musgrove wants to participate here at the beginning.
Okay, great. I think I saw him online earlier.
Who's on? But, to remind the court, the DOJ paid us a visit as early as 2012. And they went through 40 polling locations and county facilities, and they came back a couple of years later, with the settlement agreement. It was actually in November of 2014. The county agreed to it. The DOJ signed in January of 2015 to coincide with the 25th anniversary of the ADA. So when we had the 31st anniversary resolution earlier, it reminded me that the DOJ actually signed on the 25th anniversary. When the judge and I met with the DOJ in Washington, D.C. in 2019, they did place some emphasis on the facilities that they listed in attachments I, J, and K. And what we did, we brought that back and focused on the facilities. Well, first of all, we focused on the facilities that were also polling locations, and there were 10 of those. They did coincide with some of the facilities in attachments I, J, and K in the settlement agreement.
We have three.
Okay, thank you. I
Yeah.
thought it was another fire drill.
No.
And so, anyway, what we've done, and I do have some good news to report, but Connie, if you could go ahead and get the presentation up, and I'm going to call on Terry when we hit like the courthouse and the final thing that I'm going to show. But, let me remind the court, in 2019, we had just suffered.
Recording in progress.
we had just suffered, the devastation of Hurricane Harvey. Little did we know that we were going to have a pandemic, shortly after that. But if you'll recall, I presented in 2019 that we were actually asking the DOJ for an extension until the year 2031. And I don't know if y'all recall that. The judge went to DC and presented that to the DOJ, but there was 2 full years left in our settlement agreement. As you know, this will be my 7th annual report to the DOJ. It's due in July, by the end of July every year. My first report was in 2015. This is when I start losing most of my hair this time of year. Putting this report together.
Mine turned white.
So, the attachment I, J, and K facilities, go ahead and advance. This is just a summary, but as you know, we got an extension till September of this year. I have communicated through email with our investigator with the DOJ. I have indicated to her, it's Amy Eduardo, that we are going to be providing this report, but I think it's clear we just cannot get everything done by then. We've been talking, about that for a long time. As they say, the big project is this courthouse, and I'm going to let Terry talk about that a little bit when we get to it. So anyway, just to remind the court of the attachment I facilities, please. Connie, you can look at those right now. Attachment J facilities, just to remind you, these are the ones that the DOJ actually inspected. So just show attachment J, because we're going to talk about them here in a little bit. And then we also have attachment K facilities, which also includes the courthouse, which is the big one. So if you go to next slide, which is page 6, I'm going to talk a little bit about the status of these facilities. Juvenile detention, we're under design procurement, estimated 45 days. Keach Family Library, we're complete. DOJ approved on that one. Banquetti Community Center, we need some exterior work. Borchard Stadium, we are doing some CIP stuff with that. We can talk a little bit about that later. That's design procurement, 45 days. Fairgrounds as well. And we'll talk a little bit more about the fairgrounds later. The medical examiner's office is ADA compliant. We are doing some parking lot work right now that we need to do. Bishop Community Center, we feel the interior is complete and the exterior is in progress, and we're looking at October 2021 completion. Hazel Baysmore Park, that we have some, we're working on the dog park, but there's also parking lots, sidewalks, and accessible restrooms that we need to accomplish out there. Also, an attachment I was Justice of the Peace Precinct 4. As you know, that facility was destroyed in Hurricane Harvey, and so we're in temporary buildings, and we're working with the city of Port Aransas to get a joint law enforcement center out there in Port Aransas. Remind the court real quick, attachment J, Agua Dulce Park, we're in design, Amistad, design. In my opinion, our biggest accomplishment thus far for an accessible building was the Calderon building. It was one of the, most expensive. Also, McKenzie Jail. We, feel that the jail, the new jail dormitory is ADA compliant. Problem with the Nueces County Jail is again, I say this every year, but when we learned we might lose 11 beds, the administration at the time did not want to move forward on doing anything in the jail to lose beds. And now that we just earlier today did MOUs for overcrowding, and then also, with the court talking about maybe someday a new jail, I just don't think it's recommended that we do anything with the jail. What I want to do is see about designating the McKenzie Annex as our accessible jail. The dormitories accessible out there, and the visitation and the parking lot will be accessible. And we'll make sure of it. I want to tell the DOJ that we're going to designate that facility as our accessible facility.
What's gonna kick you off, I think, is gonna be the numbers that you have it. How can you, primary jail, have less numbers than your jail here at the county?
Yeah, I mean, we proposed that in 2019 and did not get a response, but I can tell you, McLennan County had an old jail and a private facility, and McLennan County was able to allow the DOJ to designate an accessible facility. So that's something that we're still going to push for.
Go forward.
So, community supervision and corrections, that's design procurement. And then, again, I'm happy to report Bill Bodie and Hilltop, the center. The centers were DOJ approved.
And if it doesn't go, what are we gonna do? Say no? The annex, and what are we gonna do? We're gonna say we're gonna get a bond for a new jail.
Yeah, well, and it's just not advisable with talk about building a new jail at this point.
But I'm just saying, to them might be something they wanna
Right.
consider it anyway, right? I don't know.
So in attachment K, Ronnie Polston, design is 95% complete. Bishop County Building and Library, complete, DOJ approved. Nueces County Park, that refers to the Ortiz Park. That's Nueces County Community Center is the same. And then I want to come back to the courthouse, but we also have the Justice of the Peace and Constable in the fire station that's complete. That's in Commissioner Gonzalez's building. We believe David Berlanga is complete. I don't know that that's been DOJ approved, so I just need to get with Terry to check that. McGee Beach Park, the RV portion of McGee is DOJ and Carol Pruitt approved, but we still need to get the building.
Excuse me, Tanner. You did mention Hilltop and Bodie Building. They're complete? They're DOJ approved?
They're DOJ approved, yes, sir.
Okay, where the bathrooms, we have a baseball field, oil bill, were they included?
I'm just talking about the construction that we did on the main Hilltop facility. There may be some issues on the restrooms out there.
Okay.
Yeah, we just got an attachment O certification on the main facility in the parking lot.
Okay, because I was just talking to a coach that works back there or deals back there.
Yeah, again, as things come up, we may need to address issues in the future.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. And so, but again, go ahead and go to status complete. We feel that's Keach Library, Medical Examiner Calderon, McKenzie, Bodie, Hilltop, Bishop. It's going to be the county courthouse and administration site. We're going to talk about that. Agua Dulce, Berlanga, and McGee Beach. They are going to be complete.
Tyner, just to update for the future, so Keach is in precinct 3. And, yeah, and McKenzie Annex is in precinct 3 as well.
Okay, we'll get that
And the
corrected. Sorry, Commissioner.
Bishop County Building is precinct 2.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. We'll get that corrected.
Forgive you, man.
Okay, Let's go to the courthouse administration building. This is precinct 1, the courthouse. It's going to be page 11. And yeah, let's go ahead and let's go to, let's let Terry get on and let's talk about the courthouse, because y'all, we're out for bid right now on this courthouse. And if you could, I want to allow Terry to talk about where we are on this facility that we're in right now.
Okay, thank you, Tyler. So yes, as you mentioned, this project is out for competitive sealed proposals. And right now those are to be due on Tuesday the 27th at 2 p.m. We opened and read at 4 p.m. on the same day. We are in the process of addenda preparation on that. We've issued 2, and the 3rd one is in the works for this week, but nothing has substantially modified the schedule at this point. There has been some of the work accomplished at the courthouse, mainly the parking lots and accessible routes to the building and the entrances. So that much has been done. And what's left to do is the 4th and 5th floor courtrooms and the remainder of the tower where the public is served. Every one of our departments, the transaction counter or transaction window, has to get modified in order to meet ADA requirements. So that is part of the scope of work that is coming up in this current CSP. Is there anything else you wanted me to address, Tyler?
No, that's, I'm going to talk briefly, and you may not be able to talk, Terry, when we go back to the presentation, but I'm going to bring you in on the last slide. But Connie, if you could advance to the CIP slides that begin on 14. I just wanted to tell you that as part of our CIP, everything that we're doing, if you read the description, includes accessibility. It's not all ADA, but our CPA, if you read the description of what we intend to do with it, it includes mechanical, electric, interior, site, exterior, security, and accessibility. That is to say, as we go forward with our CIP, we will always be addressing accessibility. And so we're doing that at the fairgrounds. And this actually goes into the future as well. But what happens is time passes, sidewalks crack, and it's always going to give us an opportunity. The reason I wanted to include CIP is we're always going to have the opportunity in the years coming to correct and address accessibility issues that may arise. So we actually have some work at the baseball stadium. That's slide 16, Connie. We're actually looking at juvenile doing some work. Accessibility is part of the work there. That's slide 17. And the courthouse, this is by far the biggest ticket item in all the ADA. As you can see, we've already spent over $2 million on parking lot, and we've got an $8.8 million budget, and that's what's out for bid right now.
Mm-hmm.
And we actually have a Bishop Community Center, and then we actually have county-wide accessibility projects. Go ahead and go there, Connie, and that's slide 20. It's one before there. And so, as you can see, that we do have accessibility money for county-wide projects. going forward, and this is in our CIP as well. And what I want to pass out now, and I want Terry to comment on a little bit.
And maybe the court's not familiar with Terry. Terry, would you self-identify for the record?
Yes, I'm a program manager with LAN.
Thank you.
And by the way, when I noticed that Terry was getting involved in the countywide ADA, I enlisted his help to put some of this together. And he really did a lot of work on the PowerPoint, and he actually put together this diagram. I'll give you one. And the print shop made it nice for me. Teresa, you want to go ahead and pass yours out too? You want one? So, and so Terry, I wanted to explain to the court that, you know, I personally feel that we lost a year of our ability to advance ourselves with ADA projects due to Harvey. I feel we lost another year due to the pandemic. As you know, Judge, we tried to get Public Works involved in attacking the items in IJ&K in the settlement agreement.
And they were unable to do that.
The pandemic really set us back terribly because we were going into plexiglass mode and that kind of thing. But now we think that
They couldn't do it, but they didn't have time to do it.
yeah, I don't think we
It
had.
had nothing to do with COVID made it worse, but they weren't able to perform prior to COVID either.
Well,
I don't know about that, Judge.
I'm positive about it. We had weekly meetings and they were unable to perform.
So
Never came to us.
anyway.
Yes, we did.
So Terry, I just, I know that Teresa double-checked your numbers, and Teresa laid out what we have going forward, but if you could talk about the spreadsheet that you put together for us and what that represents.
Certainly. What we have is basically each project by attachment, be it IJ or K, and color legend shows you what is complete, which is green, what is in progress, kind of orange, what is in design is like blue, and the ones in gray are what we are lumping together as a county-wide accessibility improvement program. And we're working on getting an architect on board right now. We're seeking a proposal for that work. And specifically off to the right of the list of facilities is kind of a condensed list of what each deficiency was identified by the Department of Justice. There could be others, and we've asked in the proposal for the architect to conduct a survey of each location and identify work that either has already been completed to ensure that what's on our list indeed needs to be done, and if there is anything else that we should add. Where you see a cell highlighted in yellow, that is a type of correction that is minor in nature and could be assigned to a contractor as a, we have X number of beats things
Let
to
me
move.
explain what you're saying, Terry. This is a summary sheet, so there's no yellow on this one, but you actually have a 3-page detailed spreadsheet. And so I only have this, the general one. I don't see yellow on what I just passed out.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so that's just kind of detail on where we're going with this countywide program.
So I guess the question is, do you think now we have a handle going forward on accomplishing everything that we need to do to become ADA compliant?
Yes, from what I know today, I believe we can accomplish this by certainly with the end of the CIP program.
And Teresa, could you please briefly, you check these numbers and you can report on the court where we feel we stand financially with regard to countywide ADA?
So the spreadsheet that I did, I just tied in to his estimated construction and design cost of the 10,913,276.09. But I added in the 2021 CO's countywide accessibility consent decree budget of 4.2. So we're actually short 895,447 and 19 cents in total.
And I'm a little worried about the fifth floor courtroom not having audio video proposals. I don't think I've ever seen those. So I feel like the that's something I wanted to address this coming week, is that the fifth floor courtroom, Terry, is kind of special. We'll have to revisit that on audio video needs.
That actually is in the scope of work.
Oh, good.
As a sort of a design build element. Part of the solicitation is for a supplier and installer to provide that that equipment for that courtroom.
Okay. But it's
And
not in our
that's
budget?
also-
Is it in the budget, though, Teresa?
The design, the construction and design costs, I think he's saying it's included in that
Got it.
budget, that
In
number.
that 1584 number?
That's correct.
Got it. Okay, thanks, Terry.
Okay.
Judge, I went to some early meetings, with some vendors, and it seemed like that they were, on track as to, putting the right package together.
Okay. Got it. So if we take the first grouping, I think it's an easier number to deal with. You take the first grouping, which is really call it our community centers, from Berlanga to Robstown Health. We think that we have a shortfall there of 841,000?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so, probably we should address those as quickly as possible, so that we can finish those. That would be an enormous achievement if we could get all of that projects 2003, 1919, 2003 through 1921, 2006 achieved. I think that would be a tremendous report to the GOJ. Seems really within reach.
The 841, Judge, will just come out of the 4.2 on the
Correct.
bottom and just take care of those.
Right. So if we had to say, and I guess I can look at my chart here, is there a time frame for those projects to finish completely if I had to take those at Tyner as one
Yeah,
subset?
Terry, could you help us with timing on what you see for?
For that top group, Terry, that,
The group on top is
and I don't know if you get the benefit of seeing what Teresa has shown us. What I'm looking at is Berlanga. I'd have to.
yeah, I'm looking.
Oh, you are? Okay, good.
Yeah, those are part of the package that we're requesting design proposal for. I don't see
Right.
that taking more than 24 months at the most.
Perfect. Okay. Okay, good. All right, well, then the end is in sight on that particular one.
Just to point out, what changes over time are, is the estimated construction.
Yeah.
And that's why we, miss it and get over, and, maybe had we done these projects, quicker or sooner, the estimates would have been more accurate. But I think, moving forward, the budget shortage is something that we can, we can account for. The big project is this courthouse. And so, I know that, Juan and Bert and Terry and LAN and, all these, folks and Javier, Huerta are, really working on the details, of this courthouse bid. So, let's keep our fingers crossed. Again, when I communicated with the DOJ, and I said the budget on the courthouse was 8.8 million, as I suggested, our Amy Eduardo, the person assigned to us, said, "Are y'all renovating and sprucing things up?" And I said, "No, it's all ADA." Again, Judge, we're going to fine-tune this a little bit more, crunch the numbers again. I'm going to be able, I think, to change some of this gray because we've accomplished some stuff.
To green?
To green. I mean, for our purposes at McKinsey, we've got a good dormitory. And so, over time, I'm going to be taking a good, close look at the gray to see if we can change those colors a little bit. I think we can. Juvenile. Terry, I mean, we are doing some stuff on juvenile, though. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So, I think some of these things are in the works, and I think we could change the color of some of those grays, Judge.
You might even, Terry, go ahead wherever we're actually doing work, even if it's gray, is do a hybrid color, color form, so where it goes gray to move to green or green move to gray. In other words, show that it's in progress somehow.
Judge, can I say something, Tyner?
Yes, please.
Hey, Tyner, I know that you talked about juvenile. I know in juvenile, Bobby and our staff was working out there, and I know on that list from the DOJ, they only know like one coat hanger or one door handle or one towel handle or dispenser. But when we're looking at this, Judge and Commissioners, I know that it wasn't just one item that was identified under the DOJ. When we did a walkthrough of that facility, it wasn't just one item, it was 20 or it was 30 items. So in order to say that Public Works did not accomplish anything, we did accomplish some items, but because of the multiple of the items, that's the reason why some of these items weren't accomplished. In regards to.
I'm glad you got your text, but
Yes. No, I didn't get my text.
not.
I was looking at the video. And in regards to Public Works not being able to accomplish, how many projects were accomplished, Tyner, from Public Works from 3 years ago till now? I know that the Agua Dulce was completed, the fire station was completed, and then there were some multiple other projects that were completed from Public Works where we were tasked to complete those projects for ADA. And in regards to other projects, they told us in Bishop, and in regards to other projects, at the time that we submitted these projects, because we had contractors on hold, that we already had proposals, we were told that there was no monies available for ADA, so this is the reason why those projects weren't accomplished at that time. So just kind of wanted to give a brief update, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you.
Right.
Also,
Thank you, Juan.
Didn't they go back and review that Amistad Veterans Memorial Park? Remember, we put the sidewalks under.
And I don't think Carol Pruitt has reviewed any work out there lately.
I mean, I thought we had done it because he requested.
Yeah, we were talking about attachments I, J, and K specifically. That's what we were referring to, and we hired Bobby over a year and a half ago as a building superintendent to help us achieve I, J, and K, because there wasn't enough ability in your office to handle I, J, and K. We did that. We made the maintenance decisions to do that, and then we also attempted to get IJ and K. And the reason we're going out for contracting for IJ and K is because we were not able, nobody said anything about not having done some work, but we were not able to achieve IJ and K. We had weekly meetings on this. We were looking for weekly updates to where we could have real progress being made. I mean, there's not real progress being made in that arena, and therefore we've made another decision to go out. It's not an evaluation. It's an opportunity to share the facts. And until we had this court assembled in this way, well, actually, it was not exactly assembled this way. We had somebody else in 2019, but until 2019, we were not able to get the dollars that we needed. But when we sat here together, we were able to bring dollars since 2019 and again in 2021 per our capital improvement plan. We're right on schedule with dollars. And the dollars has not been the issue.
Can they, just make one more question?
Go ahead. Commissioner's got a question.
No, just Tyner. Can we get, before I forget, can we ask him to come back? When is he coming back to check some of those things?
When is Carol Pruitt coming back? When we get a couple of projects, we'll call him down.
We don't have any right now.
Are you aware of any projects for Pruitt right now?
I think the Bishop Park is ready. I mean, I know we did the work, but anyway.
Well, why don't you check with Carol and see when his schedule
Okay.
would allow?
Yeah.
We do try to make the effort to make him do more than one thing at a time since
Right,
we're paying travel and,
Yeah, that's good.
and all of that.
He can view the dog park over at Hazel Baysmore as well.
At the same time.
It'll be worth it.
Tyner, you can give Mr. Pruitt a call and see what we can
I'm
accomplish.
just saying, so, if he was coming down, you need to make.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry.
You are correct, Tyler. He was busy with doing coverings, and of course, he was busy putting up these barriers for COVID. And then there were some other items that Bobby was also, the cold weather that he was busy on.
He must be off one.
Your mic is not on.
Probably off.
It may have died.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
In all fairness to Bobby, Bobby has been busy with putting up the glass barriers or the coverings for COVID. And also, he's been busy with, when we had the cold weather, they've been working, anywhere from 50 to 60 hours working on that. And then they were staying late also working on putting up the plexiglass, working 40 to 60 hours putting up plexiglass during COVID and the pandemic. So in all fairness to Bobby, he's been real busy. And not only is he busy with the building facilities here, so he's been very busy to where he's been not able in the past few months to be able to go and fix some of these items for the ADA. Thank you, Commissioners and Judge.
Excuse me, one.
Yes, sir.
Y'all were also pretty busy during when we had the rains back in May.
Yes, sir.
You had a lot of leaks here in the building.
Yes, sir, and Bobby and of course Aaron has helped him out also with that, Commissioner, where he's brought his staff to come in and kind of mitigate and try to mitigate some of this water that was intruding or is intruding into the building right now with the exterior being pulled off. They're coming in at night, they come in Saturday and Sundays when we have a rain event. A lot of people don't realize that they're coming in, they stay here at night just to make sure and monitor with the rain events and make sure that if water's coming into the building and in the mornings, they come in at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning to make sure that either they sweep or vacuum the water that's in some of these offices. Of course, they can't catch everything, but at the same time, they're here monitoring that, Commissioner.
I know that so, because I came on a weekend and they were here working.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Picking up water and all, and then during the freeze, you also kept them pretty busy.
Yes, sir. During the freeze that were here, they were trying to make sure we get waters into the jail. They were trying to make sure that the boilers were working, that the chillers and the heaters were working. So, yeah, they were here. And in that case, they were working anywhere from maybe even 60 to 80 hours a week. They were here during that time frame. So they were here working real hard, Commissioner.
I know they work one, and again, I thank you and your crew in Public Works and
Thanks,
Bobby
man.
and his maintenance people. Thank you all very much for what you do.
Thanks. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Okay, we're gonna move on. So, Tyner, bring us back home to the ADA summary here. Do you have any more to add?
Judge, I just wanted to let you know that we have asked Maggie before the end of the month to schedule us with a phone call with the DOJ.
Right. We're hoping to make some of these appointments, in person, but as we've learned, they're not necessarily taking in-person appointments. We certainly asked, so we'll do our best to get whatever they will give us, right?
Terry and I will work on updating this chart. Obviously, we can't get done before the end of September, everything done. We've talked about it, but, the DOJ has been respectful to me, and I want to talk to them, show them that we have a plan going forward. And
Well, and what I'd really like us to consider as a court is to pass the resolution, so it's coming from the entire court, asking for the extension. And I'm gonna be, visiting with the Intergovernmental Affairs Office. We'd like for them to intercede on our behalf.
Okay.
With this extension.
Well, that's
Maybe-
why I wanted to do it this court, Judge.
Yeah.
So
That'd be
we can
great.
bring back everything on the 21st that we may
Yeah.
need to do.
I think that's a good plan. And look, it goes without saying, it was a tremendous, burden, right? In order to get everything accomplished in a time span that we had. And there's no doubt that COVID, winter storm, all the disasters that you're mentioning, I'm fully aware. I was at the helm. I don't have to be reminded of them. What I want you to know is all of this ADA predates all of that. And we need to understand that we're under a tremendous deadline, and everything, if you need extra resources because of a disaster, that's why we have emergency management. And that's why we have resources to attend in emergency management. You have to make certain that the ADA is also front and center. And this is why we're where we are. You have this because this court has made a decision to go a different way, and this is the right way. And finally, we can actually see in living color where we are, where we need to attack, and what our shortfalls are. And this is a tremendous feat, but at the end of the day, it is going to take contractors in this building working day and night to get us where we need to go. And my point is that we have not been able to get there yet. And this idea of we don't need excuses, what we need is progress. I already know all about these disasters, and so does this court. What we need is men and women working on these projects with the dollars that we've allotted, and that was my point. And I'm being very, very defiant and very serious about this, because this settlement is nothing to fool around with. It comes from the highest levels of the land, and this ought to be number one priority every single day of both Public Works and our program management. And we ought to have the highest standards, period. And nobody's here to say or to criticize that people aren't working hard. Everybody's working hard on all four of these disasters. And so that's just the way it is. And it's tough, but at the end of the day, the buck stops with us. So, don't take it any other way than let's get the job done. Period. And, if we need more resources, which we need, 800 and, how much? 895. Let's deal with that immediately, in an upcoming court so that we can escrow this budget shortfall that's necessary. I'd like to have that prioritization. So let's see what we can do about getting the budget shortfall taken care of also as we give these reports. But I promise you, there's no sympathy or empathy in DOJ, although we'll ask for it. They have no interest in our winter storm and how hard Bobby's working and how, all of these things are going on. So let's just leave the drama out of it and stick to the facts. And that's what they want to hear. They want to know that we're going to take care of business. And they don't want to hear our issues, excuses, or personal dilemmas. They just want to know that the things that were on I, J, and K are done. And we're going to deliver. We will deliver in this county, period. Tyner, I'll wait for you to get me all that stuff. I'll probably take this to intergovernmental affairs, but whatever you can put on the next agenda to get the court geared up for that request, it'll back you up a little bit. All right. Okay, super.
Recording stopped.
Okay, what does that mean, Connie?
I requested we record that, Judge, just in case I want to consider delivering that or archiving that for the DOJ.
Oh, they'll love that. Great. Okay. We had the opportunity to do everything except for item number 19. And so item number 19 is always on court, and Dale usually gives us a sheet, which he did this time. Everyone can look at it. And Dale, will you take us through any overtime pursuant to county policy?
Yes, Your Honor. In front of you is a listing of all the locations we had overtime for. Currently, as we've had before, we've had only one employee that submitted activity to my office to qualify for overtime. That would be Edward at this moment. There was at the various locations, was meeting all over the county. Then he was also at the Antonio Garcia Center, as well as the Goodwill location, and here at the courthouse for during vaccine occasions. The total number of hours is 21.89 hours, at a total cost of $1,007.82, and submitting that for your approval.
Okay, 1,782. Do I have a motion for such approval? And I'll second. And any discussion for Dale?
We're gonna approve this here, but we're not approving the next 2 weeks, right?
Y'all have to also continue, if you want me to continue tracking this, and I need that authorization as well.
Okay, in two different motions? All right, so let's do,
Excuse me, Dale, when will we feel comfortable enough to where we won't have people working overtime?
That's y'all's decision.
Oh, I see.
I mean, when disasters stop happening. I mean, we're in an ongoing disaster called COVID-19. Winter storm is still in response mode.
Emotional.
All of those things are still going on, to answer your question. So the overtime has a motion and a second. Any further questions or discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign.
Is that Commissioner Chesney? Is he?
He is. Did you hear him? It's garbled.
Is on his phone?
He's on his phone.
Okay, 'cause it says
You want to
it
ask him
now.
again?
Hey, Brent?
Commissioner, if you get a chance to unmute. There he goes, Kara. Kara just wants to hear that you're on. Thank you.
I realize that was you now. You left again.
I'm on. I didn't hear what Kara said, though.
Yeah, thanks,
Never mind,
Brent.
you're
Appreciate it.
Your Honor, was that motion also to continue?
And then the motion is to continue for the next 2 weeks. And we had a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
No.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign.
No.
Got a no here? Okay. All right, and then we'll move on to auditor. And that is approved budget change order number 16 for the fiscal year 2020, 2021.
We're trying to get in the time where these change orders would get kind of lengthy because of where we are in the time. The funds are available for these movements. The largest ones are with some of our building superintendents with some repairs and maintenance that they're needing, as well as our district clerk. And these are trying to project the costs they need for the remaining of the year. So that's why some of these are larger than they may seem or appear. The district clerk was needing additional supplies for their offices. Our sheriff's office is needing some additional charges for some of the repairs they might as well. Our medical examiner, because of some of the additional costs they had for lab work as well as doing the balances. our balances for our inland parks and coastal parks is on page 3. You'll also see some additional overtime requirements for both the inland parks and coastal parks. And a lot of this is related to COVID, and we're working on trying to get this reimbursed. But however, they still need to be recorded in these departments, and these transactions will need to be processed. I'll be glad to answer any question you might have, but I submit budget change order number 16 for your approval.
Okay, fair enough.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve and a second?
Second.
A second, and any discussion for Dale? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And now we also
Aye.
have, thank you, we also have our financial report under item number 2 for the month of March.
I'll try to get it as well as I can. I know it's very late, so I'll try to be as brief as possible for this. If we go to page 4 and 5, you'll see our balance sheets for all of our funds. As this is March the 31st, this is halfway through the year for the time. So as you'll see, our general fund and our other funds are showing there. The next one we want to go to is on page 10. That's where we show our self-insurance funds. Now, the workers' comp does show a negative, but that's not a concern for us. We just haven't submitted some of the revenue from our collections for it. So, and sometimes the bills are fast, so that's not a concern. The concern is always our group health. Right now, we're showing a negative $411,000 shortage. In the next few months, when we start bringing these reports, it's going to get even worse than that. We're projecting needing some additional funds for our group health. We're working with the judge and Tomas on trying to find out how best to handle this. We're trying to get some of this loss of revenue to cover some of this shortage. But as you'll see, that is a pretty good issue that we need. Page 14, you'll see the diagraphic issue of how this works, and you'll see that the red line is our total expenses, and our blue line is revenue. And you see the last 3 months of January, February, and March, we're well below our revenue to our expense, and we're well over $200,000-$300,000 for each month. So that's where it does get processing where we need to work with that. On page 16 shows you our revenue collections for our general fund. The good thing to see is at the very top of the report, you see our current taxes is at 95.5%. We would like it to be a little bit higher, but that's very good for where we're at on this item. And if you look at the very bottom, 81.9%, and as we said, we're halfway through the year. We expect this to be closer to where we budgeted when everything's done. We expect to be around 97%, which is about where we thought we would be. So we hope everything works continuous. Now that we start.
What page was that at? What page was that?
On page 16.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's where I'm at.
If we start going to our budget scenarios that starts on page 21, I'm just going to go through the ones that are in red are concerning to us. And this was actually a good month because there's not very many of them. The first one is on page 28. One of the in question is our IT department, which is 1240, and the only reason they're over budget is because we have the continuing contract with Lance Murphy on professional services, and you see where that's the biggest number of balances are. So that should be finalizing very soon. So we're making the proper changes as we need. The next one is on page 38. And that's just legal aids, as we said many times before. The rent payments all at one time. So unless we did that rent payment in monthly payments, which is we can, but we did it all at one time. So that's why it's always showing as a negative balance, even though it's really not a concerning value to us.
Nobody signed it. You need it. You want it.
The one I would like to show you that is very good in what we're saying is you go to page 52 and 53. These are our big departments. That is our district attorney, our county sheriff, and our jail, and not a one of them are over budget.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
The next one we need to do is page 58. We have two at this moment is emergency services because we've had a lot more on-call services, as well as our emergency management because of what we're going through with COVID-related some costs of our overtime, as well as some other costs is showing our balances. So that's kind of where the figure is. Now, the key item that we wanted to go to is on page 61. If you look at the very bottom of page 61, we're at 59.2% remaining of our budget. As I said, this represents 50% of the year done, so theoretically, if we were to matching the 100%, we would be 50%, so we're actually 9.2% above where we should be. So that's a good point, Shannara. And if we continue this process through the year, we'll probably be right where we want to be on our budget to actual, which is going to be about 91%, which is very good for how we're going the process of what we're doing. Now, I want to turn to page 71. This is one item for your diabetes funds. And it's where some people might have confusion. So this shows you what your appropriations are and what has been spent. I know Commissioner Chesney was asking about some funds. We have funds available, so we can submit your request in for payments for this and then get reimbursed. You do have $10,000 available, as well as some of your other ones. The judge as well as $10,000. Commissioner Hernandez, you have $4,000. Commissioner Gonzalez is $5,000. Commissioner Motez, you're at 6753. If we go to page 75, that shows you our capital projects. You'll show the main list, and the one that you really want to look at is on page 80. This shows you what our current certificate obligations are and what are currently budget remaining. Now, some of these funds have already been appropriated, so that don't mean these are available for appropriation. It's just this are unspent funds at the time. And we currently work with the judge and Tyner and his office on making sure we try to allocate these funds to the best. Now, this does not include the new $50 million at the moment. We'll get that put in as we come around.
And in fact, it's our belief, even though they're not spent, they're all obligated. Yeah.
The last one we want to talk about is on page 84 is our P cards for the month of March. We have $364,221. And I'd just like to bring your attention to the top of the list. Normally, our big expenses is out of maintenance repair of equipment, but since we've gone to the fleet balances, you see that is now going down, which is a very good point. Buildings and repairs are very expensive right now, so that's why that's kind of high. But we've expended $364,000 for this month. And the last page of the report is on page 155. And you'll see for the 6 months for the year, we spent $2,028,685.56. I know that was quick. I'll be glad to answer any question you might have for the monthly financial report ended March 31st, 2021.
It was fast and furious, but it was good. I think the only thing is obviously just to note for the record that the health insurance fund, I mean, we just took a real big wallop with COVID-19. It doesn't represent 100% of our troubles, but it represents a huge piece of it. And so you should just know that we would have still been in a situation probably where we would have needed to, when you don't have premiums raised for 30 years in a row and you have rising healthcare costs, it doesn't take much of 2 catastrophic or 3 or 4 catastrophic illnesses in a big employee pool to cause havoc with your insurance fund. But in our case, we had the normal course of chronic disease plus COVID-19. And I think COVID-19 represents probably about $1.6 million of this. So obviously we're working on it. Again, that's why I'm going to go. We're all just focused on how much ARPA can help us get right side up again and what our options are. And we will bring those to you as soon as we can. But you needed to know where we are as a result of having our cash reserves drained from the health insurance fund. It's still cheaper than the alternative and has shown to be such year after year when going out to the market. It's just very expensive to go out to the market, and so the decision has been made to be self-insured. But you got to find a way to raise revenue, and we're working on, the insurance committee I think has a meeting coming up, and we're working on discussing opportunities, how revenue can be raised without hurting the individual employee and their premiums. That's all.
And as I mentioned, Your Honor, we're working on the valuations of our lost revenue.
Yeah.
My staff has went through some calculations. We've submitted our request to Haggerty for their review to make sure where the balances are. Right now, it's a real rough projection of around 3.5 million.
Okay.
It could be higher, could be less, but
Somewhere
that's
around
kind of
there.
where we're at. And if that is the case, some of those reserves could be used to cover some of this loss.
Hopefully.
And some of this, as you said, a lot of this cost is COVID-related for our health insurance, but a lot of our reimbursements through the federal level does not allow us to cover these costs because it was what they consider not a budgeted item. So it should have been a budgeted item, so that's why they kind of, and we're fighting them constantly. I know Tomas and us, and we're working on it to try to get this reimbursed. So we're working as best we can to limit the effect of anything we have to do on the general fund.
How much, on the P cards, how much did we get, I mean, I'm assuming we pay our bills on time and the full amount?
Yes.
How much do we get back for doing that? Like, do
We normally get a credit, and normally it's anywhere from $40,000 to $60,000 a year.
Okay.
And we're trying to incorporate more, and we've been working with our current credit card company. I know Michael's been working with them, trying to do what they call a virtual card, because we still have a lot of vendors that we pay by check. And we're trying to get them that if they already accept credit cards, would they be willing to do a virtual card, which is similar to a credit card, but it's not, where they get paid that way, where they get their money faster. And then that will get us a higher rate. And we're still working with the Enterprise. When we went to Enterprise, we were hoping that they would allow us to do it with a credit card system, but unfortunately, at the moment, they're not. But we're fighting them tooth and nail to try to get where we can use our credit card. And if we do, that would mean another $20,000 to $30,000 additional credits, because that's a $1 million card charge.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I mean, because I don't know if we're legally allowed since we're a government entity, but I know that there's those 2% cash back cards that if you just did the simple numbers, we would get $500,000 just a year if we go off the $2 million per month use. I mean, that's pretty nice to get $500,000 a year based on the simple math of 2%. So that's why I was wondering, I mean, if there's any way we can explore that. I know that's more for individuals, and they may not allow that or discourage that for bigger
I know
groups
Michael's
or
working
for
on
governmental entities, but.
I know Michael's working with Wells Fargo and working with the county attorney on trying to come up with a new contract for the credit card system, and I believe it includes a higher rebate for us. So there's projection where we'll probably be getting higher. Now, since we are a governmental entity similar to a large enterprise, we're not as like an individual where it'd be 2 or 5% cash back. It'd be more of, you get this kind of a rebate on this kind of type of function. So I know the county attorney and the purchasing agent is currently working on that.
Good. If you can keep us updated on that, because, I mean, I was just thinking about that as you were talking about the P card expenses and the trends that we've been having. And, I mean, if we're not allowed, then I can already think of something we could put on our 2023 legislative agenda to see if that's something that we could kind of, I'm sure other governmental entities have explored that, at least in Texas, because I know we have strange rules. But, I mean, if it is allowed, then I would hope that we could at least get the 2%, because like I said, $500,000 a year based on those numbers alone is pretty, I mean, makes sense to get that much back, and if we could potentially get more, that would be even better. So, if you, maybe we can get an update maybe in a few months, like just a simple presentation.
I'll work with
or-
Michael on that now.
Okay.
Now, remember on your current credit card, if you get 1 or 2% on your total charges and whatever it is, and by the time if you get your cash back, then they knock it down to 1%. So it's still cut in half, but
Sure.
I know there's a certain rate that we're currently charging. It's in a current contract with what we have, and I know that we've been talking with them about this virtual card, which would require an additional amendment to the contract. That's why the county attorney and Michael's working on that to make sure we have everything there and make sure there's not a requirement that we go out for a bidding requirement.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dale. And I know it goes without saying, but I mean, look under every nook and every cranny for a lost revenue. And we've got multiple years, to do it, but we're looking to make the recovery as soon as possible because it will make the most impact, and I know you know that. And of course, you and I are both attending all these webinars, and so we'll just continue to share information. Last but certainly not least is E1, and you're right. We need to approve that monthly report, so I'll take the motion to approve such report of March 2021. I think he said yes. as to the motion to approve, and I'll look for a second. Second from Modis. No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, thank you. And now we'll have an item that's been on before, and again, we're trying to get the timing right, commissioners. And so that's why it's before you again. I think we tabled it the last time.
I'd like to move the table again because there's a lot of things under Judge is still not right. I mean,
Okay, so just let's tell Julie so she can bring it back in a better way, though.
even the education, still, they were told 3 times to change it.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Julie-
repeat that?
Julie, he needs
The
to.
education,
The education, he wants, so can you tell her again what your thoughts are?
Yeah.
I think that,
It currently is requiring a bachelor's degree.
a bachelor's degree.
And then we're just saying
And I
that a
think that's-
master's
I got
degree
this
would
one.
be preferred, but
I
we're
got-
not gonna hold the applicant
Right.
to having a master's degree.
Okay. So,
Okay. Also in the, I think, Julie, I know 3 things that I like, that we need to make sure that this person is going to be reporting to the Commissioner's Court, hired by the Commissioner's Court, right?
If that's what you so desire, we can definitely make sure that that's the way it is.
right. If that's gonna be the case, then that means a public information officer would need to be its own department head.
That's correct.
And if you want to do that, we can do that. It would create a first time ever communications department, which would be a good thing.
Well, I mean, if
That's not how we,
if it's under Tyner, then Tyner would probably have to do the hiring.
well, then it wouldn't come to Commissioners
That's what
Court.
I'm saying, but that's what I'm saying. Tyner would do the hiring, I guess, if it comes
Yes.
from Tyner.
That's
If
correct.
it's in Tyner's department, he would be the supervisor and he would have the authority to do the hiring, being the department head.
And that's how it was styled, but if you're wanting something different, the court needs to have that discussion, and today would be a good day to do that.
Then they would be an appointed official that reports to the Commissioner's Court with a standalone department.
And of course, we'd have to create a budget, et cetera, et cetera. So the original concept was that it would be in court administration for the purposes of serving the whole court, and that Tyner would be able to manage this particular individual, and it would fall under his department, and then we would alter his budget. That's why it's important to stop kicking the can down the road and really addressing it. Every day, we get into situations, again, managing the 4 disasters, you gotta have human capital, and even in the good stuff, right? The good stuff is the Bob Hall Pier survey, the good stuff is the big award that Julie just won for her department, the big, there's a lot of great stuff that needs to be published on an ongoing basis, and it requires a full-time assembly, of work product. Today's a day to at least figure out what you want the job description to say, how much that job would be paid, and whether or not it would be managed under a court administration.
And whether or not we're gonna do it or not depends. I mean, we're not saying we're gonna have one, we're just saying we gotta
Well,
get
I
ready
think,
for it.
I think we need to get serious about voting on it. I mean, your one opinion, I'd like to hear from others. I mean, a public information officer for the 8th largest county, urban county in Texas is, I mean, I don't know why we want to be in the dinosaur age anymore.
We're not.
We are.
Maggie was doing it, she's doing a good job. I mean, as far
Yeah.
as I'm concerned, that's why we raised her $11,000, to be a PIO. That was the reason why we did that, and she's doing a good job. I mean, she's done a good job. I mean, I don't know why she
Yeah,
can't.
so she's PIO for emergency management and for when we're in EOC. So we could deal with media, and that's the job that Tyner had before. We live in a completely different time in a digital age, and a community like ours, like Nueces, deserves to have a communications department that's robust, that's led. And just so you know, there's things that we do not have the ability to do. And that's all the platforms that are listed in this job description.
This PIO would announce everything outside of emergency management as well, such as ribbon cuttings or
different openings or whatever events that the county has going on as well.
Or any elected official for that matter. It's really countywide from our JP. I mean, all of the information that needs to be shared on a public forum that's called Nueces County or nuecesco.com really needs to originate from one office. It's really not too much to ask to have.
Isn't that the ribbon cutting and things like that? The administrative office or person, secretary takes charge of that the majority of the time?
It can be, definitely so.
Of course, I mean, I don't see why we need these high-dollar people all the time to let us know that the regular media lets us know that there's a hurricane coming, okay, or there's a storm coming. I mean, I don't see, we are struggling for money right now. We just read where we're short. Why don't we stop and take a look at things that we can do on our own instead of trying to contract at high-dollar, people? I mean, we need to stop and see what we can do by ourselves. I mean, that's really what we were hired for, for us to do things on our own. Not because, we need to hire PIOs and all this other kind of people to say the same things that we can say, or the news media says.
Right.
So I'm a no on that.
Okay, that's great. That's one perspective. Usually people in public office believe in messaging because messaging saves lives. And when you speak with one voice and one message for one county, it's very effective. When you don't have one voice and one message, it's very ineffective. And it's just a matter of perspective and opinion. You're entitled to yours. And I think that we should make a motion to consider creating the new position and just simply take a vote. We'll have the opportunity in budget to work this out, but if we don't at least have a direction, we're not going to get anywhere.
Right.
And we got to have a direction. And so it's just a matter of, democracy. But again, you can want to be an urban county or not. And it costs dollars to provide services. And right now, we absolutely have and need the dollars for COVID-19, for all of the different disasters, the one that's happening right now. Right this minute, we're scrambling to try to get the things that we need.
Commissioner Chesney has.
I see that. Okay,
Yeah,
Commissioner
wanted
Chesney.
to jump in too.
Commissioner Mares first, and then Commissioner Chesney, you're on hold. You'll be ready.
So I agree with what Commissioner Anand says, as far as our assistants should do it. I've had some big events I've done on live stream, through social media, through a couple multimedia accounts, and thankfully I had interns at the time because it was enough just to keep Sandra busy, my assistant, getting people signed up and making sure everything was coordinated, and then somebody else to get ready to kind of record and broadcast and get that part set up. So like I said, thankfully I had that, because if not, it would have been all put on Sandra, or might not have done it at all. I really like the idea of public information officer. I think it's long past due for our county. I know that everything's going to cost us money, and that's where down we get to the budget that we are going to agree or not. And I think we should move it forward for at least to have this discussion further. But I agree also that we need to act today, because if there are any other back and forth that we need to have, then we can work that between now and our last meeting of July. So that's ready to go by August 1, because that's the date you gave us, Julie. That's the date I think that we should expect and shoot for, because that gives us the 60 days that you and your department need to be able to put out the notice, to screen the applicants, and then whether they go hired under Tyner or by the court or whoever, that it can all be done in time so they can start by fiscal year, beginning of fiscal year, October 1. So that's what I'm shooting for. That's what I hope for in this. Any opportunity we have to get the message out, I would love to take advantage of having a PIO that can work with me and help me not have to worry about all that time. And I used to do a lot of social media, and then lately I just haven't as much, because it's a lot to do in addition to everything else that we're doing, or in addition to what we're asking, at least that I asked my assistant to do. So I would like this, I think this is a solution because, I don't want to make you fall out of your chair, Commissioner, but for me, I wanted everybody to have a PIO or at least additional position. I mean, I've been saying this for years. I mean, if you look at counties, big and small, smaller than Nueces County, they have multiple staff members. And that's the best way to be effective, is that if you can be in more places than once, you can help in social media, you can just respond to constituents' needs more that way. And so I think a PIO working for all of us, or like the judge said, maybe for the entire county would be helpful for those that want to take advantage of that position. I think in this day and age, and maybe it's not because it's a department head, and I know some of our department heads don't necessarily meet the bachelors that we're asking for maybe right now. I mean, maybe associates with, a lot of years of experience, because I just think that it's social media nowadays that you have a lot of people who are getting right into that medium and working right at it, and they may still be working in school or what have you. So I would want to see it maybe at the associates level. Obviously, that would be the ground level, and then maybe bachelors and masters obviously are preferred. But I think that this is essential. I think that we need to have more talks about it. I would hope that we will finalize whatever our vision is by the second meeting of this month, so it can be ready to go by August 1.
In the education section, Commissioner, it does say any equivalent combination of experience.
Okay.
So right now, we're asking for a bachelor's and a minimum of 6 years experience. So the equivalent would be an associate's degree and 8 years of experience. So that in turn would also work out for us.
I love the idea of casting a bigger net, and then,
Right.
I mean, that
You're right,
that works,
because
so.
some of the best social media people might have been doing it since social media really took off, and maybe they don't have the full BS degree, but maybe they're a social influencer, or somebody who has tremendous experience in that. And again, I mean, if you had said to me, do you want to be on TikTok, 2 years ago, I would have said, what are you talking about, right? But TikTok now is a social influencer, and there's videos. Our YouTube channels, just opening up the portals for YouTube channels. YouTube and remote hearings are here to stay, period. That is happening all over our judicial system in this country. So just the fact that we've had to manage a whole YouTube portal for all the judiciary is quite revolutionary. And that's just one particular aspect. Things are changing so rapidly. We don't know what the next big movement is, but it will come. And it's constantly changing, right? So the three big platforms the county wishes to be on, Julie, is obviously Facebook and Instagram, Twitter. Am I missing one? Instagram, Twitter? YouTube, four major platforms. And those are the ones that are socially acceptable for almost all counties. But again, things are changing rapidly, and the net could be cast wider. But you've got to be able to monitor misinformation as well as information. And that's why somebody who understands these other platforms can really say, okay, we're speaking with one voice and one message. And I'm going to be honest with you, it happened recently in emergency management, where you had certain misinformation being given out on beach access that was completely false. But in order to combat it, boy, you got to be beyond quick, and you've got to have a full frontal assault on the right information and the truth to combat the misinformation. And what happened was our ESDs got overloaded on calls, as well as some of our emergency management hotlines. And you never want to see that unless there's a real emergency. And so these are some of the reasons that this goes way beyond I hope that all of us use our administrative assistants and our offices to promote all the good things that you do throughout Nueces County. This is way beyond that. This is this times a magnitude of 10. And when you do it, you do elicit the information that the public needs. And so I think that's really important. And Julie and I have talked about making certain that information readiness downstairs gets I would say, worked with this particular office. In other words, people come to this courthouse looking for public information. So there's many awesome things that can happen besides somebody being on this. It's what happens when you walk into the courthouse and you need information. That's also part of a public information officer's job. Okay, so Brent, you're next.
Thank you, Judge. Well, since this was kind of, my idea to put this on, and when we talked about this, I kind of felt like the time that everybody was kind of on board because we talked about not wanting to use outside consultants anymore for this type of work and wanting to take this in-house because we felt like we could be more cost efficient with it as an in-house type situation, have more control over it, so forth and so on. And that's not a knock on the outside consultant.
He's in a bad zone.
Give it a second, Brent. We're
That's
gonna
where
try
I
to.
felt this whole thing stemmed from was, hey, we were tired of that level to us and worked for the board and say again.
You're breaking up.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Can you?
You're breaking up.
Speaking of driving, did I see zooming?
Try it again. We lost you.
He's zooming and driving. He's on his phone. He left.
Trying to get a good signal.
Better?
Try it one more time.
now or no?
Yeah, that looks good. That sounds good.
Okay. And anyway, so my thought was when we did all this was I thought we all felt, and obviously that maybe has changed or I misread the tea leaves, was that this is the direction we wanted to go. My input to Julie when I put forth this, because I believe we need this to be, I believe this needs to happen. I think we need someone that can help not just the court, but all elected officials with their messaging, with getting the word out and having some sort of coordinated effort. So
You're breaking up, Brent. You're breaking up. Now you're singing.
done. I hadn't thought about it being a department head. I'd forgotten that I guess you had to am I out again? Can you hear me? God dang. Sorry, hold on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear? Oh, shoot.
Sounds good.
Talk fast.
Better. You got it.
He's done. He's gone. We've lost him totally. Yeah.
Okay, well, we tried. We can give him a little bit at a time. I think what he was trying to say, although we'll wait for him, is that he put this agenda item on because he thought there was a consensus to not use outside people, which we had been using because there is no other option in an emergency to get the information that you need, and that was absolutely vital. That was taking a 24/7 type of approach to crisis management. And so he put this on the agenda because we had this come up many times, and we said, and he said, I'd like to see this on an agenda item. It's been on many times. We've been very patient. We need to have some direction. HR is waiting on direction. But she is trying to make sense of it all.
Oh, he's back.
And here we go. Okay, give it a second. Okay, ready for you to unmute.
Is that any better?
Much better.
Sorry. Anyway, so my input to Julie was, I believe the education requirement was too high. I think I couldn't get exactly what she said, but the associate's degree with experience is more appropriate for a position like this, in my opinion, with the work experience. And I thought needed to report to the court, and I thought the court needed to hire the person. If the only way for the court to, I'm not adverse to that. I'm not interested in creating a budget for it. I'm interested in it being only what was projected to begin with, which was the amount. I don't think you have to provide. I do think for reporting to the court with this kind of I think it's important.
Not gonna work unless you park somewhere.
And it gives the court say on how we want this person to operate. And I think to provide all department heads to get their, I think it's important. Am I out again? Sorry.
No, you did, you were for a little while, but we got the end of it. And I would like to see if you can say yes to this. What we got, the crux of it is that you adhere to the first, I would say, pathway, which was that there would be a PIO at a certain pay grade that we have been given in our books under court administration for the use of all Nueces County, but particularly to report to court administration and therefore the court. And that's what you were counting on, not that it would be its own department with its own budget. And that if that, does that accurately represent what you were trying to say?
Mostly what but I would love.
God dog it.
Can I call him and put him on microphone?
Well, we've got the conference call
Yeah,
right
you can
there.
call the conference call number.
Go and I'll call
Could you?
in and be in the meeting.
Yeah. Or how about, I'll take minutes from my car.
We're gonna get you a conference call number.
Oh, they go take minutes from my car.
361.
Linda Direct.
888-0548.
Okay, so if you'll hang up and dial 888-0548, we'll get you right here inside the courtroom. And thanks, just on your regular line. Well, we got mostly, so we're almost there. Let's see what the rest of the story
what?
is.
Tyner, 0 what? The last four?
548-0548. Okay, we hear you, Commissioner.
Okay, sorry. I don't know what you heard or not. I want the person reporting to the court. I want the court to hire the person. I want the education responsibilities to be an associate's degree and 6 or 8 years of experience.
It is.
Those are the 3 additions that I had. I want the person to be able to work with every elected department head to help craft the message and get the word out on things that are important. That's my quick summary.
Okay, I think I heard it, but Brent, the court doesn't hire anybody but department heads. So the thing is, if it's under court administration, Tyner would hire the person. I'm certain that we could put together a selection committee, could put commissioners on it, I'm sure Tyner would be willing to be inclusive, but it's.
I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in court hiring the person. And if the department head, if it has to be labeled department head, then I'm okay with that. As long as the pay scale stays the same, I think the court needs to hire this person. So.
Well, if the court hires the person.
That's just my input. That's just my input.
Right, well, if the court hires the person, then it would have to be its own department head, and you're gonna have to have a budget with it, Brent. Are you willing to do that? It doesn't.
No, what I
Okay,
said was,
well-
I think the only budget that needs to be is that person.
Well, I mean,
What else does that person need?
well,
I
for
don't think that
bookkeeping,
person
well, just so you
needs
know,
help.
for bookkeeping purposes, you know, and the way we do budgets around here, we don't do a department head without all of the particulars that go along with it. That person needs a phone, that person needs,
How do we do Gonzalez, Dr. Gonzalez?
he was done under the hospital district.
But it's still one person.
Yes, but he had, there's a budget that goes along with him being
Well,
over at the hospital district.
But the budget can be limited.
Of
The
course.
budget can be limited
Of
to whatever
course.
it's limited to.
Of course, but
So as long as there's if there needs to be a budget, and the budget is that person, and whatever would go along with that person
Yeah.
only, meaning no additional staff or anything, that's gonna be part of the cost whether it works for Tyner or
That's
works
fine.
for the court.
Yeah,
So
that's
I don't
fine.
mind developing that as a budget, as long as it doesn't cost any more than what we're already proposing, that's fine.
I mean, that's
I-
fine. I mean, Dale
think the
is gonna
court ought
work
I
up
think
the
court ought
budget.
to appoint this person.
I agree with you.
Okay, well, that's a policy decision. We can bring it up right now.
Right.
And all I'm saying to you is that Dale can create a limited budget, but the idea that you'd have a department
Right.
head with no budget, they need office supply. I mean, like you said, it's one half dozen of another. It's either in court administration or it's in its own department. It's the same thing. It's just, yeah.
Right.
All right. I think we understand, now. So are you willing to make that motion, or would you like me to try to make that motion?
I'm happy to make it as amended.
That's
My,
fine.
the amendments that I would add would be that I'm taking the job description and amending it to add an associate's degree with 6 years
That's already
experience.
in there. That's in there.
I didn't see it. Was there a new one that came out today? I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
The way it's written, it includes that. So
I can't hear Julie.
She said the way it's written, it's included, but I'll have her make it clearer. But it does include it. She's representing the court that the verbiage does include it, but we'll make certain with your motion that it's absolutely says the words.
That's the way we write our job descriptions, to say if the education and experience total up to the experience that we're asking for, then it qualifies. So it's interchangeable. And it does say, any equivalent combination of experience and training which provides the required knowledge, skills, and abilities may be considered. So we can go with a high school diploma and 10 years of experience.
The one that I read said bachelor's with a master's preference, and I didn't see anything about associates in there. I think bachelor's with a master's preference is way too much. We're not gonna get a wide enough net. So however you need to word it, that would be part of my motion, to include an associate's degree, and then report to the court and hired by the court. Other than that, that would be my only changes, and that would be my motion based on that job description I saw.
Okay, and she heard you, and that's your motion, and I'll second that motion. The only thing she wants you to be aware of is that she writes it a little differently. She can make
can
it,
write it.
she's gonna correct it, but for the record, the way we do all of these job descriptions, we use this verbiage, but to make it clear, we're gonna use the verbiage associate's degree. But it is the same effect.
Right.
That's fine. I appreciate that.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and I think we'll also work with Dale on this.
I'll be working on getting you a number for a new department for this. It's called a communication communication department,
Right,
or
well,
sometimes
hang
something
on,
about
if the
communications.
court approves, I've got to do this famous, all those in favor. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed, same sign.
No.
No,
All right, and the motion carries. So now we do need a new department number, and we will work with you through the budget process on this.
you know, Brent,
Thank
I
you.
support what you just said. It's a good idea. But every time,
I can't hear him.
it's a good idea. I
Sorry.
mean, that's what you said. I support it 100%. But I'm just saying, you know, how many people have asked for a staff person? And I just think we need to make sure that if we're getting one, people need to get one too, so. But anyway.
I can't hear Joe at all. I'm sorry. I can't hear what he's saying. I apologize.
Well, I'm not,
It's all right.
he'll have to tell
talk
you
to you
later
later.
then, because we're not into interpretations.
Your Honor, if we can, let's come up with a department name. It would be, now would be the time to give me a qualifying name of how we want to list the department, whether we want to call it communication, PIO, or we want to just call it communications, or what would be the best way
I'm
of?
going to ask Julie, how is it typically like in other jurisdictions? Is it communications or is it PIO? Or can it just be communications/PIO?
Well, I wouldn't name it officer in the title for the department. I would probably just go with public information or communications. But I think communications would be more
Covers
common
it?
of a name.
Okay.
Okay, we'll call it communications. Right now, let's assume it's going to be a Department 1123.
1123 for the record.
Hey, Brent, can you hear me?
Yes.
Let me interpret what I just said. I said a while ago, I agree with you 100% the way you have it, but also said that you know, what we're doing now is adding a position at our level, and there's a lot of people asking for positions, so, you know, we gotta think of those things when they come back to us and said, well, you got one, why not us? So, you know, that's just my say, okay? But I
Okay.
support what you said
Okay,
100%.
yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I heard part of that. Just call me later if you don't mind, because again, and I apologize if I misread. I thought everybody was okay with adding something like this to, but anyway, anyway, sorry, that's.
No problem.
Hard to read the tea leaves these days, my friend, hard to read the tea leaves. Let's
Exactly
just,
right.
make sure that, you guys talk offline. He wants to tell you a few things. So, all right, we're completed with the regular agenda.
So I'm
items.
gonna go ahead and redo the job description and
Yeah.
send it around to be approved. All I'm really gonna add is the education part and the lines for each commissioner and the
Right.
judge
Well,
to
we've
sign.
given you the directive, so
Okay.
just go ahead and get it, and then double check it with Ginny. She can make sure that it reflects what the court's will was, or Tyner, whatever. I mean, the motion is usually, or you've got your directive, just follow it to a T.
And so when will I post this job?
As soon as you can, I mean.
As soon as I can?
Well, you
I don't
can't
think.
post until August 1,
Yeah.
so, because it won't be due until, won't be funded until October 1.
Right, but posting it doesn't change the effective date, right?
Okay.
It's whenever,
I can write that into the job posting as well,
yeah, you would want to do that.
onboarding.
Remember, there's onboarding, transition, leaving your other job if you have another job, the interview process, the selection committee, I mean, middle of summer, there's a lot to consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brent.
Okay, thanks. All right, so now, I show, but always happy to have, let me look at the clerk, is she's, everything, you feel like we've got everything?
Hope so.
I think so, right? The whole agenda? I think so too. So now we'll move to adjournment in memory. And the hour is late, but we definitely have folks that I know want to be honored. Commissioner Hernandez, do you have any? You've got one?
No.
None. Commissioner Modis doesn't have one. Commissioner Chesney, do you have any? I know Commissioner Gonzalez does. Okay.
Yes, I do, but I'm happy to wait for him.
All
if
right,
you'd like
we'll
to
let
first.
him go first. Go ahead.
I'm talking about Tom, my cousin, worked 37 years with Channel 6. Just had time to bring it back up. He loved rugby, he's a great player. He was the third oldest of 9 children. To my Aunt Goldie, he was always a happy-go-lucky guy, always a smile on his face. And I asked the family if I could read the card that they prepared for him. And he said, January 13th, 1961 to June 11th, 2021. He only takes the best. God saw he was getting tired, and a cure was not to be. So he put his arms around him and whispered, "Come with me." With tearful eyes, we watched him suffer and saw him fade away. Although we loved him dearly, we could not make him stay. A golden heart stopped beating, hard-working hands to rest. God broke our hearts to prove to us he only takes the best. So my prayers and condolences go to our families. Amen.
Amen.
Okay. I have 2, and one is a former Nueces County employee, in fact, worked at the district attorney's office, and his name was Robert Thorpe, Robert Douglas Thorpe, to be exact, Sr., and he passed away peacefully on June 26, 2021, after a courageous fight with cancer. He was born in 1945 and attended W.B. Ray High School, graduate in 1963. He was a lifelong Longhorn, obtaining his bachelor's degree and his law degree from the University of Texas at Austin. He began his legal career here at Nueces County Legal Aid before becoming a prosecutor in the district attorney's office and working his way up to first assistant district attorney. Maybe some of you remember him. After leaving the district attorney's office, he had a distinguished legal career while also becoming a developer and restaurateur. Bob also was ready for any spirited debate, and he enjoyed arguing both sides of almost any issue. He never met a stranger and was the life of the party. Bob will be remembered as an avid reader, sailor, skier, and outdoorsman. And so our condolences to the Thorpe family. In addition, you might remember this gentleman, Brent, a good friend and a real, kind of icon in the community. Mr. Allen P. Johnson III passed away, and he passed away on June 30th. And he was actually, oh my goodness, I'm working from such a small news clip here. Hold on. He was born in Virginia and ran his own paper route, including managing a full staff at the age of only 11. His nickname was Bubby. Bubby had to put food on the table for his mother, Margaret, and his two siblings at that time. And that's the way it was, and that's what he did. Allen, with the help of his own bootstraps and a loan from Aunt Ray and Uncle George, earned his Virginia Tech degree and entered the U.S. Air Force in 1961. While in school and in uniform, he met the 60-year love of his life, Susan Johnson, who he married in 1961. Johnson attained the rank of captain, concurrently earning his MBA from Eastern New Mexico University. And Allen also became a commercially rated pilot, which was a passion he enjoyed for many years, and he served his country with honor until 1967. After his honorable discharge, Allen received multiple job offers, and he chose the one that interested him the most and paid him the least. Starting out, he wanted to be a newspaperman again, and he joined the Hart Hanks group to get back into the business. It was his privilege to work with Ed Hart and his many colleagues for 13 years. He worked his way up to be president of the Corpus Christi Caller-Times and the San Antonio Express-News, and he became president of the Hart Hanks Metro Group. The group included daily Texan newspapers, including Abilene, San Angelo, Wichita Falls, and Corpus Christi. He served as vice president of the corporate communications when Hart Hanks entered into the New York Stock Exchange. The Johnson family fell in love with Corpus Christi, and ultimately Allen left the jet-set corporate world to build his own businesses here. And in 1985, Johnson purchased Peerless Cleaners and became its sole owner. For over 3 decades, Allen showed great passion and skill for growing the family business. He expanded locations, built state-of-the-art and environmentally friendly plants all throughout Corpus Christi. We're so grateful and blessed by all of the wonderful employees, the obituary says, and customers of Peerless Cleaners these many years. Allen is a past president of the National Dry Cleaning and Laundry Institute. He's the past president and the board of the Southwestern Dry Cleaners Associations and so many numerous professional organizations. He was really known throughout the United States. He was a fierce advocate for practicing and promoting environmentally responsible dry cleaning and was a staunch supporter and friend to many independent businesses. He was loved by his community and served it so well. He was the chairman of the United Way, vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, he was the president of the National Conference of Christians and Jews, and was a member of the Centuria Club and the Church of the Good Shepherd for so many years. This was a real pillar and icon of our community. He was also my friend and my neighbor for many, many years. For our extension of condolences to the entire Johnson family, and also for the Thorpe family and for your relative, Commissioner, and for all those that we have lost in the past year and a half to COVID-19. That concludes the adjournments. Commissioner Chesney, did you have one?
Thank you, Judge. And Mr. Johnson was certainly on my list, and I appreciate that. And also condolences to the Ford family as well. He was a very, very nice man. The first one that I have, and I apologize, I do not have as much info because Kara had asked me to ask or to put Jennifer Aiken on the list. I know, Judge, you probably knew the Aiken family They were connected to Ray High School, and she passed away suddenly this last week. And I didn't know her very well, but I do know she was very dedicated to her boys and her family. And certainly our condolences on the loss of Miss Aiken this last week. The next one that I have is a man named Dennis Dulce. Dennis was a man that if you were involved ever with Charlie's Place, that's where I got to know him. He was on that board, and he was very involved in Charlie's Place for very many years. Passed away peacefully this week on May 28th. Condolences to their family for sure. And I can't remember if this one was done before, but I wanted to make sure, and I think it might have been, but Michael Lee was a local lawyer there in Corpus Christi, and he passed away a while back, and I had the honor of practicing with Michael on several cases, and he was just a very good man, and he will be greatly missed by our community. One of my neighbors, Judge, you may have remembered, Jack Best. Jack was a city councilman here in Corpus Christi many years ago, and his wife Shirley, who I lived next door to for many years. Such a wonderful lady, such a caring personality, and Shirley passed away recently, and I want to make sure and pass on my condolences to the Best family and her family on that. And finally, Judge, a person that I know you knew as well, and others might have as well, and that's Maureen Miller. Maureen Miller was just a philanthropist. If you looked in the dictionary and you looked for the word philanthropist, her name was right there with it, along with her dearly departed husband, Bill. So I wanted to pass on the condolences to the Miller family on Maureen's passing as well. Those are the ones that I have today. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and forgive me, it was kind of a weekend of tragedy. I also meant to say this, but our dear friend, our friends, the Ahujas, suffered an unspeakable loss, a tragedy.
Yes, thank you.
A tragedy.
Horrible.
Avinaj and Peggy's son-in-law, Reuben Cohen, was only 46 years old, and he died in a plane crash. His beautiful wife, Veronica, they live in New York City with their 2 daughters. And it was a single-engine plane crash over Aspen, Colorado. And anyway, it's just a terrible tragedy. And our hearts go out to the Ahuja family who have had. This marks the second tragedy for me that we experience with them. So we're really thinking about all of these families, and including the Aikens, who are also dear friends. So we hope that everybody will keep this in mind as we go home and retire this evening. Thank you, Brent.
Thank you.
Yes. That is all we have today, and we will see you, I'm certain, very soon. We are adjourned officially at 6:26 p.m. this evening.